Good morning. My name is Patrick Lovell, and I am the producer of the television series The Con. You can find that at www.thecon.tv. This is a very special moment, possibly in American history. We certainly hope so. We, and I mean that collectively, as in hundreds of people that I've worked with over the course of the last 10 years, have been able to go sea to shining sea to aggregate the mother of all revelations. It's absolutely extraordinary the time that we live in. We live in an era of lies and deception are the currency and value of a society that's in control of everything and everyone else is in the dark. We're going to change that. And we're going to change that with revealing to you the mother of all truths. It took me 13 years, really, from beginning to end, having been buried by the 2008 great financial crisis, to start asking questions that would turn everything that I thought I knew about our society, about the law, about how things operate in America, upside down and inside out. In a moment of desperation, I started to ask questions that couldn't be resolved by the reality I was facing at the time. One thing led to another, and I started to pull the thread, and I started to see things that made me think, wait a second, I'm a victim of a giant criminal enterprise. I only knew it intuitively at the time, but I started thinking about how I might use my understanding of the way things work. I had studied political science, and I had become a producer, and I'd been working around power for a very long time, and I was destined by my own ambition to go on this never-ending journey to aggregate a truth that literally impacts the entire globe. But starting with the United States, starting in 2009, over 16 million filed foreclosures impacted directly over 50 million Americans that led to multiple trillions of dollars being fed to a criminal apparatus that set up the world in a massive criminal scheme and used the Federal Reserve to do it. And they ultimately did it all completely illegally. This isn't hyperbole. What I discovered, and it was interesting because in the early days, for whatever reason, I kept flashing 13 in my life. I'm sure many of you have had that experience where suddenly something appears in your life that seems to be giving you a message. For me, I just kind of laughed at it. But as I started configuring things and pursuing this monumental truth, something popped up to me on occasion that reminded me of 13. Well, as it turns out, that all led me in everything that I did that took millions of dollars and years of unbelievable effort to find out that Federal Reserve Act 13.3 that was created as the lender of last resort that uses the full faith and credit of the United States to make sure this massive, incredible country with decades and decades of sacrifice that made us this global power that we became, everything that was put into that scenario enabled our financial system to make sure that the ship would always float no matter what it would, whatever storm it may encounter. But unfortunately, what we underestimated is the commitment of criminal deception. And I'm going to show this to you piece by piece, evidence by evidence, in an extremely loud atmosphere. And before I just launch into this, I just want to make this last comparison. So we're all very aware that the midterm elections are upon us. We've all been told that this is a battle between democracy and fascism. I beg to differ. Corruption births fascism. What we're dealing with is a system that created literal coup d'etat in 2009, in which the financial system overwhelmed the country's ability to rein in criminal behavior and corruption, and ultimately became the power that rules over everything. Now, this led to what ultimately became Trump and all things MAGA. And what we're in the midst of right now is a sea of confusion where all of the noise of mainstream media would have us believe that the only choices are what I had presented above, but literally hide the shadow power that reveals that, among others, BlackRock and our financial system are in complete control. And so during the so-called insurrection on January 6th, in which tens of thousands of supporters for Trump showed up to invade the Capitol, many of whom were obviously military personnel, police personnel, and they all miraculously got to Washington, D.C. on their own. And if I was on the January 6th committee, I would ask who actually funded this enterprise, where we had mercenaries and professional military personnel on the front lines for that particular event and everything that the January 6th committee has since revealed. What I'm here to tell you is today, contrary to the insurrection, this is the resurrection. We have at the Federal Reserve as we speak, in which we got permits to peacefully redress grievances to the altar of corruption, people who are victims of this insane crime, which we call foam on the runway. And why do we say it's foam on the runway? Because none other than New York Fed chairman at the time in 2009, when Hank Paulson, our Secretary of the Treasury, and Ben Bernanke, our chairman of the Federal Reserve, and Timothy Geithner were working an end round to be able to deliver Federal Reserve 13.3 to use the full faith and credit of the United States to backstop corruption, called the American people foam on the runway for the crashing financial system. What does that mean? Well, it means that the American people are expendable for corruption. I beg to differ. I am somebody who believes in liberty and justice for all above all else, and I believe in character and integrity integrity above all else. And without further ado, we are now going to launch into the largest revelation of the largest criminal conspiracy and cover-up in history that never ended.
Due respect to the Secretary, Wall Street play by the rules. Who are we kidding? The business model of Wall Street is fraud. That's what it is. And we have, and let me make this promise. One of the problems we have had, I think all Americans understand this. We have seen Wall Street and Goldman Sachs dominate administrations. Here's my promise. Wall Street representatives will not be in my cabinet.
All right, I want to switch.
American Forum.
But if we went back to 2008, 2009, the financial crisis, would you have reacted in a more interventionist way?
I don't trust Wall Street. Frankly, don't tell anybody, but it is my view that the business model of Wall Street is basically fraud. And I think that what we have seen over the years is time after time, with minimal regulations, banks being caught cheating and doing illegal things. Break them up. That's my view. If a bank is too big to fail, it's too big to exist. That was my position, and that is my position today.
I mean to challenge your depiction of Wall Street as a kind of racketeering.
That's a good
industry.
definition. That's not bad.
All right. I thought I was summarizing it.
From the University of Virginia's Miller Center, this is American Forum.
I love the consistency of Bernie Sanders, including when he talks about Wall Street. For a long time, he's been talking about Wall Street as a fraud, and every time they continue to give examples as to why they are. I want you to listen to what he said today on Network TV, one of the morning shows, and then I'm going to bring up a few things of the past.
There was a big story this week about the Robinhood app and GameStop. Some of your colleagues were very critical of Robinhood's decision to block its users from purchasing more GameStop stock on Thursday. What do you say to them? What do you think needs to happen quickly, if you can, sir?
Well, in one sentence, I have long believed that the business model of Wall Street is fraud. I think we have to take a very hard look
at the kind of illegal activities and outrageous behavior on the part of the hedge funds and other Wall Street players.
Absolutely so. This time, the fraud is the shorts that they've put onto the market. And the great thing about it is these Redditors, they went ahead and took care of cleaning out a few of those hedge funds by really taking it to them. Some of them are going to lose a few bucks, but it's okay. They're doing a good deed. But the consistency of Bernie Sanders, it's amazing because Chuck Todd a few years ago tried to really use that statement that you just heard Bernie Sanders make as sort of a hammer on him. In fact, it kind of went like this. Let me move on to something else you said in the debate. Chuck Todd said to Bernie Sanders, it was a tough charge. And you yourself said this was going to be a tough charge when you said it. The business model of Wall Street is fraud. Boy, that was a broad brush. That is what Chuck Todd, Chuck Todd was trying to put it laid on to Bernie Sanders. Bernie came back and said, look, Chuck, what I said I believe to be true. A few weeks ago, as you know, Goldman Sachs reached a settlement with the United States government for $5 billion. Why? And the answer is obviously they were defrauding investors in terms of selling subprime mortgage packages that were worthless. That's my definition of fraud. And other major banks also paid high settlements. So, it happens over and over again, and they're allowed to steal from the population. We hear people thrown in jail for taking a candy bar and all this kind of stuff. These guys take away people's future.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the past year, the three largest banks in this country, JP Morgan, Chase, Citigroup, and Bank of America, have admitted to breaking the law and have settled with the government for a combined $35 billion. Now, as Judge Rakoff of the Southern District of New York has noted, the law on this is clear. No corporation can break the law unless an individual within that corporation broke the law. Yet, despite the misconduct at these banks that generated tens of billions of dollars in settlement payments by the companies, not a single senior executive at these banks has been criminally prosecuted. Now, I know that your agencies can't bring prosecutions directly, but you are supposed to refer cases to the Justice Department when you think individuals should be prosecuted. So can you tell me how many senior executives at these three banks you have referred to the Justice Department for prosecution?
Well, Senator, I don't know the answer to that question, but I want to pick up on something you just said, because I think it's actually quite important, that although failures of the sort that have resulted in these big fines, criminal and civil, almost always result from problems in organizations, because there are many ways to catch things.
Governor Tarullo, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Senator, if I could. There often are individuals who can clearly be identified as responsible, and although, as you know, we don't have criminal prosecutorial power, what we do have is the power to insist that firms either discharge current employees who have been implicated in this, even if they haven't been criminally prosecuted, which we've done in the past couple of cases, or, as we are doing now, conducting investigations under the authorities that are already in the law that would allow us to ban these people from working for.
So I take it what you're saying, Governor Tarullo, is that you don't know of any criminal prosecutions in these three banks that the Fed has recommended.
Well,
you have investigated enough to know that these banks are responsible. They have admitted to wrongdoing. They have signed up for $35 billion in a settlement, and no one has been referred?
Well, Senator, we've shared all the information that the Department of Justice needed, and I think the Justice Department has probably made its own assessment on both sets of criminal and civil
So you're saying you have referred people for criminal prosecution?
No, we have provided information.
But you have not actually referred someone for criminal prosecution. I want to be clear about the contrast here. After the savings and loan crisis in the 1970s and the 1980s, The government brought over 1,000 criminal prosecutions and got over 800 convictions. The FBI opened nearly 5,500 criminal investigations because of referrals from banking investigators and regulators. So if we didn't even limit it to these 3 banks, how many prosecutions have you all regulated? You know, what we have to remember here is the main reason that we punish illegal behavior is for deterrence, you know, to make sure that the next banker who's thinking about breaking the law remembers that a guy down the hall was hauled out of here in handcuffs when he did that. These civil settlements don't provide deterrence. The shareholders for the companies pay the settlement. Senior management doesn't pay a dime. And in fact, if you're like Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Chase, you might even get an $8.5 million raise for the settlement of negotiating such a great settlement when your company breaks the law.
And that's sort of another area. You have a housing program that was supposed to spend $50 billion to help struggling homeowners. And as I detail in the book, Geithner admitted to us that it was really more about, in his words, foaming the runway for the banks. And the result, a program that to date has spent just around 3 of the $50 billion
Treasury Secretary admitted
foaming the runway for the banks.
That was more about foaming the runway for the banks.
What he said was that the banks can handle a certain number of million of foreclosures over a certain period of time. Any more than that would put them in jeopardy. And this program would help foam the runway, help stretch out the foreclosure crisis. And that's why more money has been spent. More TARP money went to American Express, a credit card company, than went to help all the struggling homeowners. The $4 million that this program was supposed to help and didn't deliver.
How do you break that?
So I don't think you could get a better contextualization of the political juggernaut that was on display from leaders that millions of people look to for guidance and representation for the interest of the American people. I was always stunned to watch Bernie Sanders call out Wall Street's business model as fraud, but never be able to follow it up with the details necessary to prove to the world who did what, when, and how, and why. And the same goes for Elizabeth Warren, a woman, a senator, a leader who has extraordinary legal capacity, has demonstrated being on the morally convicted for the right on many, many occasions. But as many of us have been disappointed by our political process, like Bernie, had learned that Ms. Warren was never able to ultimately put the financial system in the crosshairs in a way that would actually show the criminality of what she completely infers and expects another aspect of government to be able to bring to light, such that the American people would have the exact information to understand how this whole thing worked, which is why I was always confused in the 2008-9 era when the world was falling on my head, like millions of people, that literally nothing made sense. And so one day, miraculously, I happened to be channel surfing on a Sunday afternoon, and I came across something that would change my life.
But what might happen at this point if, in fact, they keep from us the true health of the banks?
Well, then the banks will, as they did in Japan, either stay enormously weak or the Treasury will be forced to increasingly absurd giveaways of taxpayer money. We've seen how horrific AIG, right? And remember, they kept secret from everyone what
AIG
they were doing with, Treasury. And both administrations, the Bush administration and now the Obama administration, kept secret from us what was being done with AIG. AIG was being used secretly to bail out favored banks like UBS and like Goldman Sachs, Secretary Paulson's firm that he had come from being CEO. It got the largest amount of money, $12.9 billion, and they didn't want us to know that. And it was only congressional pressure, and not congressional pressure, by the way, on Geithner, but congressional pressure on AIG, where Congress said, we will not give you a single penny more unless we know who received the money. And you know, when he was Treasury Secretary, Paulson created a recommendation group to tell Treasury what they ought to do with AIG, and he put Goldman Sachs on it.
Even though Goldman Sachs had a big vested stake.
Massive stake, and even though he had just been CEO of Goldman Sachs before becoming Treasury Secretary. Now, in most stages in American history, that would be a scandal of such proportions that he wouldn't be allowed in civilized society.
Yeah, like a conflict of interest, it seems.
Massive conflict.
So how did they get
interest.
away with it?
I don't know whether we've lost our capability of outrage or whether the cover-up has been so successful that people just don't have the facts to react to it.
Who's going to get the facts?
We need some chairmen or chairwomen in Congress to hold the necessary hearings, and we can blast this out. But if you leave the failed CEOs in place, it isn't just that they're terrible business people, though they are, and it isn't just that they lack integrity, though they do, because they were engaged in these frauds, but they're not going to disclose the truth about the assets.
And we have to know that in order to know what?
To know everything, to know who committed the frauds, whose bonuses we should recover, how much the assets are worth, how much they should be sold for, is the bank insolvent such that we should resolve it in this way. It's the predicate, right? You need to know the facts to make intelligent decisions, and they're deliberately leaving in place the people that cause the problem because they don't want the facts. And this is not new. The Reagan administration's central priority at all times during the savings and loan crisis was covering up the losses.
So you're saying that people in power, political power and financial power, act in concert when their own behinds are in the ringer, right?
That's right, and it's particularly a crisis that brings this out, because then the class of the bankers says, you got to keep the information away from the public or everything will collapse, right? If they understand how bad it is, they'll run for the exits.
Yeah, this week in New York at this conference, you described this as more than a financial crisis. You called it a moral crisis.
Yes.
Why?
Because it is a fundamental lack of integrity, but also because if you look back at crises, an economist who was also a presidential appointee as a regulator in the savings loan industry, right here in New York, Larry White wrote a book about the savings loan crisis, and he said, you know, one of the most interesting questions is why so few people engaged in fraud? Because objectively, you could have gotten away with it, but only about 10% of the CEOs engaged in fraud. So 90% of them were restrained by ethics and integrity. So far more than law or by FBI agents, it's our integrity that often prevents the greatest abuses. And what we had in this crisis, instead of the savings and loan, is the most elite institutions in America engaging or facilitating fraud.
This wound that you say has been inflicted on American life, the loss of workers' income and security and pensions and future, happened because of the misconduct of a relatively few very well-heeled people in very well-decorated corporate suites, right? It was relatively a handful of people.
And their ideologies, which swept away regulation. So, in the example, regulation means that cheaters don't prosper. So instead of being bad for capitalism, it's what saves capitalism. Honest purveyors prosper is what we want, and you need regulation and law enforcement to be able to do this. The tragedy of this crisis is it didn't need to happen at all.
When you wake up in the middle of the night thinking about your work, what do you make of that? What do you tell yourself?
There's a saying that we took great comfort in. It's actually by the Dutch, who were fighting this impossible war for independence against what was then the most powerful nation in the world, Spain. And then their motto was, it is not necessary to hope in order to persevere. Now, going forward, get rid of the people that have caused the problems. That's a pretty straightforward thing as well. Why would we keep CEOs and CFOs and other senior officers that had caused the problems? That's facially nuts. That's our current system. So stop that, the current system. We're hiding the losses instead of trying to find out the real losses. Stop that, because you need good information to make good decisions, right? Follow what works instead of what's failed. Start appointing people who have records of success instead of records of failure. That would be another nice place to start. There are lots of things we can do. Even today, as late as it is, even though they've had a terrible start to the administration, they could change, and they could change within weeks. And by the way, the folks who are the better regulators, they paid their taxes, so you can get them through the vetting process a lot quicker.
William Black, thank you very much for being with me on The Journal.
Thank you so much.
Prior to this moment, I had been around the block. I knew how things worked and were supposed to work, and I had seen plenty of things that made my eyebrows, go up, or completely shocked me in my lifetime. But nothing prepared me for that moment in which a voice out of nowhere that I never saw before, never understood, suddenly rang true like a bolt of clarity. And I was, prior to that, thinking about how systems work. And we all know that if you get on a ship, we know that there's systems in play to make technology work. And there's a captain of ship that helms the ship so that we get from point A to point B, point Z successfully. Same with being on an airplane, same with our computers running. But why was the world of the economy collapsing on my head? It made no sense. And so on that moment, I just got busy trying to figure out how things work. And because I am a producer, I know how to try to put what works together, but I had never anticipated what was to come. I got lucky. I found a guy who shared my sort of resolve, my belief in liberty, and that democracy matter above all else, who was from one of the most successful families in the country. And I'll never forget when he said to me, if you can figure out how we went from of, by, and for the people to of, for, and by the corporation, I'm in. So the first thing I did was I called my colleague, Eric Vaughn, a guy I've worked side by side with for a very long time, one of the most talented and resourceful and committed and, quite frankly, innovative people I'd ever met. And I said, hey, man, I've got this idea. And I started to lay it out on him. And he started to call me Captain Ahab in search of the white whale. Yeah, he mocked me, and it was unfortunate. One of my favorite people in the world made me feel like I was chasing something that could never be found. But I can tell you, after 13 years, the Odyssey led us to the truth, and we were able to put it all together. And it started with a series that we created called The Con. And here it is. I'm neither an economist or a scholar. I'm just an average American who lost my home and very nearly my family to foreclosure when the market imploded. And I've spent almost every day since trying to find out why. Once the dust settled, it quickly became clear that my story was no different than millions of other Americans. We all thought that we were alone. We all thought that we'd failed. But none of us really knew why.
With a gun in her hand, Addie Polk apparently shot herself in the chest as deputies were knocking on her door with eviction papers in hand.
This dramatic increase in mortgage fraud cases was the canary in the mine. It was the warning.
This was money chasing people. This was not somebody looking for a loan.
It was all designed to maximize profits for all of the different players.
The person who sold you a loan made more money if they sold you a higher rate loan.
They were sold a lie.
They're selling to their very clients these loans that they know are a disaster.
I lost my home, not because of money, because of fraud.
I don't believe Addie Polk took out the mortgage on her home. I don't believe she signed any documents.
They just generated all this junk, took home huge bonuses, and then when it collapsed, they said, oh, not us.
This notion that the financial crisis was there wasn't fraud and there wasn't crime is absolutely wrong. It's dead.
They were targeting, in many cases, minorities.
We were waiting for the leadership to say, go. That never happened.
The investigation was suppressed.
This was all part of the same puzzle that was falling apart.
This is the largest conspiracy of lies in the history of the world.
This investigation has just begun.
So it brings me great pleasure and honor to introduce you to my partner on this journey, a guy who's much more talented than I ever could be, and someone who is responsible for piecing together everything that we found. And I'd like to welcome Eric here for a few words as we try to bring these monumental truths to the world in desperate need of them. Eric, what are your thoughts, bud?
Well, geez, first of all, thanks for the very kind introduction, and seriously, don't shortchange your own talents there, my man. We know that we're here we're here today right now because of them.
Well, I know that we live in a very loud universe, and we are professionals in this game in terms of trying to find ways to an audience. Why do you think it's so difficult for people to absorb the truth when we're surrounded by an ocean of lies?
I mean, I can speculate a little bit. I mean, for me, with the con, I mean, and as a documentarian, because that's how I see myself and identify myself as, it's my currency is in empiricism, right? Which means that it's incredibly important that we vet every bit of information that we're going to go and then, display out to people. I mean, I think that it's kind of a solemn responsibility of anybody who works in the media to be extraordinarily careful, with telling stories so that you're not misrepresenting them, and that you're able to convey actual, real information and real stories so that people can actually trust, the data that they're collecting in order to make decisions in their own lives. And I think that for a long time, our media industry was much better about that, whether it was the news or other documentaries or whatever the case might be. And I think that to a great extent, much like we've seen in several other, sectors and factors, within our culture and society, is that you build up a brand of trust, right? And then you exploit the shit out of it, right? I mean, and I think that that's what we see, is that I think that people understand that there was a lot of credit that was built up by some of the titans of the news industry and in the documentary industry and so on and so forth, who actually felt that solemn, responsibility, to convey information and data that they vetted, that they understood to be the best collected, most objectively true bits of data, and then having it properly analyzed, which is the whole other part of it too, right? Because you can have a lot of great data. If the analysis of it is poor, then you've just wasted all that great data. And I don't think that very many people understand that there's two components that are both at work here. But without getting too much in the weeds, I think that that because of that tremendous amount of credit that was built, and the fact that, we had generations of people who grew to trust the news, because they grew up on Walter Cronkite and, in titans like that, that when other people came in and started to act like a Walter Cronkite, talk like a Walter Cronkite, have all the affectations and all the production around them, of a source that they could trust, that they were able to take advantage of an awful lot of people. And as that sort of rot crept in, I just think that that became more and more the norm, that this whole concept of journalistic ethics became secondary to business concerns. And what's going to be the biggest, most sensational way to convey something in order to attract advertisers' money. And I think that the slippery slope just continued from there.
Well, in our journey, and we've been working together, I think now, 16, 17 years. It's been extraordinary.
Oh, wow.
And I trust you more than anybody on earth. And you and I are moving forward and calibrating our efforts into Muckraker Media because there is a world that has exploited, as you've so accurately portrayed, this race to the bottom where lies and deception are the currency and the value of a society. And we all know that in the end, that only collapses, as it already has. And so you're coming from the perspective of not only being a husband, a father, a great owner of dogs that we love so much, but also you run a company and you're responsible for people that work with us and for you, and all of those things coming to in this task, this extraordinary task that we were able to display in the con. What did the con for you mean in terms of the broader sort of being of Eric Vaughn, of where we are today?
We were given the time and the resources to tell a very big and complex story in a way that brought those two elements together, where we knew that we were gathering extremely good and objective data, and that we were bringing in the minds and the people who had the ability to properly analyze it in order to weave together a story that I feel like we can honestly say that when we sit back and present the con out to the public, that this is our best attempt at getting to the absolute truth of this story. And I think that being able to have, something that's tangible, that's out there in the world, that holds those values is something incredibly important to me. And I hope it's something that I imbue in every work that I do. But most certainly the con being what it is, that it was by far and away the largest and most elaborate construction of that, in a projection of my values as a documentarian that I think that, that I've ever had the opportunity to be part of.
And what I discovered along the way, I mean, I remember when you first dropped into my life, man, I thought you were Ian Astonbury of the Cult, the lead singer of the Cult. But as I grew and got to know you, you became Michelangelo. And this is the Sistine Chapel, man. It's extraordinary piece of truth that will stand the test of time. But it's time to penetrate the bubble, because there are 48 to 50 to 150 million people depending on this truth getting out there. So thank you for joining us this morning. We're going to move on to our friends that are there at the Federal Reserve right now. So thank you, Eric.
Take care.
Okay. So this does not happen without many, many people that have given me the inspiration to move forward and to be a part of what we're doing. And I believe I'm seeing our friend Paris out in front of the Federal Reserve right now. And so we'll start with Paris. Paris, please tell us your truth of why you are here and what you are doing, and make sure you're not on mute.
Start talking. Yeah.
Hi, Patrick. Hi, everyone.
A little louder.
My name is Paris Stubbe. I'm here at the Fed. I am a forensic paralegal. I've been in the business for 30 years. I'm here at the Fed with people protesting because the Federal Reserve enacted FRA 13.3 illegally by handing criminals $29 trillion to bail out the criminals that caused the collapse. Meanwhile, all of us are losing our homes. I created a fact report. I've done over 400 of them. They are a white-collar crime scene. I'm also here with some of the victims, you can see back here, that have lost their homes illegally or are still fighting for 10 years. Judges and attorneys are ignoring the law to protect the crimes that you're being told about on the podcast. I connected with the con because the con is the truth. Everything that you are listening to today in the broadcast is truth. Everything that you are learning, I see in the courts, and they're covering it up, and they're stealing our homes. See if you can. You guys want to say anything?
Yes, please.
Save our homes. Save our homes. Save our homes. Save our homes.
Save our homes. Save our homes.
If I may, so December 23rd, please follow me, Harrison Chisora Schultz on Facebook. And December 23rd is the 109th anniversary of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, which is what caused this housing crisis to happen in the very first historical place. We're going to talk about that. And we're also going to call our Congress reps for HR 2990, the 112th Congress, the National Emergency Employment Defense Act. It was written by Dennis Kucinich in 2011. He asked Occupy Wall Street to endorse this bill in 2011. None of us would be here right now. Addie Polk would probably be alive had Occupy Wall Street endorsed the National Emergency Employment Defense Act. So we're all going to call our Congress reps at the same time, December 23rd, tell them to read this bill. Please join me, all of you, please join me. And it's going to take legislative reform, like chanting and we need actual legislation. So please read the NEED Act.
I wanted to tell you that white collar crimes, everything that you're listening to, you guys have heard it several times in the news and you read it in the paper and online. We are real victims. We are not ticks on a balance sheet. We're real people that are losing our homes. I've had clients commit suicide. Addie Polk, as you've seen, committed suicide. We're not foam on the runway. We are not trash to be taken out. We are real people suffering. I've been fighting personally since 2009. I've had 3 foreclosures. I've won each and every one of them, but I know they can still come back after me. So we really need everyone to spread the word. Watch The Con. The Con is your blueprint to salvation. There is nothing else for you to know at that point. But to get out here in the streets with us, we're going to keep on doing it.
Hey, Paris, can you give us Ann there? I'd like to hear from Ann Chin, if you don't mind.
Hi.
Ann,
Is the question?
tell us who you are and why you're there.
Yeah, why you're there. That's the question. Yep. Okay. So I'm here because basically I've always cared about justice. And in 2013, I got a foreclosure notice after I'd gotten an illegal loan in 2005, along with a lot of other people, and ended up, it's a long story, but basically I ended up with 2 children by myself, raising my kids by myself, and fighting this 2013 foreclosure that happened. And I had put $150,000 into the house. It was already, all those years of payments already done, okay, and remodeling. My husband was in construction and subcontractor. We had decent jobs. We could have afforded a home at that time. That was no problem. But we got targeted for an illegal loan, with an illegal loan that was based on a false appraisal that apparently, I'm not going to go into why they did what they did, but Wall Street greed was behind it. That I know. And so in 2013, started the foreclosure process. Went through 6 years after being involved with Occupy. Went through 6 years of fraud foreclosure. Had an assignment like these assignments that are posted behind me. These assignments are all fraud-based assignments. Assignments that first of all, the people had no right to the homes to begin with, and then they were allowed to put fake documents in the land records as well. So, it's one, the court is just turning a blind eye to these forged documents. But the more important thing, of course, is to the people coming in don't actually haven't suffered any injury. So there's no reason why these people coming in should be getting people's homes. Here's another one. You can see here, there was a misprint. It looks like a misprint. They're actually using these kinds of misprints to fraud people and the courts out of homes. It's supposed to be BlackBerry. It says Blackleberry. This person got defrauded out of their home because of what looks like a typo, but it was actually fraud. So these are the kinds of things that's happening. That's why I'm out here. I'm out here because I did lose my home after 6 years of trying really hard to hold on to it. And I'm really mad because I worked really hard for that. And me and my family deserve to have a home. And so, and I think everybody else does too. People should be allowed to have a home. There shouldn't be capitalist vultures trying to do everything they can to take away people's homes just because they want to put more money in their pockets. So that's why I'm here.
Well, Ann,
what Ann said, these forgeries, you have to understand that attorneys are directing these forgeries, they're entering them into court, and it's felony. And no matter how hard my clients tell the judge these are forgeries, these people don't have the authority to assign anything. They don't have authority to do any of it. They don't care. They just give it to the banks because they're covering up fraud. Massive. What was he saying?
No, that's it.
Okay.
It was some feedback.
Oh, okay. So, yeah.
Okay, so Paris and Ann and everybody there, thank you for that. I've got the chills looking at documentation fraud on the fence, right with the Federal Reserve in the background, because that illustrates perfectly what we're trying to bring to the public. Millions upon millions of people have had this happen, and the Federal Reserve provided the liquidity to the criminals that buried the American dream, and that's not hyperbole. So we're going to go on now to two unique characters that I consider, in addition to the women that you just saw at the Federal Reserve, my angels, who have spent countless hours supporting this effort to get this truth forward. And the first person I want to bring on here is Rebecca Becky Johnson, who is one of my favorite human beings on the earth. And I'm so, so grateful, Becky, for everything that you have done for us. Please speak your truth.
Well, I'm part of the foam on the runway. I didn't choose to be this way, but here I am. Patrick, I put my story in the con. I lost my house to foreclosure and I didn't want to tell anyone. I was embarrassed. The only people that knew were the attorneys and the people that I was trying to fight this foreclosure and fraud. It was a liar's loan. These people come to my house on a refi. I didn't borrow extra money, but they came to my house on a refi and they told me it was a 30-year balloon. When I signed it, it said a 15-year balloon. They said it was a typo. You can see this in the con, but they said it was a typo and that they would forward me the fixed papers, and I had 3 days to rescind. I did rescind on the second day because I didn't receive anything. The broker gave me his phone number and his email to rescind the loan. So about a month later, I got a bill in the mail for that 15-year balloon loan, and I couldn't believe it. I went to attorneys, I did everything. And at that time, this was like 2000. At that time, no one really understood what was going on. And I fought this for 7 or 8 years, got myself on Good Morning America, which you can't find that footage anymore since the crash. But I walked away from that loan and I walked away from that house, but I did not walk away from fighting justice. And I will never stop doing this. This is wrong. These people are forging your names. My name is Brenda Weesey on paper on a loan. That's not my name. My name is Rebecca Weesey. And the only other name I've ever went by is Mom or Becky. And it's ridiculous what they're doing to America. And people should not be ashamed. There's attorneys, there's doctors, there's nurses, hardworking people that have paid for their houses. We've all paid for our houses. And they took our freaking houses from us, paid. They put us in loans that we could never refinance. The day that I found out I had that loan that it didn't rescind, I tried to refinance and I tried every single year. And I was told the house is upside down from day one. It was in a fixed loan, a 15-year balloon that at year 15, you owe all of the principal left on the house. And there's no way to get out of that loan or refinance it. There's no way. They knew they'd get it. And my house was part of a bundled deal, mortgage-backed security deal. Okay. And they shorted it out. And here we sat homeless. We don't have our homes. We're renters. We're renters. That's what they have done to us. And Patrick has the truth, and people need to listen to this, and people need to come forward with their stories, because this is honest to God, good, hardworking, white or blue collared Americans that are losing our homes because of these banks and what they've done. And they get bailed out. They get bailed out. We don't have the bailouts. They tell us there's help for modifications. The modifications don't mean anything. I did a strategic foreclosure. I wasn't foreclosed on because I didn't pay my bill. I did a strategic foreclosure because I went to an attorney and she said, you'll never be able to fight them. You have to let them take you to court. Then you can counterclaim. I did that. And I had a judge look me in the eye when she could see that my name was not Brenda, and she could see all the work that I had done on investigating what they did, and I found it out. And the judge took me in the back, looked me in the eye, and told me, you got to make a deal. You got to make a deal. You're not going to win. They're too big. You're not going to win. And you know what that deal was? Walk away. Well, I walked away from the house, but I'm not walking away from justice.
Becky, give us an idea of how much this cost you in your life at that time.
I went through a divorce. I was not a very good mom at that time. My kids were in sports, and I was running late for all their games. People would go to bed at night and say, hey, are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? Yeah. They'd wake up for school and work in the morning, and I'm still up at the computer working on researching this, trying to figure out what happened. And this was prior to the crash. Once the crash happened, I kind of figured it out. And I got papers that they hid from me. I did Aaron Brockovich work, but I got the papers, and they say Brenda Weesey. They showed cars that I never owned. BMV has records of what I have owned. BMV knows my driver's license and my driving record and everything that I've ever had or registered to me, my car. And the 2 cars that are on my home loan mortgage are never been my cars. I've never had a loan. Oh, I had a new car, but not the 2 they had listed. They lied. Now, if I would have lied about my assets, I'd be in jail. But they lied, and they're not in jail. They're rich. They're rich.
And everybody thought you were crazy, didn't they?
Of course they do. Of course they do. People don't understand. But just because your house or your loan might seem okay right now, be careful, because it can sneak up on you. You have no idea when you go to sell that house or you go to refinance that house, you're going to find fraud, because it's everywhere. It's everywhere on these loans. They're liars' loans.
I've known you for some time now because destiny brought us together on this project, but you're tireless and you never stop fighting for the right thing. You never stop fighting for justice. Why have you committed so much of yourself to being able to bring this truth, to pierce the veil of the madness that has ignored the largest criminal conspiracy and cover-up in history?
Because it's wrong. It's a lie. And number 2, I have grandchildren that I want them to have the American dream. I had it. I still have an American dream, but someone stole it from me. My grandchildren don't know grandma's house. They should, but they don't. They go to grandma's apartment. Okay. That's not right. That is not right. I worked hard for what I had. And I want my grandchildren to be able to have a home and never have this happen to them. And that's why I fight, and I will fight till the day I die.
Well, Becky, thank you for your extraordinary everything. We appreciate you. And on behalf of Liberty and Justice for All, you're the shining beacon. Thank you.
Onwards. Thank you, Patrick.
Onwards. And on that note, I'd like to introduce another of my angels, Roseanne Rabiola Mile, who comes to us from Nevada, originally from Chicago, but who I call Mighty Mouse, a woman who never, ever quits driving forward to tell the world the truth. Are you there, Roseanne?
I'm here. I can't tell you what an inspiration the con has been to me. And I've been around a little while, okay? And my story's different from my sisters, Paris and Becky. I'm 16 years old, right? I'm in Chicago. I'm going to get my driver's license. Okay, I'm driving through the course with the guy. I'm going into a 3-point turn. He takes his hand and he puts it on the seat, patting the seat. And he says to me, I'm hungry. I need breakfast. The guy is looking for a payoff from 16-year-old me. Do I know corruption? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do I trust the establishment? No, I don't trust them. Why? They lie, they cheat, they steal. They make money for themselves. And they tell all their friends, all these potential voters, come with me. Keep your mouth shut. It's okay. There's something in it for you. Oh, yeah. There's something in it for you, all right. Okay. I love it that Becky had an American dream. There was no American dream for me. Man, I didn't even window shop because I knew I'd never have the money. Okay? I wouldn't have the money. Why would I want to go window shop and look for stuff I could never afford? A house? Are you kidding me? You are kidding, of course, right? I know corruption. I want people to watch the con. I want them to make all the connections. I want them to put it all together because the con does just that. We're all connected, kids. We're all connected. I'm not going to let no loudmouth guy in some fancy suit get one over on me. I'll find every which way possible to get over, under, around, in between. Watch the con. It's real simple. You can even watch it for frickin' free. Go to your library. Go to an app called Hoopla. Hoopla, the Hoopla app. You can see it for free. Ain't no excuse. No excuse. Patrick, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank Eric enough. I can't thank all the people that brought me into the truth. Patrick, you're something else. The con is something else.
Well, thank you, Roseanne. And you are the heartbeat of this, and you come from a previous generation where people bled into the streets to fight injustice, and we need millions more of them to find their way to the truth now. And without you, we can't get there. So thank you for everything. Stay tuned. We'll move on with the rest of the show. So you might be asking yourself, okay, Patrick, I've seen this sort of understanding about, Bernie Sanders called out Wall Street for fraud, but he never actually decided or told us exactly what it was. Elizabeth Warren was for years and years and years in investigation committees and online and in public appearances and everything else telling us about the revolving door and corruption, but she never identified exactly what the corruption was. And you might ask yourself, well, why is that? I've been asking myself that the whole time. But as we saw, the chairman of the the New York Federal Reserve referred to Americans as literally expendable for something that is more important than what? Government of, by, and for the people? Well, you might ask yourself, well, how in the world is any of this possible? Don't we have regulations? Don't we have laws? Don't we have people that are professionals in power that if there was such a gargantuan criminal enterprise underway, that wouldn't we have the ability to thwart it because we're the United States, because we have institutions like the Federal Bureau of Investigations and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission and AGs around the country? Well, yeah, you would think that's the case. In fact, if you put the sum total of all of those agencies together, we're looking at about $70 billion per annum with tens of thousands of people that are there to protect the United States citizenry. But if you look at the facts, and there was over 50 million people directly impacted by this, many devastated, thrown into the streets, created suicides, created divorces beyond our comprehension that were never heard from by our media. And then ultimately, what's happened over the course of the last 13 years? Many people started wondering, what the heck is COVID? What the heck is going on in a myriad of situations, which has led to the devastation of a post-truth society where nobody understands how things work. So let's start with an amalgamation of the beginning when Senator Byron Dorgan filibustered on the floor of the House in 1999 when he tried valiantly to prevent what's known as deregulation from taking over a system that would ultimately, at least in theory, decriminalize criminal behavior by the most powerful in our society. Take a look at what this sounded like in 1999.
I come to the floor in a circumstance where I will not support the legislation that is before the Senate today. But before I describe the reasons for that, let me say that I certainly admire the craftsmanship and the legislative skill of the senator from Texas, the senator from Maryland, the senator from Connecticut, and so many others who played a role in bringing this legislation to the floor. Frankly, I didn't think they were going to get it done, but they did, and in the final hours of the Congress, they bring a piece of legislation to the floor that is called financial modernization. I know they feel passionately and strongly that it is the right thing to do. For other reasons, I feel very strongly that it is the wrong thing to do. But I don't come to denigrate their work, only to say we have a philosophical disagreement about this legislation. I'd like to describe why. This legislation repeals provisions of the Glass-Steagall Act, named after Carter Glass, a senator from Virginia, and Henry Steagall, a congressman from Alabama, the primary authors. It will allow banks and security underwriters to affiliate with one another. It will repeal other similar provisions in banking laws to allow banks and insurance firms to marry up. It will allow new kinds of activities permitted within a financial holding company. I want to describe why I think in many ways this bill is some kind of version of Back to the Future. I believe that when this legislation is enacted, and I expect it likely will be, it certainly will get substantial numbers of votes in the Senate and the House, and this conference report, the President will sign it, I think we will see immediately even a greater level of concentration and merger activity in the financial services industries. When that happens, when there is this aggressive move towards even greater concentration, and I might say that the concentration we have seen recently ought to be alarming to all of us, but when this increased concentration occurs, I think we ought to ask the question, will this be good for the consumer, or will it hurt the consumer? We know it will be probably good for those that are combining and merging. They do that because it's in their interest. Will it be in the public's interest? Will the consumer be served by larger and larger companies? Bank mergers, in fact, in the last year, held the top spot in the amount of mergers, $250 billion in bank mergers in the past year. That's $250 billion out of $1.6 trillion in mergers. In banks in this country, 10 companies hold 30% of all the domestic deposits and are expected to hold more than 40% of all domestic deposits, all the assets rather, should the pending bank mergers that now exist be approved. Let me say that again. 10 banks will control 40% of all the assets if the pending bank mergers that now exist will be approved. After news that there was a compromise in this financial services modernization bill, in the late hours, there was a compromise that made it look like there was going to be a bill passed by Congress. I noted that the stock values of likely takeover targets jumped in some cases by $8 a share. That ought to tell us what's on the horizon. The conference report that's before us dropped even a minimal House bill provision that would have required an annual GAO report to Congress on market concentration in financial services for the next 5 years. I mean, even that minimal step that was in the House bill was dropped by this conference report. Now, what does it mean if we have all of this concentration and merger activity? Well, the bigger they are, the less likely this government can allow them to fail. That's why we have a doctrine in this country with some banks, and that some is a growing list, of something called too big to fail. The too big to fail problem means that we have had over some past years 11 banks in America that have become so big that they are not allowed to fail. Their failure would be catastrophic to our economy, and so therefore they can't fail. Now that 11 banks, the list of 11, the too big to fail, has grown actually. Now it's 21 banks. There are 21 banks that are now too big to fail in this country. We are told by the Federal Reserve Board that the largest mega banks in this country are so-called LCBOs. That's the acronym for them, the Large Complex Banking Organization. They need, according to the Federal Reserve Board, customized supervision because their complexity and size have reached a scale and diversity that would threaten the stability of financial markets around the world in the event of failure. Let me read something from the Fed Bank president from Richmond. This is a Fed Bank regional president saying it. Here's the risk. When a bank's balance sheet has been weakened by financial losses, the safety net creates adverse incentives that economists refer to as a, quote, moral hazard, unquote. He continues, since the bank is insured, its depositors will not necessarily rush to withdraw deposits, even if knowledge of the bank's problems begin to spread because this bank is too big to fail. In those circumstances, the bank has an incentive to pursue relatively risky loans and investments in hopes that higher returns will strengthen its balance sheets and ease the difficulty. If the gamble fails, the insurance fund and ultimately the taxpayers are left to absorb the losses. And he continues by saying, I'm sure you remember that not very long ago, the SNL bailout billed taxpayers for well over $100 billion. Again, quoting the chairman of the Richmond Federal Reserve Board Bank, the point I want to make in the context of bank mergers is that the failure of a large merged banking organization could be very costly to resolve. Additionally, the existence of such organizations could exacerbate the so-called too big to fail problem and the risks it prevents. Consequently, I continue to quote him, consequently, I believe the current merger wave has intensified the need for a fresh review of the safety net, specifically the breadth of the deposit insurance coverage with an eye towards reform. This bill addresses a lot of issues, but it does nothing to deal with mega banks engaged in derivative activities. I don't know if many know it, but we have something like $33 trillion value of derivatives in this country. Insured banks in this country are trading in derivatives on their own proprietary accounts. You could just well put a roulette wheel in the bank lobby. That's what it is. I've tried, and incidentally, I offered an amendment talking about suggesting we should worry about regulation of hedge funds, for example, regulation of derivatives in which banks are trading in derivatives on their own proprietary accounts. Couldn't get it through the Senate. You think there's not risk here? There is dramatic risk, and it is increasing. And this piece of legislation acts as if it doesn't exist. It ignores it. As I indicated, I offered amendments on the floor of the Senate when this bill was originally here to stop bank speculation in derivatives in their own proprietary accounts, and also to take a look at some regulation, sensible regulation of risky hedge funds, but those amendments were rejected. The philosopher and author once said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." We have a piece of legislation on the floor today that I hope very much, for the sake of those who, not only those who vote for it and believe in it, but for the American people's sake that will eventually have to pick up the piece. I hope this works. I worry very much that the fusing together of the idea of banking, which requires not just safety and soundness to be successful, but the perception of safety and soundness. If a banking enterprise is perceived not to be safe and sound, even if it is safe and sound, the mere perception of it not being safe and sound leads to its failure. To merge something that requires the perception of safety and soundness in ways with, yes, through affiliates and firewalls and this, but to merge it with inherently risky, speculative activity is, in my judgment, unwise. I don't usually quote William Safire. I guess I've done it a couple times on the floor of the Senate, and I suppose we all look for things that are comforting to our point of view. But William Safire wrote a piece 2 days ago in the New York Times. He said, "Americans are unaware that Congress and the President have just agreed to put us all at extraordinary financial and personal risk." And then he talks about the risk of allowing the coupling of inherently risky enterprises with our banking system that requires the perception of safety and soundness. I personally just think it is unwise. I don't denigrate those that feel otherwise. I mean, there's room for disagreement here. I may be dead wrong. I mean, it may be that I am hopelessly old-fashioned, that the lessons learned in the 1930s when we had this galloping behavior by people that felt nothing was ever going to go wrong, and you could do banking and securities and all this together, and it just kind of put it in a tossed salad and it'd be just fine. And then we saw, of course, massive failure across this country, and people understood, you know something, we did something wrong here. We allowed the financial institutions, and especially banks in this country, to be involved in circumstances that were inherently risky, and it was a dumb thing to do. And the result was we created barriers saying, let's not let that happen again. Let's never let that happen again. And those barriers are now being torn down with a bill called financial modernization. Well, I mean, I remember a couple of circumstances that have existed more recently. I wasn't around during the bank failures of the 1930s. And I wasn't around for the debate that persuaded a Congress to enact Glass-Steagall and a range of other protections. But I was here when, in the early 1980s, it was decided that we should expand the opportunities for savings and loans to do certain things. And they began to broker deposits. They took off. They'd take a sleepy little savings and loan in some town and take off like a Roman candle. And pretty soon they had a multi-billion-dollar organization. And they would decide that they would use that organization to park junk bonds. We had a savings and loan out in California that had over 50% of its assets in junk bonds. At one point, the perversion, let me describe the ultimate perversion, the hood ornament on stupidity. The United States government owned non-performing junk bonds in the Taj Mahal Casino. Let me say that again. The United States government ended up owning non-performing junk bonds in the Taj Mahal Casino in Atlantic City. How'd that happen? Savings and loans were able to buy junk bonds. The savings and loans went belly up, the junk bonds were non-performing, and the U.S. government ended up with those junk bonds. Was that a perversion? Of course it was. But it's an example of what has happened when we decide under the course of a term called modernization to forget the lessons of the past, to forget that there are certain things that are inherently risky and they ought not be fused or merged with the enterprise of banking that requires the perception and, of course, the reality, but especially the perception of safety and soundness. Last year, we had a failure of an organization called LTCM, Long-Term Capital Management. It was an organization run by some of the smartest people in the world, I guess, in the area of finance. They had Nobel laureates helping run this place. won the Nobel Prize in economics. They had some of the smartest folks in Wall Street. They put together a lot of money, and they had this hedge fund, unregulated hedge fund. They had invested in more than $1 trillion in derivatives, this fund. More than $1 trillion in derivative values. And when, with all of the smartest folks around, and all this money, and an enormous amount of leverage, when it looked like this firm was going to go belly up, just flat out broke, guess what happened? On a Sunday, Mr. Greenspan and the Federal Reserve Board decided to convene a meeting of corresponding banks and others who had an interest in this, saying, you got to save long-term capital management. You got to save this hedge firm in New York, because if you don't, there will be catastrophic results for the economy. The hit will be too big. So you have this unregulated, risky activity out there in the economy, and you have one firm that has $1 trillion in derivative values out there, and enormous risk, and with all their brains, it doesn't work. They're going to go belly up. And so who bears the burden of that? Federal government, Federal Reserve Board. Now, we've got the GAO doing an investigation to find out the circumstance of all that. I'm very interested in, you know, this no-fault capitalism that exists with respect to long-term capital management. Who decides what kind of capitalism is no-fault capitalism? And when and how? And is there a conflict of interest here? The reason I raise this point is this will be replicated again and again and again as long as we bring bills to the floor that talk about financial modernization and refuse to deal with the issue of thoughtful and sensible regulation of things like hedge funds and derivatives. And as long as we bring bills to the floor that say we can connect and couple, we can actually hitch up inherently risky enterprises with the core banking issues in this country. Now, I know, I hear about firewalls. I keep hearing about walls and firewalls and affiliates, all these issues. And you know, I probably know less about them than some others. I will admit that. But I certainly know, having studied and read a great deal about the lessons of history here. And there are, it seems to me, some things that are not old-fashioned. There are some notions that represent transcendental truths that are true over time. And one of those, in my judgment, I fervently believe, is that we are, with this piece of legislation, moving towards greater risk. We are almost certainly moving towards substantial new concentration and mergers in the financial services industry. That is almost certainly not in the interest of consumers. And we are deliberately and certainly with this legislation moving towards inheriting much greater risk in our financial services industries. And so I come to the floor to say that I regret that I cannot support the legislation. Let me end where I began, because this is not one of those issues where I don't respect those who have a different view. I said when I started, and let me say as I close, there is a great deal of legislative skill exhibited on the part of those that put this together. I didn't think they were going to get this done, frankly. I wish they hadn't, but they did. And that's a testament to their skill. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong on this issue, but I believe fervently that 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, we will look back at this moment and say, we modernized the financial services industry because the industry did it itself, and we needed to move ahead and draw a ring around it and provide some guidance and some rules and regulations. I think we will, in 10 years' time, look back and say we should not have done that because we forgot the lessons of the past. And those lessons represented timeless truths that were as true in the year 2000 or 2010 as they were in the year 1930 or 1935. So, Mr. President, I will again indicate that I cannot vote for this legislation, but my hope is that history will prove me wrong and that this will not pose the kind of difficulties and risks that I fear it will for the American people. Let me make one final point. With or without this legislation, because it does not address the two things I just mentioned with respect to the regulation of hedge funds, and especially the issue dealing with the the value of derivatives in this country, $33 trillion, a substantial amount of it held by the 25 largest banks in this country, a substantial amount being traded in proprietary accounts of those banks. We must, with or without this legislation, we must do something to address those issues. That kind of risk overhanging the financial institutions of this country, one day, with a thud, will wake everyone up and lead them to ask the question, why didn't we understand that we had to do something about that? How on earth could we have thought that would continue to exist without a massive problem for the American people and for its financial system? Mr. President, I yield the floor.
And that moment never ceases to amaze me. The wisdom, the professionalism, the vision of then Senator Byron Dorgan, who had since moved on to become the longest serving senator in the history of the United States, laid out before the American people, at least those who were paying attention, why what we called modernization in the financial industry that led to deregulation would create a monumental collapse of the American system. He said that in 1999. He identified every piece of the puzzle. He knew exactly what was going to happen. But what's amazing about that is when he quoted $33 trillion of derivatives, by the time we got to 2006 and 7, there were $600 trillion in notional derivatives made possible by the deregulation that he identified, which took place under the Clinton administration at the end of the second term of the Clinton administration through what was known as the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, that basically put a death knell in the previous legislation that we put together after the Great Depression that buried the world and led to World War II after the Great Depression, known as Glass-Steagall. In this Modernization Act, it also led to the Commodity Futures Modernization Act, which of course led to derivatives. To put this all into perspective, today there's over 1.4 quadrillion in notional value of derivatives on the markets that are insane when you understand exactly how those derivatives are pieced together. When you start to consider and you pull back, how is any of this possible? Again, I go back to the notion of systems that we all expect to work properly. Any of us can buy a ticket to fly in a 747. We might understand just the basics of flight, the forces and dynamics of thrust and drag and lift and weight, but we might not know all the computer systems and the everything that's involved with being able to make that miracle happen. And we certainly do not want people that maybe have seen a few videos online to be able to pilot those fabulous pieces of technology without the proper training. Professionals require thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours of knowledge to be able to operate effectively. So the question becomes, if the entire system of our government predicated on liberty and justice for all, the government of by and for the people, based on the integrity of law, filled with professionals, suddenly collapses completely, that would wind up destroying north of 50 million Americans in the home carnage, in the actual home ownership carnage, but that then tied also through this incredible financial modernization pipelines to pensions. People that had worked their entire lives, that had saved and did what they were supposed to do, their entire lives, lived responsibly, but that were set up in a massively deceptive scheme that ultimately buried municipalities and all sorts of different operations, not just in the United States, but around the world. Ultimately, what you find at this stage of the game is we're all aware of Black Lives Matter. We're all aware of MAGA. Not all of us aware that what we're talking about connects Black Lives Matter, quite frankly, to MAGA. And there's a lot to unpack in that statement, but the devil has a face. And I didn't know it until I learned from the master, as you heard in these prior videos that we showed to you today, from Elizabeth Warren, where she referenced the SNL era, where 1,000 high-level executives went to prison, and also Senator Byron Dorgan. He made the same claim based on we got it right during the S&L crisis. That was all made possible by my mentor and the only legal mind that I believe matters today, by the name of William K. Black, who I believe should be the Attorney General of the United States. But it wasn't until I learned about control fraud that I was actually able to, once and for all, see the forest for the trees. And this is how control fraud works.
So what we discovered in the savings and loan crisis was that fish rot from the head. When the CEO is the crook of a seemingly legitimate organization, they can cause vastly greater losses and damage, precisely because of that seeming legitimacy. In finance, the weapon of choice is accounting. And what we discovered in the savings and loan crisis was that there's a recipe. And the recipe has 4 ingredients. 1, grow like crazy. 2, by making really crappy loans. 3, while employing extreme leverage, and that just means a whole lot of debt compared to equity. And 4, while setting aside only trivial reserves for the inevitable losses that you're going to have. If you follow this recipe, it produces 3 sure things. 1, the bank, the lender, will report record profits. They'll be fictional, but they'll report record profits. 2, under modern executive compensation, the CEO and the other senior folks will promptly be made wealthy. And 3, down the road, you're going to have catastrophic losses from all of this. Because if you think about it, that same recipe is a fabulous way of producing massive losses. And if a bunch of lenders do the same strategy, it's also the optimal way to hyperinflate a bubble. Because after all, what do you do as the bubble gets worse and worse? First ingredient, grow like crazy. And that makes the bubble get bigger and bigger and bigger. But it does something else. And in the trade, we call this is not something we invented as regulators. This is what the industry says. A rolling loan gathers no loss. And to roll a loan is to refinance it. So as long as there's a bubble and housing prices are inflating, if I make a loan to someone who can't repay it, I just make them a bigger loan. And they can use the proceeds of that loan to pay off the last one. And as long as the bubble is hyperinflating, this works, which is why once the bubble stops inflating, you get this massive collapse in these circumstances. So it's really easy. In fact, Jamie Dimon, of all people, the head of JP Morgan, has put in a letter to his shareholders the fraud recipe. Now, he phrases it very slightly differently. He says that it's easy to create low-quality profits today and disastrous losses tomorrow by having lousy underwriting. So this is the couple of key things that are really not obvious to big parts of the world. It's indeed famously one of the most important non-prosecutors in the current crisis refuses to prosecute any of the senior officers. He was in charge of the JP Morgan case, right? Refused to indict any of them, even though he had a whistleblower who gave him a case on a platinum platter, because he said, it doesn't make any sense to me. Banks lose money when they make bad loans. Why would they hurt themselves? And of course, he's confused his pronouns. By they, he means the CEO. And who do they loot? They loot the bank. Those are not the same people. The best way to get rich, title of my book, The Best Way to Rob a Bank is to Own One.
And from that moment forward, I had absolute clarity. I had to understand from my own career that I knew how power could use its influence behind the scenes to get people, particularly within structures, to do what the power, or so those that are in management or somebody who's in a position of control, to dictate. But what I couldn't understand before William Black laid out to us exactly through modern executive compensation and a number of psychological sort of techniques that would enable CEOs of legitimate institutions. And when we think about these institutions, a lot of the times we think of Wall Street and we think of these giant buildings that house some of the smartest, most educated, and most accomplished people in our society. Would it be possible that CEOs could literally run a control fraud? How in the world would they do that to the detriment of society? Well, therein lies how you have to understand how systems operate. Our government is a system. Our government is supposed to be of by and for the people. However, over the course of the last, let's call it 20 years, but on overdrive since Citizens United, we've allowed a backdoor of what's called shadow funding to allow companies to operate without being identified or funders for political campaigns to create specific outcomes. So from that moment forward, that turns upside down, inside out, the notion of democracy, or quite frankly, the notion of a republic, where those who are elected serve us in a way that our aims, what's important to us as citizens, actually are borne out in legislation and how our government operates. In fact, to the contrary. So when we think about systems, and so many people want to actually, champion or blame capitalism or socialism or any other kind of ism, but without understanding how things actually work, everything else is just a facade. And one of the major things that you must wrap your head around is, in this era, what exactly are we? So let's consider the notion of what we think we are in terms of free markets and set that against regulation.
The financial system, where Wall Street is kind of at the top, is supposed to be a support structure for the real economy. It's supposed to provide financing for individuals who want to buy a home, or for anybody who wants to start a company, grow a company, whether it's the corner store or whether it's, Caterpillar or Boeing, right? Starting in the 80s and really taking off in the 1990s, finance really started focusing on enriching itself, much more so than lending to the real economy. And the game was to get the biggest bonus as fast as possible. And that is hard to do when you're just lending to people to get mortgages to buy a home, or for somebody to start a small business or build a small business. It's even hard to make that kind of money when you're lending and financing medium and large businesses. But trading complex derivatives, now there's some money in that. And mainly the trading and investment operations of the banks, as opposed to the lending operations of the banks, basically took over the business model and focus of the too big to fail banks, the biggest banks in the world, even though they did not contribute much to the economy. In fact, most of it was socially useless. John Kay, an economist in London, wrote a book called Other People's Money. And in it, he talks about how, by his calculation and others, Goldman Sachs, by the time of the crash in 2008, less than 10% of the activities of Goldman Sachs actually related to financing activities in the real economy. Well, why is the US taxpayer and the government backing and supporting gigantic, fragile financial institutions engaged in incredibly high risk and dangerous activities that are largely directed to enriching thousands of bankers who are already filthy rich, for the most part, as opposed to supporting banks that lend to the real economy, that allow people to save and build up nest eggs for retirement or for a home, or to put their kids through college, or to finance the pharmacy, the small business, the good idea. That's why the banking system exists, to service the real economy not to be a parasite on the real economy to enrich themselves. And in fact, one of the most telling statistics is in 2007-ish, somewhere in there, the corporate profits of the financial sector in the United States was 40% of all corporate profits. So think about that. The support part of the entire economy was consuming 40% of the total profits. Well, that's a completely unbalanced financial system that's lost its way and is no longer focused on the real economy, which is what America is supposed to be all about. That's what creates economic growth. That's what creates jobs. That's what actually causes wages to go up. That's what enables people to have a higher standard of living and to achieve the American dream. Home ownership, your kids are going to do better than you, they get to go to college. That's what's supposed to happen as a result of the real economy being properly supported by the financial sector. And that was completely gone, by and large, by the 2008 crash.
Sorry for the delay there. And the nature of financialization against the backdrop of other elements of what happened, to put this all into perspective, you have to consider what is free markets in context to regulation. And we'll show you now.
After the Great Depression, we actually looked at what caused the problems, and we actually moved to fix them. At that point, even though FDR had actually been opposed to deposit insurance, he took the bold step of creating deposit insurance. And that stopped these kinds of destructive runs and gave people confidence that they could actually put their money in the bank like you're supposed to, save over 10 years, get enough money for a down payment, and buy your home. Glass-Steagall adopted as part of that same legislation, and they create the Securities and Exchange Commission, again, to give people confidence that they can do the things we're told to do. Invest, right, in a diversified portfolio, all that good type stuff. Well, that makes sense if it's an honest system. If it's dishonest, why would I put my money in that kind of system? In other words, when we stop the crooks, we make capitalism work. And only when we stop the crooks.
And I'm not saying that regulation is always good or that more regulation is always the answer. It's not. Ideology would suggest that you are either in favor of regulation or you're against regulation. Well, what if you're just in favor of smart regulation, better regulation, the most rational regulation possible? Where does that put you? I would suggest that at that point, you're making evidentiary-based decisions about what works the best rather than ideological decisions, more regulation, less regulation, which really doesn't make sense when you think about it. So to me, capitalism and smart regulation go hand in hand. You need them both. And one without the other, I just don't think it works.
When somebody can make a loan to somebody knowing and that loan is not, when it resets, when that adjustable rate comes in, they're not going to be able to afford this. But I will have gotten my fee as the lender or the broker. And I don't care what happens to this person. And that there's nobody in the government who's going to take a look at that and say, oh, no, you can't do that to people. Because independent mortgage companies had almost no regulation over them. So this is what you get when you have no regulation. The institutions should not be able to gouge you. They should not be able to con you. They should not be able to cheat you. And if they do, that we have institutions within the government that ensure that those people pay for it.
Honesty is good business. Rule of law makes honesty something that can actually prevail in a marketplace. Absent the rule of law and vigorous prosecutors and regulators, the cheaters will prosper. In the savings and loan crisis, criminal referrals changed everything because we made public how many criminal referrals we had made. And of course, it was public how many prosecutions had been started. And so the news media, by about 1986, 1987, was filled with, wait a minute, there are 2,000 criminal referrals and there are only 20 cases. What's going on, right? And then it was by 1988, hey, there are 7,000 criminal referrals and only, 50 cases type of thing. And so the Justice Department and the FBI were getting hammered every month with news stories that said, why isn't the Department of Justice prosecuting when you have all these criminal referrals? So we always understood as regulators that our criminal referrals were absolutely critical. President Obama comes in after this catastrophic disaster, absolute failure of regulation, absolute failure of prosecution. And everybody knew that the criminal referral process had been destroyed under President Bush. And again, it would have been great politics. Hypothetical, President Obama, national address. I have been informed to my horror that the criminal referral process and the criminal coordinators were eliminated under my predecessor, and that this is responsible for the complete inability to investigate and prosecute the frauds. I have ordered the following people forthwith to reestablish this process, and we're bringing in the following people who made it such a success story in the past. Not only didn't happen, has not happened even as we speak. Right? Instead, I'm the one who actually got generated finally through Investigative Reporter, the story about the death of the criminal referral process. And the Investigative Reporter from Huffington Post that I talked to called up the Office of Thrift Supervision and got the answer. How many criminal referrals have you done? 0. And remember, we made over 30,000 criminal referrals, the same agency, in a crisis that was less than 100th the size, in which the fraud epidemics were less than 1/1000th this size. And now they make 0 criminal referrals.
So you might be asking yourself, well, wow, now you've got a sense of the methodology, of the reason why there is a profit motive to be able to create deregulation, why there would be a motive to use our politicians that are legislatures to write laws and loopholes and rules to enable corporations to be able to manifest a specific outcome that, through what we call modern executive compensation, actually rewards criminal behavior. But that's just the beginning. So the question you have to ask yourself is, what happens if you pull the cops from the beat? Well, the criminals take over, especially if it's corrupt cops or corrupt players. They're going to do everything they can to be able to loot and steal with impunity, because that's just the way it goes. And the result and the downside of what we just illustrated to you is really who then becomes the targets. And this is a methodology called predation. And predation occurs through what we call asymmetric information, in which people who don't understand the big picture become prey for hyenas of finance. And this is what their main target is.
Addie Polk was specifically targeted for who she was, because she was living in a poor area. She didn't have any direct descendants. She was widowed, and she was a minority.
You can go in mostly poor minority neighborhoods, and you would have people canvassing the neighborhood. knocking on doors, putting flyers in your mailbox. Say, we can help you. We can get that roof fixed. We can get you new windows. And sometimes they would have information on your house that you didn't give them. They would just look up your house. That was commonplace.
The weak, the meek, and the ignorant are our best targets. That's the words they put on paper to describe those folks. So that has meant that the quintessential victim, if you wanted a single face, that face would be of an elderly black woman. That's the quintessential victim of predation in the financial sphere.
Keep in mind, when you had all of these little mortgage companies, these people had to find their victims because they had to keep things going into the pipeline. They had to keep up a certain number. It started in the inner city, but like anything else, when it was getting good and the money was, then it branched out and everybody became fair game. And this is why we have to stop seeing each other by color. Because if it starts over there, it's going to come over here sooner or later. And so as a result, it's now a national problem because everybody knows somebody who lost their home.
The system said that poor and minorities are disposable. The system says that that was simply the cost of doing business. The mortgage company said after Addie shot herself, well, we'll forgive the loan. You should have never made the loan. You should have never made the loan. We'll forgive the loan, but she shot herself already. People can say all lives matter. I say Black lives matter, not because white lives don't matter, but because traditionally when something like this occurs, no one comes to help. Black lives matter, Addie Pope matters, and anyone else who has lost their home, who have lost their life, they matter. I hope, I pray that we can come to some sort of common ground that people need protection from those who are seeking to make profit. People need protection.
When I joined Washington Mutual, we were the largest lender in the state of Washington. Shortly after joining, Kerry Killinger, the chairman and CEO, went on a buying spree, and we started buying all kinds of institutions. I don't even remember when we acquired Long Beach Mortgage, but for us to buy a subprime was really unusual. It was out of the box. The goal of the whole business was to get as many borrowers in the door as possible and to make as many loans as possible. We were making so many loans. It was the only way that we could feed the machine. We'd figured out over the course of the years how to streamline the appraisal process. If we knew that we had a good borrower and we had data and information regarding the properties and the collateral. And when we acquired Long Beach Mortgage, the president of the mortgage organization said, I want you to do that streamlined stuff that you do over here for our prime customers. I want you to do that with Long Beach so we can process more quickly. And I said, we can't do that. I mean, we can't do that. No income verification.
That reminds me of Countrywide's high-speed swim lane.
Oh, exactly. I mean, Countrywide and Washington Mutual were competing head-on, and the race was to the gutter. The race wasn't to be the best, but the race was to get as many loans as you could in the door because these giant machines needed the loans. You had to feed the fire. The last manager that I had in 2004, in November of 2004, Mark. He was my new manager, and he came from the credit card world. He was a credit card junkie, and he had really no experience in mortgage lending at all, and definitely no experience in appraisal. I went into Mark's office and I said, this is how other managers have looked at our organization and judged our productivity and judged our quality. How are you going to judge and lead my organization? And he said, Sue, if I don't hear any complaints from origination, you're doing a good job. And I said, Mark, if I don't hear any complaints from origination, I'm not doing my job. And I walked out of that meeting and I knew that my life as I knew it, 15 years, was over. The next day I went in and I handed in my letter of resignation. And I left. And it wasn't even on anybody's radar that Washington Mutual would fail. That wasn't on anybody's radar. And then I watched as things deteriorated. Chase always wanted Washington Mutual. We knew that. And it turned out, I mean, the way it felt was that to us that were watching was that FDIC decided that Chase could have Washington Mutual. And when those guys came into town, and within 2 days, they were gone.
Knowing what you know, is it possible that the top of the top management did not know that these operations of scale were underway and were part of the machine? Is there any way the CEOs of America's top financial firms were not aware of this?
No. They knew. They knew. They were there. They knew.
For those of you who haven't caught Worldwide Wrestling, and Chris has been on NWA for how long?
And it's been about 3 months, and we're really on a roll. You know, increasing our stations, increasing our ratings. It's more fun than I thought, for more money than I thought too.
I would train for AmeriQuest, and I was immediately brought on to train I'm reluctant to use the word dregs, but to bring on, to train people who got no mortgage background whatsoever. First job and out of high school or college. They had been flipping burgers, working at In-N-Out Burger. It was the warm body syndrome. They were consistently firing and hiring.
Why firing?
They would give a particular loan officer 20 leads that day, and only 3 of them resulted in closed loans, whereas somebody else might be able to close 5 loans out of those 20 leads. It was vicious. Hispanic loan officers would screw Hispanic borrowers, black loan officers would screw black borrowers. And I would joke and always get a big laugh, even to this day, you should screw everybody equally, I guess was my attitude.
You would say that?
Yeah, and we would teach people how to, get close to people, join meetup groups, join, lead groups. Churches is a great way. You're a capitalist first. Ultimately, it's about closing a loan.
So it's my great pleasure to welcome a thunderous human being whose moral standing really brings the gravity of the moment as we peer behind the veil to see how the most powerful structures, financial structures of this incredible country have literally been built upon the tragedies of millions of people that they created. One of which was a woman by the name of Addie Polk, who we feature prominently in our series, The Con. And then her tragedy led us to miraculous revelations. But I want to bring on Pastor Harrison, if Pastor Harrison is there. And Pastor Harrison, if you could be so kind as to share your thoughts about what the profound revelation is for a woman who had been part of your congregation and what she meant as a human being, but in the context of this enormous revelation of criminal behavior by the most powerful in our country.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. First, let me apologize for my background. As things will go wrong, they did, so I had to jump on a different computer in the basement of the church. So let me apologize for that. Just really want to share with you Addie Polk's story. Not the entirety of the story, but Addie was a widower who had bought her house. Her and her husband had bought her house. And as Addie was getting evicted while the sheriff's officers were there, it was too much for her, and she went upstairs and shot herself. She didn't immediately die from the gunshot wound, but that ultimately led to her death within that year. The tragedy in this is she was such a beautiful woman of grace, and it devastated the congregation. Not only did it devastate the congregation, but the community was devastated. She lived in a community where she bought her house and she walked to church. She was a deaconess in our church, which is a pretty high honor and an esteemed honor. She didn't have any children, but she was a mother to all of the children, and then eventually a grandmother to the children. Her story, as tragic as it is and as tragic as it was, represents probably more people in my congregation than I would care to imagine, because they trusted the system. Addie's generation, the greatest thing you could do is work, and you look forward to retirement, and you look forward to Social Security, because that was the American dream. That's why they came to Akron, to work, to pay into a system that they believed in. And ultimately, believing in the system, believing that banks were your friend. That's where you put your money in, not only your money, your trust. That's where your future was in banks. And certainly a bank would do nothing to hurt you. So when we talk about Addie's generation, we're talking about a generation that stopped saving money in cans in the cupboard, because now they were able, and they had enough money, and they were invited to put their money and their trust in banks. And when you put your money and your trust in banks, now your life is better. Now you are an American citizen. Now you have contributed to the American dream for others. And you can take that money out when you need it, because the relationship with the bank and the person is similar to the relationship with the church and the person. So Addie was such a beautiful person, and she trusted not only in the bank, but she trusted the process, because she had been successful in the 70s when she purchased her house. It was a great transaction. She was successful with the bank when she purchased her first car. So that's the tragedy of this, is she's a widow with no children. And she just come into church and she just want to enjoy the fruits of her labor and Deacon Polk's labors. And now she's at this point where someone is knocking on her door, telling her she has to get out. She has nowhere to go. She has no money because she has been fighting this. But she never imagined it would come to this place where they would actually knock on her door to evict her with no place to go.
Well, Pastor Harrison, it's always a great pleasure for me and an honor and a reminder of why we've gone the distance to try to get this penetrating truth, which Ms. Polk represents tens of millions of Americans, that led to trillions of dollars going to the people that led Miss Polk to this tragedy. And like we always explore in this story, there's more. And of course, there's more to Miss Polk's life. There's more to Miss Polk's congregation. But if you may, just a closing word about the sentiment, the power of truth, the importance of justice, particularly from your community that has witnessed so much devastation as a result of this problem.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. One of the things that happened as a result of the death of Addie Polk, the bank immediately stepped forward to say, hey, you know, clerical errors and whatever, we don't want the house, so we're going to walk away from the house. What the city did was immediately demolish the house. And so what you will see now, if you go over on LaCroix Street, is you will see a vacant lot like this has never happened. And the ideal that this could happen, and then everybody just walks away from it. Let's just pretend like it didn't happen. And so when we look at the neighborhood, when we look at the destabilization of the tax base for the schools, when we look at the houses that were foreclosed on that became vacant houses and they became havens for crime, when we look at this totality of this devastation in neighborhoods where people, the only thing they had was their homes. So it wasn't simply the foreclosing of houses, but it really was the devastation of communities. And the neighborhood where Addie Polk lived was probably 90-something% a minority neighborhood. So when you start to destabilize tax base, because the taxes feeds into the school system, you have abandoned houses, you have plight. Now that neighborhood is so destabilized and so dysfunctional, you know, it's just an area of poverty. So in the city of Akron, we have tons of those neighborhoods. And I can imagine across the US, we have tons of these neighborhoods. And so when we're talking about education, when we're talking about crime, when we're talking about prison populations, all of those things that we don't think of are really a result of the lost home ownership of these neighborhoods. And now the system itself is destabilized. So we're going to spend money somewhere. If we destabilize neighborhoods, if we take homes and create a homeless society, and I don't want to go on a moral rant, but that's the significance of destabilizing neighborhoods. And one vacant home that has been stolen from a family, okay, can create homelessness, can create crime, can destabilize the neighborhood, underfund the schools. And that's what we are still experiencing in Akron right now. You can go on the street and you can have 15 vacant lots where houses were foreclosed on and they had to be torn down because there was no one living in them and they were overvalued, and banks from who knows where owned the properties and they weren't being taken care of.
Well, Pastor Harrison, as always, we appreciate the gravity of your thunderous and your powerful presence, and also lending voice to those who can't speak. I thank you, and I wish you a wonderful day in life. And we're trying with everything we have to penetrate the darkness with the light of truth.
And Patrick, I appreciate you. When I met Patrick, that was an answer to the prayer, because for me, with Sister Polk, you know, every day I would think this cannot be the end of this. this story has to be told. And I know it's not out in the limelight anymore, and we don't have all of these condolences coming in. But I knew one day that God would answer that prayer. And so you can continue to answer, ask, and you knocked on the door with your questions and concerns. And that certainly 7 years later was an answer to prayer. So thank you for what you're doing. And I pray that we will come to a light at the end of this tunnel, because we are in this cycle again. So I thank you for what you're doing.
I appreciate it. And there's so much more to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best. And in light of these revelations, if you just saw not just the devastating revelation of the diabolical transcendence of a profit motive that works its way through the system that we just displayed to you, showed you that brokers literally targeted people of their own faith, their own color, within churches, places of dignity and trust, to set them up in a scheme that could literally take their lives. As Pastor Harrison just said, this wasn't just one person, these were communities. And when I think about that from a parallel of terrorism, I just think of it as financial terrorism. And yet it still may be not completely clear to you how a system, top to bottom, could create the problem that to now you have blamed the victim. Well, please allow me to introduce you to Beth Jacobson and her important revelations. So in the hierarchy of how the entire structure of the housing market came to fruition, I want to introduce Beth Jacobson. Beth's coming to us from the DC area, metropolitan area, and you've been a expert in this space for a long time. Can you give us a brief framing of who you are and how you came to be in the position that you are an expert in?
Certainly. I spent 9 years, almost 10 years working for Wells Fargo. I started at Wells Fargo the end of 2000. Or actually, I started there in 1998. I left in December of 2007. Previously, before going to Wells Fargo, I actually had a legal background as a ABA certified paralegal. So once the housing implosion started, I used my background in my legal arena as well as my mortgage background to assist attorneys and actually train attorneys in foreclosure defense. But let me just back up for 1 second. I also blew the whistle on my former employer, Wells Fargo, due to reverse redlining. DOJ ended up settling with Wells Fargo for $175 million, much of which was based upon the information I provided in multiple affidavits. So once you cost one bank $175 million, no other bank is going to hire you. Plus, I was starting to see the writing on the wall as to how predatory these banks were, not just Wells Fargo, but these other banks and servicers. So I really didn't want anything to do with them any longer. So since approximately the end of 2009, beginning of 2010, I have been advocating for homeowners. Since that time, I've been admitted as an expert witness in Maryland and in other states, including California. My expertise is based on my knowledge of loan origination, predatory loans, loan modifications. And so what I do is I assist attorneys looking at the case. I'm called a compliance consultant. So I look at RESPA violations, TILA violations, see whether or not the loan was predatory when it was originated. And I also help attorneys draft motions. So I also attend court as an expert witness to try to explain this to the judges to get them to understand this, because homeowners are at a disadvantage. First of all, just the way the deck is set up, but the plaintiff, the bank, the lender, whatever you want to call them, is going to call the homeowner a deadbeat. So my job is to point out every single thing that the bank did wrong. And believe me, it is a laundry list of things that the banks typically have done wrong.
So we're 2022, and you've been at this for a very long time. Let's just start with a perspective looking back. Can you give us an opening sort of analysis of what we need to understand has led to the now, as it relates to what you've seen over the years based on bank lending practices and ultimately the devastation it's caused in the spaces that you've been a part of?
I think the first thing that has to be understood is the banks were in there for the quick money. If the banks were in there for the long haul and to receive the money that the borrowers were going to pay every single month as a stream of income, the borrowers would have been put into a loan that they had the ability to repay. There was no law until Dodd-Frank came out. Part of it was in 2012 that actually stated the loan officer and the banking institution had to take in consideration the borrower's ability to repay the loan. That seems ludicrous that you would give somebody a loan. I mean, you're not going to loan money to anybody. You're not going to loan $15,000 to your 16-year-old to buy a car knowing that they're not going to repay you. So everybody, if you're going to loan money, you have a vested interest to make sure that that money can be repaid. The banks didn't do this, and the reason they didn't do this is because they didn't have any skin in the game. These loans, the majority of these loans were immediately resold on the secondary market, packaged into a process called securitization. That's the majority of the loans that were sold. That was your stated income loans, the loans with high debt to income ratio. Loans were literally, the loan officer was inflating the income. I've seen these loans all the time, where the borrower for the first time is looking at the application called the 1003 that the bank was using. And a lot of times, not just their income is inflated, their job title's inflated so that it matches that income. And the borrower had no ability to continue to repay that loan. Most of these loans were an ARM, an adjustable rate mortgage, which meant after the first adjustment, typically that came in a year, maybe 2 years, the borrower could no longer make the payments. In some cases, their monthly mortgage payment doubled, especially in a case where it was an interest-only loan. They had a 5-year interest-only loan, and then all of a sudden it went from $2,500 to $5,000, and they couldn't afford that. But there was no requirement from the federal government on the loan officers to project out what would happen if this loan, if the interest rate adjusted, would the borrower be able to afford that. At that time, they were putting borrowers into teaser rates and only qualifying them based on that rate, if they even bothered to qualify them. Again, there was a lot of stated income loans. There was no income, no assets. And in some of these programs, you didn't have to verify whether or not they had a job. So these big banks were originating these loans and they were selling them to third-party investors. All the big banks had to worry about is that the borrower made the first 3 payments. As long as they made the first 3 payments and the paperwork that they submitted was correct, then there was no liability for the originator to buy back that loan. And so then all of these investors bought loans that were failing. And the sad thing about everything is the federal government has been willing to go to bat for these investors and sue. For example, Wells Fargo got sued about almost 3 years ago. They had a settlement of over $1 billion, billion dollars. But that was just to help the investors of the loan. So those homeowners who got screwed over because they were put into loans that Wells Fargo knew at least 2 years prior, there was a 50% chance that these homeowners would default. Those homeowners got nothing except a foreclosure notice. The investors ended up getting made whole by DOJ. So there's another question to ask. Why is the government willing to help the investors that purchased these loans, even though it was the borrowers that were harmed by these loans, harmed as far as losing their homes?
So you've introduced what I feel like I've been on the receiving end of a water cannon, which is extraordinary. But let's set the table slightly, because what you've done thus far is you've demonstrated that there was an incentive, there was a cause, there was an effect, but I'm not quite sure from listening to you who was doing the incentivizing under what circumstances. Now, I understand because we've interacted before that you were an employee of Wells Fargo. You were one of the top producing brokers at Wells Fargo. You saw and you were on the, shall we say, directive end of management from Wells Fargo that goes very high. Can you please paint the picture of what you began to unravel in those days while you were working for Wells Fargo?
Certainly. And to clarify, I was an employee of Wells Fargo. I was not a broker. So I actually worked in the mortgage division. Wells Fargo was divided. I would say it was a black line division, not even a dotted line, a division between the prime division and the subprime division. And just as a quick definition, a prime loan is typically that loan where the borrower can show income, typically W-2 income, and they get put into a fixed rate with good terms. Their debt to income ratio generally doesn't exceed 38%. It's what you call like the plain vanilla loan that you basically want to be put in and you'll pay that off in 30 years. There's no, the rate doesn't adjust and it's based upon the borrower's income. So the other loans that were there were the non-prime or the subprime loans. It was in the best interest of not just the loan officer, but their manager, the branch manager, the area manager, and the company as a whole to put borrowers into subprime loans because you could make 3 to 5 times more money on a subprime loan than you could on a prime loan. For example, with a $500,000 loan, you could make, I'm just doing the math quickly here, you would, on a prime loan, you might make $250. On a subprime loan, you might make $7,000 or $8,000 on that same loan. So I can speak to exactly what Wells Fargo did because Wells Fargo marketed these loans, these predatory loans, particularly in the African-American communities. And they also marketed it to those people that were buying higher end loans and just saying, well, don't worry, you don't have to show your income. We'll just do a stated income loan. But those borrowers didn't realize it was a stated income loan. It was not a prime loan. And so they were getting put into an adjustable rate mortgage, an interest only loan. And people were being sold on these saying, oh, don't worry, in 2 years when the rate adjusts, there's going to be more value in your property. You can refinance and get a much lower rate. What wasn't disclosed is that the mortgage companies owned the appraisal companies. So they were all in it together. So as a loan officer, I would just call over to the appraiser's office and say, hey, look, I need this particular house to come in at least $400,000 because I knew if I could get it to be an 80% first, there wasn't any mortgage insurance on that. And so whether or not the house was worth that much, the appraiser just knew that they had to do what we wanted as the loan officers wanted, or they wouldn't get any more business. And that was true on the builder side. If there was new construction, a lot of times there's not a lot of comps to go after in order to compare what a new house and a new subdivision would be like. So the values were actually set between the builder and Wells Fargo. And especially in these new construction subdivisions, the value of the house was going up $10,000 a month. That's not sustainable. But people would end up buying a house in one of these subdivisions and say, oh, wow, it took 9 months for this house to be built. I've got $90,000 of equity. Let me go ahead and buy another house and I'm going to flip it. And then they would get put into an interest only or a no-doc or stated income loan. And then a lot of people got caught at that point because then the market crashed. You can't artificially inflate the value of the homes and think everything is going to be stable. So the mortgage companies all had their fingers in everything. And so they were setting up, inflating the value of the homes, putting people into loans that they knew the value wasn't going to keep increasing because you can't keep increasing the value of that homes exponentially. And then putting people into loans as soon as they adjust, they could not make the payments. But these big originators, at that point, it didn't matter because they already made all their money on the front end when the loans were sold. And there was insurance. That's one of the things we hadn't talked about. But that's why AIG was having issues. And during the financial crisis, a lot of companies had to be bailed out. There were insurance companies that were insuring these loans. And so these Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Chase, Citi, all of these that were originating these loans were selling these loans as AAA rated, and they weren't AAA rated. in any sense of the manner. And so investors were buying them, but these investors didn't lose because there was insurance on these loans, or the prime loans were paying the payments on the subprime loans for the investors. So the investors were winning, the originators were winning. Loan officers were told that they had to originate so many subprime loans. In fact, Wells Fargo's policy was, if you were a subprime loan officer and you did not originate at least 3 subprime loans per month for a quarter, you were fired. So if a borrower walks into the door and you're like, if I don't put them in a subprime loan, even though they're W-2'd, they have good assets, they can put down 20%, that loan officer had their own vested interest to put them into a subprime loan, or that loan officer was going to lose their job. And that's what a lot of people did.
Well, you've identified the incentive, you've identified the structure, but let's now further detail that as an employee of Wells Fargo, you were also in a position to experience directives by management for an outcome. You mentioned previously predation. You've mentioned high yield spread premium loans because of the commission status, and the pipeline incentivized to inflate appraisals and so forth. However, there's a mechanism and a direction, is there not, vis-a-vis management and top-down approach to reach these types of numbers. Can you describe what that is, particularly as it relates to predation and African Americans?
Well, I believe the whistle on was reverse redlining, if that's what you're talking about. So,
also the CEO, wasn't this aspect of lending a huge cash, king for Wells Fargo? How did it fit within the matrix?
Okay, so I see what you're getting at. So Wells Fargo sent out a directive in the mid 2000s, early maybe 2004, saying that the subprime division was going to pay for the fixed costs of the whole mortgage division. And so that then, by sending that aggressive incentive, was, I mean, when you're going to vet somebody for a loan, you need to look at the income, their credit, all of those various things. But what Wells Fargo was saying to the loan officer, well, what's more important is that we have enough subprime loans in order to pay the fixed costs for the whole mortgage division. And so the incentive was there, not just monetarily for the loan officer to make more money, or for the loan officer to not get fired by closing at least 3 subprime loans per month. The incentive there was from Wells Fargo corporate, from the very top, the CEO of Wells Fargo, that the subprime division was going to pay for the fixed cost for the whole mortgage division, both subprime and prime. So that was set out from the top. And then remember, and it's come proven based on the other issues that Wells Fargo has had, is these high incentives that they have, and they increase what they have to do every year, these high goals that they have to meet. And so that they did that with these subprime loans as well. And so if you, one year was 3 subprime loans per quarter, then they upped it that you had to do 4 subprime loans. So they were always increasing the sales goals to make more money for everybody, you know. So you start the loan officers making more money all the way up to the CEO of Wells Fargo is making more money for the subprime loans. What I started to also talk about was what Wells Fargo particularly did as far as reverse redlining. So I was on the calls because I was a manager where Wells Fargo actually had a plan, and a plan that they did, not just in Maryland, but in other states, it has come out as well, that they wanted loan officers, specifically Black loan officers, to reach out to the African-American churches and talk to the minister. Wells Fargo would say, look, if you can get your congregation there, your parishioners there, and listen to a seminar by Wells Fargo, and if any of these, your parishioners get a loan from Wells Fargo, whether it's a refinance or a purchase, Wells Fargo would donate $350 to the church. That in itself is fine because the churches were nonprofit. Wells Fargo could do that. But what the ministers and the parishioners were never told is the only loan officers that were doing this were subprime loan officers. So these parishioners listened to the whole, dog and pony show about what Wells Fargo could offer, but then they were put into a subprime loan. And so there were no prime loans offered in any way. So the ministers didn't realize this. They were getting the benefit of the $350 every time there was a purchase or a refi, but they didn't understand how nefarious all of this was. And so what started out is they started looking at the numbers statistically that there were more African Americans being foreclosed upon by Wells Fargo, and they wanted to know why. And so that's when I kind of literally raised my hand to the attorney that was suing Wells Fargo and said, I know how and why, because I was on those calls. And so Wells Fargo specifically went after the African American community to put them into subprime loans.
The revelations that you've had so far establish the incentive, and it also establishes management's actual control mechanisms to drive the profit center, and the whole reason for that. Can you, in this particular framing, can you name the CEO at that time? And then also, you mentioned because of redlining and targeting African Americans, which include African Americans that could be doctors and have the ability with high incomes to be prime candidates, but that were incentivized to be in these particular categories because there was higher commissions. And I recall from a previous discussion that we had that you had once mentioned there was a guy, for example, that worked as one of the, I'm not sure if he was an underwriter or an actual broker. You referred to him as Joey. And the kind of, the sort of culture, if you will, that was hired to be able to make these loans on behalf of Wells Fargo.
So when I first started at Wells Fargo, the CEO was Pete Wissinger. And then I'm totally drawing a blank on the next one, but the one after that was Michael Hyde, and then it went to John Stump. So I'm missing one in between. What I referred to, and we as loan officers joked about Joey as in the Friends Joey, is that Wells Fargo's stated income program was really massaging, and that's kind of a nice word, manipulating the numbers to make them work on a stated income loan. And so what you would do is find out how much is the house that the borrower wanted to purchase, because these are generally purchases. So let's say the borrower wanted to purchase a $750,000 house. And let's say they needed 100% financing. You do an 80% first and a 20% second. So you take that 80% loan and figure out, okay, what would be the principal, interest, taxes, and insurance on that loan? You reverse engineer and figure out, okay, how much money would somebody need to make in order to qualify for that principal, interest, taxes, and insurance payment, that PITI payment, to be within a debt to income ratio not to exceed 50%. So you want the debt to income ratio maybe to be in the low 40s, just to give yourself enough cushion there. And so you take, and this is, we also called this the Walmart greeter loan. So you take somebody, for example, that's a greeter at Walmart, and they work part-time and they make minimum wage. Maybe they make $15,000 a year. And somehow they want to buy a $750,000 house. Well, guess what? Wells Fargo had a program, so you could buy that $750,000 house. So you would reverse engineer how much somebody would need to make. And let's say they needed to make, off the top of my head, let's just say $12,000 a month. And so what you would do is say, look in that zip code for a Walmart worker who was making $12,000 a month. Maybe that's some high at the top manager is making that much at Walmart. And so you would fill out the application and you would say they are a area manager at Walmart at this zip code, and they're making $12,000 a month. The underwriters then were told by Wells Fargo management, all you verify is that that person has worked at Walmart for that time that is written on the application. So let's say they've been at Walmart for 4 years. And that's true. They've been at Walmart at 4 years, except they were a greeter, or they weren't in any type of management. So Wells Fargo's processor would then call over to Walmart and say, has John Smith worked at Walmart for the past 4 years? The answer is yes. And before Walmart wanted to give any information to say, okay, they work part-time, they're a greeter. The processor said, that's all I need to know. And that's how you can get a Walmart greeter into a $750,000 house. And that happened all of the time.
So in every direction, what we're seeing here is a top-down approach that's by the book, right? There's actual managerial processes in place for everybody in the food chain to follow these directives to be able to produce these loans that would ultimately then go where?
Well, let me just back up. Yes, to produce the loans, and that's where the Joey came in. And so we actually had seminars in the area that I'm in the Maryland area, where the area manager was kind of yelling at some of the loan officers, singling out Joey. It's like, how can you not do the math? How can you submit a stated income loan and get denied because your debt to income ratio is too high? You are literally making up the income. And so that's what we joked about, that these have to be loans as simple enough for a Joey to be able to calculate. And so we actually spent the time at this seminar to show, where the management showed the loan officers how to reverse engineer a mortgage payment to figure out what the debt to income ratio, so you could figure out how much the income had to be. And these loans, to answer your question, ended up being really, they got pre-packaged before settlement and sold on the secondary market into pools through the securitization process.
And as you know, as many of the questions, particularly from mainstream media that followed the great financial crisis, particularly as then President Barack Obama had said famously in an interview on 60 Minutes, that what was happening within the too big to fail institutions was shenanigans, but they could not prove intent. It seems to me that intent was at every step of the way to make more volume and more money. Am I incorrect in that assessment?
No, you're 100% correct. And that statement that there was no intent is ludicrous. I mean, greed is what drove this whole wagon. And so it's unbelievable to say that there was no intent, because why do you put people into predatory loans where you know that they're going to default if your intent isn't to make money? I mean, what's your intent? Do you physically harm people by setting them up for foreclosure? And, you know, he's some evil person. I mean, I would say, yes, they're evil, to answer my own question, but it was all about the money. And so Wells Fargo had specific goals that they wanted to be the #1 subprime lender. They actually ended up being the #1 subprime lender by third quarter of 2007, because Countrywide at that point started to suffer losses. And I think it was Ameriquest at that point was #1. And so they had issues. Wells Fargo achieved being the #1 subprime lender in the country in third quarter of 2007. However, at that point, foreclosures are starting to tick up, and Wells Fargo wanted to distance themselves. I remember watching an interview with CNN. It was a CFO of Wells Fargo, and this would have been November of 2007. The CFO said, Wells Fargo never originated subprime loans. And that's at the same time that Wells Fargo is boasting internally to their employees that we're the #1 subprime lender in the country. Multiple people have testified to Congress from Wells Fargo, including Michael Hyde and Mary Coffin, who's in charge of senior vice president. One of them, they throw that title around all the time over at Wells Fargo. But anyway, they both testified that Wells Fargo didn't do subprime loans. And then they came back later after being called on that they did do subprime loans. They said, well, we never did any stated income subprime loans, which is again a lie. And so these two officials at Wells Fargo are constantly lying to Congress, but nobody does anything about it. All they get to do is they get called on to say, well, it appears that what you said is not truthful. And so then they come up with some excuse as to why. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, maybe I just didn't get that memo.
And to your knowledge, where did these loans wind up? How were they moved from Wells Fargo to the next step?
Well, I didn't work in that end of it, but as I've found out in doing what I do now, is the loans were packaged. So you'd have maybe 1,500 loans similarly similar loans set up, maybe people that were put into similar products across the United States, and they were sold to these investors. So they had a process that they had to do very specifically under the REMIC statute and under the tax REMIC statute. And so they would get all put together and they were sold to a what's called a sponsor. And then they would then sell those to a depositor. Then they would come up with this name like the 2007 Trust number 17 of Wells Fargo pass-through entities. I'm sorry, my dog now has a squeak toy. And so these loans were then sold to investors. And so some of the investors that purchased these loans were sophisticated investors and may have known what they were getting into, but they were also sold to people's pensions. I do recall that there was a group of nuns who purchased these loans, and all of the loans then went belly up, and these nuns lost all of their money, and then they sued. There's a group of investors that sued Countrywide because Countrywide was selling these loans that didn't perform. And then, as I stated, there was a group of investors, and for some reason DOJ decided to take up their cause and ended up suing Wells Fargo because Wells Fargo knew, as I stated earlier, that these loans had a 50% default rate. And if you think about that, if you have any other product that's out there that had a 50% rate of failure, for example, you would not get into your car if you knew that your brakes had a 50% chance of failure. You would not go eat at Chipotle if you knew there was a 50% chance you're going to get salmonella poisoning. However, Wells Fargo sold these loans for almost 3 years after they internally knew and sent memos around saying these products are resulting in a 50% rate of default. And Wells Fargo continued to do that. I'm working now with borrowers that have been affected by that. And so the problem is the court system is saying, well, hey, that was back in 2007. So why is it that these investors were able to achieve justice and DOJ get $1 billion settlement with Wells Fargo, and the homeowner again is just left outside in the dust?
I was very well aware of the pensions that were sold to teachers and to pipe fitters and to a whole host array of working class. That's a new spin to also sell to nuns, not to put too fine a point on it. At any step of the way, based on what you said, was all of this originated, of course, this deception, this incredible engineering of this magnitude that blew up the world? Did that originate, of course, with the borrowers?
Oh, no. The borrowers just wanted to come in and get a mortgage. And unfortunately, when you have the term loan officer, they all of a sudden you think that they have some sort of authority, and people are under the false misrepresentation or the false belief that loan officers have some fiduciary responsibility to the borrower to put them in the best loan. The loan officer was only looking out for themselves to get the loan that made them the most money. And as I go back and we're helping people now, I mean, we're still fighting foreclosures from people with loans that were originated 2006, 2007. And again, when they look at that application, the 1003, the homeowner's like, I never said I made that much money. I have one that we finally just settled against Wells Fargo, where they claimed that she was a principal, but she was a school teacher. They inflated her income. I have a borrower now whose loan happened to be one of those where Wells Fargo admitted there was a 50% default rate. When we got the application back, she was a W-2 employee who worked at the Department of Treasury in DC. They inflated her income by 3 times more than what she made. And when we went to Wells Fargo to say, look, you inflated her income, she should have never qualified for this. This is just how egregious Wells Fargo is. This is Wells Fargo's spin on that. Well, yeah, we inflated her income, but we were able to put her into that house that she wanted. And the borrower was like, if you would have told me right then I couldn't afford this house, yes, I would have been disappointed. But now I would not be in the position that I'm in as a single parent with my son who's going into high school at the thought now that I'm going to lose my house. And so Wells Fargo said, well, we did a good thing. And so this is what's so frustrating, even dealing with Wells Fargo now, trying to talk to them about what they have done and ruined people's lives. they're still drinking the Kool-Aid at Wells Fargo.
I think this is a lot for a lot of people to absorb. The mental gymnastics of trying to parse what seems to be a legitimate institution that people would trust could still possibly be in business, considering everything that you've told us in this extraordinary pipeline of grift, which if most people can't recognize it by now, it's criminal every step of the way, by statutes in every state of the country, through deceptive acts and practices and a whole host of civil rights violations, particularly like you had mentioned before, truth in lending, and the entire system is predicated on underwriting and the values that are concurrent with the professionals that were incentivized to do everything the opposite of what the system is designed to do. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, it would. And I know we're getting close to running out of time, so I just want to add this last part. They are still doing it. We're going to have another onslaught of foreclosures post-COVID because Wells Fargo and the other servicers did not comply with the CARES Act and are not complying with Fannie, Freddie, FHA, and VA rules and regulations as to what happens when they come out of the forbearance. And so you're going to see, I already see it in what I'm doing. There's going to be a lot more foreclosures.
In your final statement here, Beth, you've been in this for a very long time. You've experienced tragedy, I am sure, on a monumental level. Can you give some closing remarks to put perspective on two things? One is, did you tell anyone at a higher level of, shall we say, investigation of some of the findings that you were involved with? And two, what did they do about it, if anything? And then two, what kind of human carnage did you personally experience, briefly, to put some perspective on what we're talking about?
Well, I did have conversations with DOJ. My affidavit is publicly available out there. And so DOJ did go after Wells Fargo for reverse redlining. But I also had told DOJ the other things that Wells Fargo was doing. And I had these conversations back in 2012. And DOJ didn't do anything about it. I actually have sued DOJ. There's a lawsuit that's out there under my name, suing Garrett Marland. Garrett, why am I drawing a blank on his last name? Anyway, the director of DOJ, the Attorney General, the Attorney General for the United States. So I have sued him for not looking at the information that I have provided. But as what I've seen since 2012 in doing this, the government's not that interested in any way as to what Wells Fargo's done or to what these other banks have done. I'm sorry, I forgot the last part of the question.
And just the human cost based on your interaction with some of your clients and things that you've seen.
Oh, it's just terrible. In fact, I have a borrower whose house is scheduled to go for sale tomorrow, and she was never served with the foreclosure complaint as required by law. She never had her opportunity for mediation as required by law. She was a frontline worker. She's in the healthcare profession. She became late because she got COVID, and then she's now being sued for foreclosure, and she's potentially going to lose her house for tomorrow. It's so sad. I've seen husband and wives getting divorced. I mean, I have seen 2 cases of suicide due to this. I have seen one parent who was just so distraught, she actually set their whole house on fire because she said she wouldn't let the bank have that. I've seen somebody actually bulldoze their house because he said the bank's not going to do that, not going to take their house. But just the people that just it happens to them, they're afraid and they're alone because this is something that people get embarrassed about, even though it's the bank that put them into the predatory loan. And so they're afraid to talk about it to other people. Sometimes they wait until it's too late. Literally, I have people calling me saying my house is going for sale tomorrow, and there's not a lot that we can do. It's destroying neighborhoods. There's squatters moving into these houses. There's houses that sometimes are empty for 3 and 4 years when that homeowner could have been in there. It's sad just from the borrower, spread out to the whole community. It's just devastating. And if you keep moving kids and all of a sudden they don't have a house right now, the rent is so expensive. They're not going to be in the same school district. And all of this didn't have to happen. The banks did it because of the greed.
Yes, and much, much more. Ms. Jacobson, we deeply appreciate your expertise, your testimony. And on that note, we'll wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yet another unbelievable testimony that puts together the most audacious business practices that include incentivizing employees who don't understand the system to basically work for commissions, to lie, steal, and cheat their way to getting people approved, particularly people of color, so that the CEO of the bank can earn a much higher bonus compensation package at the end of each quarter. And the entirety of this system that's predicated on stopgaps based on underwriting was thrown out the window to create a scenario where the only thing that mattered was closing a deal based on lies. And not only that, those lies would then be packaged with thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, and then eventually millions of lies, and quite frankly, tens of millions of lies that were all felonies that were then boosted into the markets based on liar's loans that came directly from the CEO. Famously, what we were looking at in the aftermath of the great financial crisis was that our entire government circled the wagons, and the way it played out in media was that A, the people were pulling an end round on the financiers by making them believe that they were capable of earning much more than they were. But you just heard firsthand that they were taught to fill in the blanks, meaning they, the brokers, of what the numbers needed to be based on training from managers internally at the company that came directly from the CEO, which aligns completely with what we learned earlier from William K. Black that taught us about control fraud. Remember, control fraud has four aspects of it that the CEO is going to try to generate as many loans as possible by decreasing the writing standards to be able to produce an increase in volume that ultimately will based on small buffers that will eventually make the CEO very rich based on modern executive compensation, that will also report huge profits to attract more investors mythically, but then eventually is set up to fail, which is exactly what took place in the entirety of our financial system that ultimately was bailed out by the Federal Reserve. But we'll get to that in more detail. But before we get there, I want to introduce both Paris and Ashmeen, both from the at the foot of the Federal Reserve right now, who have another extraordinary story that corroborates exactly what we just saw revealed by Beth Jacobs. Paris, please introduce Ashmeen, and please tell us her story.
Hi, Patrick. We're back here at the Fed. And I'm also be one of my clients, now friend, but she's one of millions of victims from the crimes that you've been explaining all afternoon. Ashmeen, would you like to say anything quickly?
Well, I'm here at the Fed, standing in solidarity with humanity for everyone who have gone through what I'm going through. Losing your homes fraudulently to the courts and to attorneys who are filing fraudulent documents in the court, and it's being ignored by the court, the justice system. I want Paris to tell you more about my story, because with her fact report And what she have done in my cases, she went ahead and identified every bit of assignment of mortgage that was fraud, that was filed on the docket in state court and in bankruptcy court. I am still in state court and I'm still in bankruptcy court with these illegal foreclosures and with the fraudulent documents that was filed in the court. The judges are ignoring it.
You're being bullied.
I'm being bullied. I'm there, but I'm still in the fight. And since 2009, since 2009 to present, I'm still there and I'm standing up. I'm here not only standing up for myself, I'm standing here for the millions of homeowners and even Addie Polk, who is not here anymore. I'm here for her. I'm here for the millions of homeowners who have lost their homes, who couldn't be here today to stand in front of the Federal Reserve with what I have in my story, what Paris have unveiled in the fact report, and yes, what the con, when I first looked at the con, all that stuck to me was Addie Polk. But today, my case is what the con is all about. And I'll leave the rest to Paris. Thank you.
Okay, Ajmeen has 2 properties, but I'm only going to talk about one because that's where most of the fraud has happened. You have to first understand the liar loans and fraudulent loans that Patrick's been explaining and all of his experts happened to Ajmeen. Her loan was in November 2005, and it was in the name of the lender, America's Wholesale Lender, a New York corporation. When I started to investigate her case for the fact report, I found that America's Wholesale Lender did not become a New York corporation until 2008. That makes the contract void. No attorney has ever argued that with her until she got to me and understood that the people that gave her the loan didn't even exist. Now, it was probably Countrywide Home Loans out of Texas, but that's not the point. The point is it said on the contract, America's Wholesale Lender, a New York corporation. So she started fighting in 2009. She went through, there's been a series of attorneys that she had that committed fraud. In her other case, it was Rozicki and Associates who had admitted to committing foreclosure fraud in filing their cases. It didn't matter. It continued. They continued with her case. They only got busted on the ones that the law enforcement in that state caught them on. Was it state or federal? I'm not sure. But so she had that one, and then as it continued, in her Howard Beach property, they couldn't produce a note. So the judge dismissed it, saying you can't bring a note, you're dismissed, and she goes about her way. A couple years later, they come in with a new attorney on hearsay from the former attorney who's been busted for fraud and said, oh yeah, well, she was there, she wasn't there, you weren't there.
I had representative at the time too.
She had an attorney this whole time. So we go back to her resident at Magnolia. She goes through, and Gross Palawi is a New York law firm who ends up representing, I think at last count, 9 entities for 2 properties. That's ridiculous. It's all conflict of interest, except when you start to dig in deep. And with her case, we found that Fannie Mae actually owned her loan. There was a little indication on her assignments that showed it was Fannie Mae. I was able to match it up with some Fannie Mae sales or auctions of non-performing loans. So Gross Palawi created and filed an assignment of mortgage in 2017. This is very important. In 2017, stating that their client, Nation Star, sold the loan to MGTLQ, which is a Goldman Sachs. That's 2017. They did not tell the court. So in 2019, the court gave a default judgment against Ajmeen, and Gross Palawi never spoke up. Her attorney never spoke up. Her attorney was holding the letter from MGTLQ saying that they had bought the loan 2 years prior. So now she's kicked into a bankruptcy. We get to the bankruptcy, Gross Palawi follows, and now the attorney files, first of all, they filed an objection to the confirmation in the name of MGTLQ. So that's the second piece that we proved that the attorney was committing fraud and hiding the fact that who the true owner of the debt was. They went on later and did a notice of appearance for Rushmore, which is a servicer for Fannie Mae, in the name of a trust. She filed a proof of claim with zero proof that Tiki Series, which was the current person or current entity, owned the loan. Why is that important? Because 4 months later is when the assignment got reported from MTTLQ to Tiki. That means that Courtney Williams and Gross Palawi committed fraud on the court. It's a $500,000 fine and 5 years in jail if we can prove it. We have proved it over and over and over. She uploaded both my fact reports. They tried to say it was conspiracy. It's not. It's all fact, all verifiable facts.
You want to talk about
Darren Aronow was her attorney, who one of his steered her into a loan modification when she had already filed and paying on a loan modification in bankruptcy. So he was doing that outside the court. When she found me 3 years ago, yes, this bankruptcy's gone on since 2019. When she found me, I said, no, that's illegal. They can't take money from a debtor while they're in bankruptcy without permission of the court. So she was paying $8,000 a month for 2 properties and 4 loan mods.
Oh, wow.
And nobody was catching it. Her attorney was letting it happen. The trustee didn't stop it. The other attorney that was of record, Hannon Shadud, she fraudulently filled out schedules and put her exempt workers' comp. She's disabled from a workers' comp issue. $63,000 she put in on the schedules, so it showed as unsecured. I mean, not unsecured, but non-exempt. And the trustee never said anything. Why is that important? Because the trustee had hired Hannon Shadud. So Hannon was not only working for the trustee on the case, but she was also attorney of record. And the trustee makes money off the plan. So how much? And the plan for 1 year would have been $65,000, which is just close to what they illegally put on there. Wow. We took that information, and hold on, please. We took that information to the DA, and the DA told us point blank and said that they didn't see a crime. They didn't see that an officer of the court. That it was an error. She had $1,700 in the bank. That money that she was getting from her workers' comp was supposed to be exempt, but the trustee didn't answer. We brought it to the attention of the judge. The judge, who's in on everything, we found out, let it slide. It went on. They stole about $86,000 of her money. We were able to get about $74,000 back. Every time we press, once we showed that Courtney Williams had committed fraud on the court, they brought in a bigger law firm, Friedman Bartolo. Friedman Bartolo had a very nasty attorney. And what I want people to understand, and those who fight know, you can feel the arrogance. And I'm reading it. I'm in Florida, she's in New York in court, and I just get to read the paperwork. But you can feel it and read it on the papers that they know they're not going to lose. They know that they've got this wrapped up because they're state actors working for the government. What other thing is important, when we found the information that Fannie Mae actually owned the loan and sold it to MTTLQ or Goldman Sachs Corporation, the attorneys were fraudulently creating a smokescreen for the court. Then we came up and told them, then they said, no, we can't relitigate they've got a final judgment. And I went back and said, no, you got the final judgment by omitting evidence. And so the final judgment was obtained through fraud, which there's an a doctrine called the Rooker-Feldman doctrine. And so she argued that we have a wonderful legal legal strategist out of California. His name is Ron O'Donnell. He was extremely key to this. I'm the fact girl. He was the legal strategist, educating us on what to look for and how to do it. So he educated us about Rooker-Feldman. I brought it to him. This is what I found. He said, okay, this is what you need to do. He teaches. He's got like a lifetime teaching.
Okay, hey, Paris, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Paris, Okay, so I'm going to interrupt right there. We can maybe circle back a little bit. Ashmeen, I just want to just real quick, if I can see you. Ashmeen, I know you've been on a horrific journey. You have put your life on the line for your children, your dignity, and you were standing as the ultimate witness alongside those who have shown up today in front of the Federal Reserve, which had provided trillions of dollars to liquidity, while the former secretary, I should say, the former chairman of the Federal Reserve, New York Federal Reserve, and this is ironic considering who you are, has said that the American people are foam on the runway for the crashing financial system. Ironic because you do work in the airline industry. What does it feel like for you today in a closing comment, testifying your truth in front of the world, in front of the Federal Reserve?
Patrick, that's a lot to answer to. Working for an airline for over 23 years. What I have done there was serve humanity. Okay, that's what we do. We serve humanity. And I think we're losing that part in this world. We're losing it because of the corruption. Because of this corruption that is happening. I came into this country as an immigrant. I was married to someone. And being in this country was a great achievement, but not for me, but I know for many Americans. You come to this country for the American dream. What I have been witnessing is a nightmare. And I stand here today to let the world know that if we do not stand together, because I have 3 kids and I have 6 grandkids, okay, 6. And when I watch them, if I don't stand up today for them, then I fail them and I fail my grandkids. And if we, the American people or the world all over, we don't do this, because if we cannot trust the attorneys that represent us, we do not trust our justice system and now our government. I put my trust in the Lord, to be honest with you, I do. Okay? But sometimes I know we are being tested, but here's what. We all have to stand together, right? We are here on this earth for a purpose, and this is our purpose. We are here to serve each other, to be here for each other, and to make sure that everyone, and I'm going to quote this because my teacher said, it rains on everybody's head. You need a shelter. And without a shelter, you cannot hold your family together. Your home is a foundation that you built for you and your family and for the generations to come. And I leave you all with that. I leave you well, and I thank you, Patrick, for taking the time to finally interview me, finally to get here, and to let you know whatever you've done with the con. I didn't understand it at the beginning, but I do now, because my story, my experience in the court, it's all there now. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Paris. And now we're going to go to our next guest. Thank you, guys. We're going to go to Lori Noble now, and I'm going to introduce our next witness, Lori Noble. Thank you for joining us. And Lori is coming to us from West Virginia. Lori has been a professional appraiser for many decades, several decades, and you've seen the best that your industry has to offer. You've seen the worst of it. It obviously spans a very long time. But Lori, you're very important to the actual hierarchy of this story. I want to start with just, you and I are from the same generation. We're both X generation. We were definitely involved and understood how things were working at the turn of our century, right? The late 90s, we felt that was like future. And then, now we're sitting at 2022 with a lot of stuff that's happened in between. But one of the first things that I had learned from you was that we both understood the impact of the legislation and deregulation of, first, what we introduced earlier in this broadcast, the Glass-Steagall Act, that led to, of course, Gramm-Leach-Bliley. Now, you're an appraiser. You've been in the business for a long time. can you please tell us what it was like earlier in the career, and then set the table of what Graham Leach Bliley actually led to and how things evolved that fit in with the construct of how appraising is really the intersection of how this entire activity, this entire mammoth enterprise depended upon.
Thank you for having me. And I'm just really proud of everybody for doing this and being in Washington, D.C. right now at the Fed, taking on this challenge and just taking on the discussion because it's one that needs to be had. So, as you mentioned, I've been an appraiser for 25 years, give or take a couple of years. And, you know, from the mid-90s through the early 2000s, appraising was a top-ranking career choice. And honestly, that's what I looked at when I made that decision. And I had a great run those 5 years. The level of honesty, the level of integrity, the level of professionalism was just really strong, and I thought I had found my place. And then in 2000, there was literally like a switch that had flipped. And, you know, of course, hindsight, I didn't understand or even realize the rumbling that had been going on for several years, chipping away at Glass-Steagall. But the second that the repeal was made and the Futures Commodities Act, and then, of course, Graham Leach Bliley, those three changes are the pivot point of our banking system that took us from having a structure that people understood, good, bad, or indifferent. We at least understood it, could make decisions, good or bad, and then, you know, reap the benefits or the consequences. And that's when banking was boring. But these changes pivoted us to an era, and although I didn't understand it at the time, into an era that's very experimental. And if I could just, you know, fast forward from, you know, the early 2000s to today, society doesn't want to like these big highs and these big lows in the economy. Steady as she goes would be nice. And since, for instance, mine and Patrick's generation, at least from what I can see, I would love to see a generation who could have a generation of stability so that, you know, somebody can get some leverage back under their feet again. Let
me squeeze in this question just as a pivot real quick. Let's establish, if you will, Ms. Noble, what is the position of appraising, and what exactly are UDAP codes, and what exactly is the expectation for a professional industry that is responsible for the value of collateral in real estate, and what does that mean?
Well, there is a level of neutrality that absolutely has to be met, and it's a responsibility based on mathematics, based on factual information, and what appraisers are here to be are the gatekeepers. But what's transpired since the 2000s and since the evolution of Glass-Steagall is the intermingling of banking and the gambling, the insurance side. So we have evolved from being gatekeepers to, honestly, we're merely today the utility of the government, and we're at their beck and call need, and they pretty much control the institution. So appraisers can be the gatekeepers, but the rules that have been written The 2000s are so constant that there's two interpretations wrong interpretation. So again, I'm going to link back to the fact since this evolution took place in the 2000s, this is an experiment. And even if they made the decisions in 2008, they will be the first to tell you, the high up positions, they will be the first to tell you that they have no idea how this is going to shake out. And I
think we're having a little bit of a technical problem. I'll fill in some blanks as Lori is trying to reboot and join the conversation. But one of the key, actually, the most critical aspect of developing the pipeline for lending in the real estate industry is the appraiser. Now, a lot of you who have been paying attention to, for example, the latest on, well, one of many elements of the businesses of Donald Trump. About 3 weeks ago, as a result of the New York AG's investigation into Donald Trump's longstanding business practices, one scenario that seemed to be echoed throughout mainstream media was the revelation that Donald Trump, for example, would have a penthouse apartment that was 10,000 square feet that was valued at a specific amount. As it was related, or I should say revealed, Donald Trump on specific documents was inflating the value of a specific penthouse by extraordinary numbers. Instead of it being 10,000 square feet, he put it down as 30,000 square feet. I believe that the most expensive value for a penthouse apartment in Manhattan, that could have my figures a little bit off, but Donald Trump, I think the value may have been in potentially the $25 to $50 million range, and what he had put down as the appraised value was substantially larger. I think by magnitudes of 4, for example. And so the big question became, and this is just in the last, news cycle over the course of the last couple of weeks, as a matter of record, that everyone in mainstream media continued to ask, well, why would banks and underwriters and professionals and appraisers elevate numbers to insane figures? Well, because like we showed you at the very beginning, that's called control fraud. And as I see you came back at the perfect time, Lori, and I'm glad you're back. We've had a little bit of a difficult connection, but what I just teed up that I want you to pick up on was I was just explaining it recently in the media cycle at the front of news, because Donald Trump is in the news 24/7, were the revelations out of the New York AG's office about how the Trump businesses were inflating both the square footage and the appraised value of a penthouse. And they continue to ask, why would a bank lend against hyperinflated amounts that everybody knew were ridiculous? And B, what would be the reason for doing so, considering that all of us think that a bank is on the hook for the loans that it makes? Will you please bring that into the context of your profession and what you learned in 2008 specifically and how it impacted you?
Wow, that's a big segue. That was a big segue, Patrick. So what Patrick is referring to very much is accounting control fraud. And obviously, any illustrations where misrepresentations are made, that is the beginning. It is an element of go along to get along. And if you go along, then you get work. And if you don't go along, then you are out of work. Appraisers are definitely on the hook in that respect because of basically the way that they set up the regulatory structure after the savings and loan crisis. So banks drive the train in that element. And the second answer to your question, I think, Patrick, honestly, is it's more about shareholders than consumers, consumer citizens. The decisions that are made are, when we're talking about this kind of situation and investors, it's always about serving shareholders first. So consumer citizens,
which is just the inverse. Which is just the inverse of what you established when you were wholeheartedly diving into the profession as someone who took great pride in your work and great pride in the structure, because, like I think most Americans, you recognize the importance of home ownership in people's lives, and you were serving a purpose. But then things started to change. You were working with local lenders that actually had skin in the game and cared about the people that they lent to, because obviously they were part of their community. But because of Graham Leach Bliley and because of these changes, and then other elements, and this is why it's such a huge story, but because of that deregulation in Graham Leach Bliley, we created super banks, basically with these verticals of which the largest banks in the country could penetrate what was then interstate banking laws through interstate banking deregulation to be able to create pipelines for home ownership, to move them through the process. As we've shown in the con, and as many of us are aware, there was a global appetite of investment that thought that home ownership in the United States was pure gold, not to mention pensions that relied on, for example, credit rating agencies to be able to invest in what we called mortgage-backed securities. But through all of those sorts of pieces of the pipeline, where the buck stops are the appraisers. Because if the appraisers are doing what exactly are the ramifications of UDAP codes that I would like you to address, and you do the underwriting of We're back. Shucks, we keep losing Lori. Oh man, it's so, when we put types of efforts together and we broadcast live with the technology, we're going to have a couple of technological hiccups. Lori, were you able to hear my last question?
I really did. I didn't hear the last question, but I got the crux of it. So, what was the question?
So, just broadly.
Broadly on
impact, your personal. Tell us your story.
Okay, so the story is that there's this incredible conflict of interest that is occurring in the banking system between the banks and the appraisers. And prior to 2000, those barrier walls were very obvious. There was never any gray area. Once they took away those barriers, it just opened up opportunity for corruption and unregulated activities. And these unregulated activities went on for many, many years. And it's interesting to me that leadership could say that they couldn't recognize it or see it, because early in the 2000s, thousands of appraisers were notifying regulators all the way to the top, and it was ignored. And fast forward to today, thousands of appraisers are warning about the conflicts of interest that were never cured post 2008, and I'm very suspicious about just what's transpiring currently and for the future of new appraisers.
Can you tell us about the human cost into your professional career of how this perverted lending scenario that came out of the Graham Leach Bliley Act impacted you directly?
On a personal level, it's stunning, and I don't feel special because I see and hear so many stories just like this. And from a regulatory standpoint, the The structure that is established, it didn't work back then, and it doesn't work now. So, I'm very confident that what's in place is not effective.
I'm sorry to press you on this, but you would. Your screen is freezing up on me. I hope this will come through. Tell me when you can hear me.
I can hear you great.
Okay, perfect.
Can you hear me okay?
I can. So frequently in the run-up to the 2008 crisis, what we hear constantly is that it was a subprime problem. What we found and what we presented is there was liar's loans that were involved with getting as many loans in the pipeline as possible. And there were techniques used by lenders to appraisers to continue, let's say, the breadth and the scope of the volume. Can you explain to us what you know in West Virginia and how it personally impacted you?
What we just did here, I met my senior early on because I was very confused and fine, but evolution, with
Well, I'm sure Miss Noble will come back on, but I'll fill in the blanks because I was a producer, and Miss Noble had provided me some extremely valuable information. I think a lot of us have a perception of certain flyover states as being less sophisticated than, let's say, the coastal locations. Many of us have that sort of perception about West Virginia. As it turns out, one of the worst subprime lenders, which turns out to be the liar loan lender of Countrywide, had set up shop in West Virginia. And they dangled out the worst of the worst loan products, similar to what Beth Jacobs had just shown us in terms of what Wells Fargo was doing. Countrywide was doing as well. And they would make loans to anyone as quickly as possible with hyperinflated assets, which was also deeply rooted in what was taking place with Addie Polk's loans. The reason that people had owned their houses and decided to refinance as opposed to try to grow their portfolio, which was later expressed by mainstream media as people biting off more than they could chew, most people were refinancing their homes because appraisers and mortgage brokers told them that their houses were more valuable than they had ever thought possible, which gave them the opportunity to refinance based on the appraised value of that collateral. The reason why that is so incredibly important to the pipeline is because everything depends on the value of the collateral, as you will later learn as it relates to the Federal Reserve. Now, appraisers, who are usually independent, depend on lenders to be able to choose them to go appraise homes. And now we are back, and I am actually filling in the blanks of your story and where I finished. And we have our next interview scheduled for 7 minutes. So I'll just basically leave it up to you, Lori, to fill in the blanks of how appraised values determine the collateral, that lenders determine risk, and what happens if you take out the human element that is professional.
Got you. So thank you again for having me in this. And I mean, it's just such an honor to be a part of this group of information sharing people. From the appraiser's perspective, there really needs to be a reckoning that comes to the regulatory environment. It is designed to serve banks. Appraisals are prepared for banks. They are not prepared for consumer citizens. Banks are the appraiser's client. Even though the consumer citizen may be paying for the appraisal, it is the bank's appraisal. And that is how the control is, managed. Consumers should certainly do their homework and study the appraiser who is coming, look at their credentials, because for many, many years and leading up to the crash, there were unregulated agents of banks in control of the appraisal ordering system. Since then, they have been put into law, so they are also licensed. But by the time the licensing went into effect and regulations went into effect, they had embedded themselves, and many of the companies like Countrywide used their own management companies. Wells Fargo had their own. Everybody had their own. And that's how control fraud works. So because we didn't have the accountability after 2008, the evolution of those entities, that's exactly what they became, was an evolution. So there was never really a correction in that respect. They just evolved into what we see today as our current economy and our current housing system.
Do you have any examples of personal tragedies that have befallen your career that you can, on your way out of this particular interview, give our viewers a sense of the human toll of what happens when stopgaps are not appropriated in the manner that we depend on?
Yes, we have expectations. And after all of the occurrences in my career and personal life, I have learned in the financial industry to lower my expectations to below dirt, because you cannot expect anyone to have the kind of honor that we would assume would be there. The regulatory environment was so out of control, I did seriously question it, but it wasn't until 2017, nearly 10 years after the fact, that I really began to be able to unravel it to the degree. And it took me into kind of an administrative code aspect of regulations. But, I've basically discovered that the licensing and regulatory environment structured after the SNL and after Mr. Black's, Professor Black's work, was basically designed to give banks the appearance of safety. And what it has done is taking the small business people and kind of taking them out at the knees. So you have an anti-competitive regulatory environment in appraising with no supervision. There's been no supervision for 30 years. And I think that, current events and what you see in the news are a sign of the times of that lack of accountability in our own ranks.
Well, I'm sorry, but I want to ask you this question because we're on standby with our next expert witness. But you have mentioned to me, and I've learned from some of your colleagues, that there's a really interesting dynamic that's brewing right now. We know in the past, and we'll get to that in this segment of the next amount of information that we're going to lay down, what took place after the robo-signing scenario. And that was an automated sort of initiative to try to make the registries not really the full end game, to be able to create a workaround that would make things happen faster, such that it would supposedly be more efficient and cost effective for the financial system. But what we'll find and what we'll reveal here is just the opposite happened. Now, I understand in the appraisal profession, there's a movement afoot by the system that had replaced robo-signing, which we call ICE, that's run by none other than Miss Loeffler, who is a representative from the state of Georgia, and her husband, who was the president of the New York Stock Exchange, who have pushed forward to move appraisers out of the profession and replaced with automation. Can you give us a sense of what might happen as a result of what we've just lived through?
Yeah, I think that, honestly, we could kind of look at Open Door and Zillow and see where they're at with closing up all of their AVM, automated valuation elements, because they didn't work. And like over 50% of their sales, they sold below what they were selling them for. The government, this is what's concerning about taking that human element out of it. Fannie and Freddie are still in conservatorship, but they're taking a huge leap of faith on this experiment. And they're literally saying that consumer citizens don't want appraisers at their properties. And they're going to take the long way around and send a perfect stranger out there with no credentials, probably very little training, to come through your house. And that's how bad it's getting. Now the game is to take appraisers out of physically coming and seeing the property. So it's going to get worse before it gets better. I am entertained by the concepts of modernizing, but I like new innovation. Like, I really like to see innovation, not just taking a system that works and breaking it apart and saying that you've created something new, because you really haven't at that point. And something that's disheartening to me as an appraiser are just the limitations that are so many more services and I love to see more engage directly with your appraiser. I think that we have a wealth of information to offer people. And I think that we're going to see a lot of regulatory changes coming down the pike in the near future, because like I mentioned, the appraisal sector hasn't been touched in 30 years. The FHFA has opened their new fintech division, and I really enjoy listening to all of the ideas. And some of them are great, and some of them are just way beyond anything I can fathom in my mind. But that human element, the concept that consumers do not want to meet with their appraiser, I really have a hard time believing that. So,
well, thank you for your time. It's incredibly courageous to speak with us. I'm sorry that we've had some technical glitches on this particular call, but I encourage everybody to watch The Con, and Miss Noble and her colleagues provide every bit as much of the detail that she had provided to us, and they are really the heroes of this amazing story. They did inform law enforcement. They did inform everybody that should have known that the scam was on and that the system was going to blow, and nobody listened. So on behalf of a country that never really fully understood it, I hope we can get that message through to them, hopefully sooner than later. Thank you, Ms. Noble.
Thank you, guys. Have a great afternoon. See you later.
Take care. Okay, so we're going to go back to the Federal Reserve, and we're going to talk to a woman who is a key resident of the Metro Baltimore, Washington, D.C. area, who knows this story inside and out. And if you would, Ms. Johnson, it's so terrific to see you. Can you please tell us your story and what we need to know about what's been happening in the Baltimore metro area?
Hi, Patrick. We're good to go?
Yeah, we're good to go now.
Okay, the engineers say we're good to go. First off, I want to thank you so much for even bothering to put this together to appeal to the world to appeal to the world to come down and have this kind of a demonstration. In my county, I live in Prince George's County, Maryland, and it was once billed as the most affluent Black county in the United States. Well, enter the 2008 financial meltdown, and we lost almost 18,000 houses in our county after the 2008 financial crisis. So here we are back again in 2022. And now we have people who have been affected by COVID. We have people who are still battling their cases from the meltdown. But now we've got thousands of people really who are being affected by this. In our one county alone, in Prince George's County, Maryland, we have almost 14,000 people who have received a notice of intent to foreclose. Now, in our state, that means it's the first shot over the bow of the homeowners. We're coming for you. And so they send you a notice of intent to foreclose. What a lot of homeowners don't know is if they don't file a defense within a certain amount of time, like 15 days, the lenders or the pretender lenders pull out their checklist and they are on their way to foreclosure. So with the people really that we are working with the ministers in the faith-based community. We're working with fraternities and sororities so that we can raise an army of people and get them to watch the con and realize that they can really affect their own futures. So hopefully we'll be able to make that happen. Tonight I'm going to be making a presentation before some of our delegates and hope to be able to get people to sponsor our legislation. And we're hoping to be able to get people to write to the powers that be in our Maryland legislature so that we can get people to fight in a way that's going to be effective. But this is so great that we're doing this because I'm going to be filming it and showing it to the people that are working with me and letting them know that I know such influential people like you. So thank you so much for being here.
Ms. Johnson, I am such an admirer of your real knowledge of this incredibly devastating story in American history. And we have presented from the bottom to the top and back again the modus operandi of predatory lending that led to the devastation of millions, particularly in the African American community. If you may, because I know you've been dealing with this for over a decade, can you give us an abbreviated understanding of the impact in your community?
Oh God, when you say abbreviated, let me do my very best to abbreviate it. Because what it has done, hold on, we're gonna get this back to the engineer again. What it has done is that we have got people who are homes that are vacant. We have got squatters. Just last week on one of our news stories, we had the story of a couple that bought a house and went through U.S. Bank, bought the house, went by to see the house one day before they moved in, only to see somebody else moving into the house. And so they said that the people that were moving in said that they had a valid lease. And lo and behold, when the real estate agent called the police, they found out they did have what looked like a valid lease. Although the police couldn't enforce it, they said, well, it looks like they've got a lease. Well, now those people have got to go into court and try to see how they're going to be able to get this house that they put a deposit on, et cetera, et cetera. And that is just one of the cases, one of the ways that we're being devastated, because now the bottom feeders are coming in. They are looking for houses that look like they've been foreclosed. They're looking for vacant houses, and they are literally going online and getting a lease and renting those homes to unsuspecting people and taking their deposit and their first month's rent and walking away. And the people have no idea where to find these people. That's one of the ways our community's been devastated. Also, we have literally got people living in the woods in tents because they have nowhere to go. I mean, in this day and age of the rental market being like it is, there's no place for them to rent. And not only that, they have to have thousands of dollars to move in because the least expensive apartment in our area is like $2,000 for a 2-bedroom apartment and almost $1,800 for a 1-bedroom apartment. So to move in, they've got to have the first month's rent. They've got to have the security deposit, and people just don't have that kind of money. So we'll see you later. And we have children whose lives have been upended because they're schooling. They're not going to school. We've got people living in cars. Last week I talked with a young lady with her three children. She had a 7, a 9, and a 7-month-old living in a car. Oh, wow. And so these stories abound. Just this morning, I got another call from someone who was looking for financial help, and they're getting evicted. They're looking for attorneys. So it has impacted our community in ways. It has impacted our community in ways that are just. It just takes too much time for me to tell you all the ways. But those are very significant in that we've literally got people living in the woods in tents.
Well, thank you, Ms. Johnson, for everything that you do in your community, everything that you champion for justice in your community. I'm so proud to see you sitting in front of the Federal Reserve, standing in front of the Federal Reserve with people who have been devastated by this. I remind people that Timothy Geithner, the former chair of the Federal Reserve, had always mentioned that these types of people, all of us, were foam on the runway for the crashing financial system, that building behind you provided trillions of dollars to the people that buried everyone. And we're presenting the truth in all of its unfortunate misery. So thank you so much for your participation.
Well, I just want to say thank you so much. And it's so wonderful to meet all these other soldiers and from the different parts of the country that are here and have gone long distances and spent a lot of money to come up here to protest this. And so I want to thank them for being here too, and for you to get them here.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. Okay. So now we're going to turn our attention to Miss Lynn Sismoniak, who I believe is waiting. And thank you, Lynn, for joining us today.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Now, I know that anyone who has any understanding of this story understands your name. I mean, I don't think there is a bigger revelation of the magnitude and the details of what took place that ultimately led to what should have put an end to this situation as far back as 2012. However, it's 2022, and as we've learned throughout the day, the problem never really ended. It continued, but yet it's evolved into kind of a new phase. I'd like to start just briefly, if I may, to try to reconstitute who you are and what you actually did that led to a specific result in 2012. And I'm going to ask you to do it in a relatively abbreviated fashion so we can actually get to what's happening now as well. So if you would please tell us what we need to hear.
Sure. Back then I was a middle-aged woman in foreclosure. My house had lost over $500,000 in value. I was upside down on my mortgage along with hundreds of thousands of other mortgage holders, and I was foreclosed upon. And when I received the foreclosure papers, I saw a lot of questionable entries in the foreclosure papers. I knew from having worked with white-collar crime and fraud in the past that something was fishy, and I started investigating it and discovered very quickly that the documents they were using in court to foreclose upon me were fakes, forgeries, and that's where robo-signing came to light in a very big way. I don't want to say I discovered robo-signing, but what I did was go to court after court and observe and see what was going on. I had to find out who Deutsche Bank was because that was not my lender, like hundreds of thousands of other people. And slowly but surely, I discovered that there were stacks and stacks and thousands of people who were being foreclosed upon with fraudulent documents. I put the case together and took it to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Jacksonville and the FBI because I had worked with those people before. They knew me. I had a little bit of credibility there. And they began a criminal investigation, which did culminate in one of the executives of lender processing services, being sentenced to 5 years in jail, one of the few people who went to jail. And I also filed a whistleblower case because these same documents were being used so that the trusts and banks could collect money from Fannie, Freddie, the VA, HUD, and I particularly focused on HUD. Eventually, with the help of my whistleblower attorneys who had to learn all of this, and it certainly wasn't easy because then we had to educate the Justice Department lawyers and the judges. And eventually we were able to recover in a settlement $95 million for HUD, and a portion of that went to me as a whistleblower so I could do things like start the Housing Justice Foundation and continue to try to do work on behalf of people who were being stomped by the government in connection with the big banks and losing everything. And so for a few years then after the award, that was my work, which involved just trying to help people in foreclosure understand what was happening to them and fight back. And eventually, David Diane wrote a book about us, the people in my community who supported me and who really had leadership roles in the community. Lisa Epstein, Michael, some other folks, but we eventually grew to recognize our own power. We went to court as a group. We observed foreclosures. We did everything we could to try to educate the community about who we were and to let the banks know that we knew what they were doing, that it was not working anymore. And it led to more and more people across the country recognizing that the banks were cheating and foreclosing with documents, making up their own evidence, conducting themselves in a way that would have sent anyone else to jail or at least been thrown out of court. So that was my work for many, many, many years, but with a lot of other people that I met along the way who were very courageous and dedicated to all this, like Patrick.
Well, I'm very honored to hear that from you. And I'm so happy that, you look so healthy, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm glad to see that. And thank you for participating. Look, we're trying to pull out the stops, and I want to just kind of hit a couple of boxes here, just for people that are tuning in and maybe trying to get their head around this for the first time. Mrs. Moniak was featured famously on 60 Minutes. She presented the nature of robo-signing, what it meant, as you identified, and very humbly so, the only person that wound up with any criminal charges from this incredible fiasco that I think the volume of signatures must be in the millions, I would imagine, given what I actually have, given what I have actual evidence of myself, thanks to some of your colleagues like Joan O'Brien and Jeff Thigpen. But this led to what was known as the revelation of the robo-signing scandal that led to directly what we had in 2012, which was called the National Mortgage Settlement. Now, at that point, what it appeared to be was that government seemingly had a grip on these incredible stories that we've been revealing the entire time of literally extensions of the banks that we call, in some cases, foreclosure mills or servicers, engaged alongside those that were involved with the robo-signing scenario, all sorts of methodologies to make sure that foreclosures happened in rapid succession. There's another side of that, and that includes the judiciary as well. Don't want to get into that specifically with this question, but what I knew at that time and what I knew after years of being involved with the research for the con was that while you were the subject of the David Dayen investigation that also came through recently with an Alex Gibney and David Sirota podcast called Meltdown, but ultimately with 60 Minutes, considering the widespread calamity that we're talking about. And by the way, I want to plug one other thing. You were also a consultant on a terrific film that I don't think was seen by nearly enough people called 99 Homes. That when
One of the proudest things I ever worked on. I was so good to work on that.
made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. And but yet, still, it was like there was not a widespread coverage, for example, on the front page over weeks of time at the New York Times or the Washington Post, in every major, outside of the robo-signing situation, but everything that came afterwards in mainstream media, it just seemed to dissipate. And yet what we were talking about, even with the wonderful work that you did that led to this incredible key tam, I believe would be the appropriate settlement, that led to what sounds like a big figure, but in the end wasn't necessarily a big figure. But
Not nearly enough. It's like making somebody pay a quarter for every $10 they stole.
Right, but the calamity was so widespread, and then we learned after years and years and years that some of the same techniques that were used in that era are still at play today.
Right.
So in context to what you have seen, and it's 2022, I have to remind myself, can you give us some perspective of what was, what didn't get fixed, and what is now?
Well, I think the most important thing to understand is that the U.S. sells debt. That is its biggest commodity, and it sells all kinds of debt. It sells credit card debt, student loan debt, automobile debt, but especially mortgage debt. And it sells its mortgage debt all over the world. And that machine, so that investors, and I'm not talking about 95%, 99% bottom investors, I'm talking about the very, very wealthy investors, can continue to get even wealthier because of this debt they're buying in the US. And while securities and securitization of mortgage debt has changed somewhat, when I go back and look at it now, and I look at it all the time, I see that it's mostly putting a new spin on the same old practices. What I see now is more and more homes being purchased by large corporations, and those purchases then, single-family homes are then become rental homes, and that rental income, believe it or not, becomes securitized. You can securitize any kind of debt. You can securitize, water bills, electric bills, any kind of debt. It doesn't matter. And we sell the interest in those debts around the world. Fannie Mae, for the first time, had over $1 trillion of foreign sales of mortgage debt last year. And you can go on the Fannie Mae website and look at foreign investors in Fannie Mae and see that it has exceeded $1 trillion in sales. It is the same problem that we see all over, which is more and more homes are owned by corporations and not by single-family buyers. They are owned by corporations. More and more apartments are owned by corporations, and these corporations that are buying up our homes and our neighborhoods and building these build-to-rent communities are charging rents that no one can afford to pay. It used to be when somebody was losing their home, I would tell them, please don't consider it the end of your life. You can find a decent rental property. I can't say that anymore to people because I know that they will find a rental property that they can't afford to move into because the rent has gone up in that property $1,000 or more a month in the past 2 years and continues to climb. So the lack of affordable housing in this country is probably the biggest problem that we are facing economically. There are not enough homes for decent homes, safe homes, affordable homes for people to live in, and it's not getting better. It's getting worse because our housing stock is being bought up by large corporations who are interested in the profit of it all. We sell housing debt and we sell profits, our corporate profits, to investors all over the world in the top 1%. And that has to end because we are pushing people right to the edge now. As desperate as it was in 2008 through 2010, it's just that desperate now.
It's so hard for me to even comprehend what you just said, but yet I see it every single day. And yet we have the answers that must penetrate the millions of people that don't understand how the machine works. So that's why we're demonstrating it all. And you're a key vector in all of it. And so I'm just going to ask you a series of specific questions that I think only you can actually address. So when you're talking about the now and you're talking about the investors, you're talking about specifically massive asset managers and their subsidiaries, of which I think is becoming a household name now, which is ironic because nobody understood who BlackRock was up until recently, but yet they have actually been engaged in the management of Federal Reserve emergency stimulus since what we call Maiden Lane, that goes back to literally prior to Bear Stearns in 2007. So there's not a mystery to some of us who have followed this that they're the world's largest asset manager, and there's a lot of huge questions that come with it. But when you talk about the distortions in the market, Len, and when you also further reveal the methodology, what appears to be just criminal behavior that doesn't end, can you make sense of how the power with trillions of dollars to go into assets that serve what you said, the 1% of corporate interest or those sorts of things, in context of what was once just a traditional sort of very easy paint by the numbers, A plus B equals C methodology of home ownership? What do we need to understand about the system when you look through the long lens of all of your experience?
I think what we need to understand is that the greediest of our money managers discovered a way with mortgage securitization to make a lot of money. And it caused a lot of heartache, it caused a lot of grief, which they didn't care. That was not concerning them. What was concerning them was how much money they could make by lumping these mortgages together, selling them. And when they ran out of the product they were selling, they simply began selling inferior loans and misrepresenting what they were. So eventually there were hundreds of lawsuits about the quality of the loans and what different lenders were doing and how they were getting people to borrow money and what kind of promises they were making. But that kind of promise that you're going to make money from investing in the rental stream when the rental stream is being securitized and then used to borrow money as people invest. The same people who put the second largest corporate owner of single-family rental homes in this country right now is Progress Residential. It owns over 80,000 single-family homes. The company didn't exist before 2012, but it was started by the fellow who previously had worked for Goldman Sachs and was responsible for putting together the whole strategy of The Big Short. So if you read about this fellow's background and you understand Goldman Sachs and The Big Short, he then left that business and started his single-family rental and single-family rental securitization business. It's the second largest of the single-family rental companies today. And who invests in these trusts that are being put together? It is the investment companies primarily. Yes, pension funds lose a lot of money, but the main investors in mortgage-backed securities or mortgage-backed rental streams are banks, investment companies, and then eventually the next layer down is pension funds, people who showed up as plaintiffs in a lot of lawsuits because the pension funds lost a lot of money. So as long as this machine is unregulated and continues to churn out great profits for investment companies and banks who have a role in every aspect of it, there isn't, if they're not the depositor or the securitizer or the lender, then one of their subsidiaries is. As long as that's not regulated, then they're going to continue to make money, and there's no amount of shame or that you can bring upon them, and there's no amount of pressure that you can bring to most courtrooms. And there are some wonderfully adventurous but also brave judges who did see what was going on, and who also blew the whistle and said, no, this is not going to go on in my courtroom. But for the most part, the judges do not feel that way. And, I have been prevented from testifying in any number of trials. One judge said, as I took the stand, I seldom make it to the stand, they won't let me testify, but one judge said, I don't want to hear the F word in my courtroom. And I thought, well, 12 years of Catholic girls' school, I don't throw it around all that often. And he said, by that I mean fraud. Don't mention fraud in my courtroom. Well, that was the motive behind everything that was happening to people. So to not mention it would really gut my testimony and cause me to either say nothing or to lie. And I wasn't going to do either of those. So I just went ahead and used the fraud word in this courtroom. But I see the same kind of problems repackaged, different ribbons on these packages, but I see the same kind of problems and the same kind of people who are being hurt. I mean, who do we convince to go into debt? We convince a lot of 18 to 25-year-olds, to borrow, get credit cards. Oh, yes, you can get a credit card now. Borrow for student loans. Oh, you should get your first home. It's time for you to get your first home. Go into debt, go into debt, go into debt, because we need that debt, because we package that debt and we sell it. And who do we sell it to? We don't pay any attention for the most part. There is a Fed research paper that says that we sell a great deal of our debt to over 200 countries, but really it's 3 countries in particular, and the first is China. China, Korea, and Taiwan love to buy our housing debt. So who owns your home? Who owns your mortgage? Who are you really answerable to? All of this needs to be disclosed, and people need to think about it, and they really need to think about the debt aspect. When somebody is offering you money, you really need to think about the debt aspect. And you can see how controlled it is by watching what happened to our mortgage rates in 2022. You don't go from the mortgage rates we had in February to the mortgage rates we have now in November without somebody pulling some pretty significant strings. And the only reason those strings get pulled is to make more profit for a very small group of people.
I mean, it almost seems like it's otherworldly. I always compare it to Orwellian. I always compare it to some sort of fiction. I'm a movie guy. Is there any way you can try to paint the picture? And you've given so many lectures to so many people that have needed to hear these incredible introspections that you've come across and you've revealed to the American people, but yet we're still in this fog, if you will. Can you make a metaphor that would actually resonate on regular people that don't seem to understand what's been happening?
I don't know if I can. Part of the reason it's difficult is, Patrick, is people don't want to think of themselves as conspiracy people. Oh yeah, she thinks that everything is in the financial system is broken, and she thinks that Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan are pulling the strings. I use those 2 names not because I mean, those are the biggest securitizers right now, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and where did they start out? Why do they own so many homes? Why do they rent so many homes? Where did they buy these homes? They bought them from auctions of foreclosed homes. And who sold them? The FHA, they sold them at deeply discounted prices, big bundles of foreclosed homes, and said, you must do everything first to prevent a foreclosure. Well, it was a self-regulated system. You fill out this form to prove to us that you did everything to keep these people from going into foreclosure, but they didn't. And so they bought up foreclosed homes, and now they are buying middle-class homes that go on the market. And the ordinary buyer who would be getting these homes, is absolutely powerless, because somebody came in the same week they came in with what they thought was a really good offer. Somebody else came in and said, all right, here's our offer. It's $5,000 more. And by the way, we'll pay in cash and we can close in 10 days. So that seller is going to take that second offer. So you can talk to people all over about who are trying to buy homes, they're not now that it's 7% interest rates. And you'll find out that they have the same stories to tell. They have no place that they can afford to buy because banks and corporations control the housing market. And if you are trying to get your place in that housing market, it's very, very difficult and becoming more difficult all the time. But I can think about that, what you just asked me to think of, but I've tried to explain this. I try to lecture about this, especially about the single rental increases in single family home prices and what's going on in the single family home market and the emergence of these build to rent communities, where now what used to be the typical suburban community is a rental community because the builders have gone into business with the landlords, the single family home landlords, and they're building 200, 300 home communities that will always be rental. And if you look to see what kind of landlords these big corporations are, one of the things you should do first is probably read the complaint filed by the Attorney General in Minnesota, who accused one of the biggest renters of unfair and deceptive trade practices, because what they told renters their experience was going to be was nowhere near what their experience was. And now we have, even especially in Florida, because of what happened on the Southwest coast, we have thousands of more people who don't have homes, and yet that they don't have homes that are being built. They're not in the pipeline. It's not because of the supply chain shortage. The builders are building homes that are going to be sold for $1 to $4 million. And that's not a middle class price tag. And where can they turn? They can turn to the rental market, but they can probably also turn to living two families in what used to be a one family apartment. And I see that all the time. I especially see it in New York because I have a daughter who lives in New York, so I pay a lot of attention to that market. But more and more people are having to take very, very unusual steps just to keep a roof over their head. And it gets worse all the time. They cannot find a job that will pay enough money to allow them to both pay their rent and eat, or pay their mortgage payment and eat. And I see a lot of desperation.
Well, I wish I could talk to you for another several days, but we have quite a few folks that are going to provide other reflections and perspectives of reality that put the whole together. But thank you for all that you've done. Thank you for being healthy. So glad to see you. And please spread the word that we're trying with everything we have to overcome this incredible iron grip of this mammoth cloud that's got control over everything, and it doesn't need to if we the people understood exactly how it works and to what
Thank you for mentioning 99 Homes too, Patrick. I wish more people could have seen 99 Homes, but the friendships I made making that film, I still talk to Ramin Barani, the director, quite regularly. Another good film is White Tiger, of course, if you haven't seen that, talking about the disparities in wealth. But the people that I met doing this work have made the last 20 years worthwhile to me. Those are the people I consider my friends and the people that keep me going.
It's an extraordinary snapshot, and it should have been seen by 10 million people. Same with the con, and that's why we're trying to move this out. Thank you, Mrs. Moniak, and all the best to you. We'll talk to you at some point downstream.
Okay. Say hello to all my friends who are about to talk.
So next, we are going to go to the west coast of the United States, and we're going to join a gentleman by the name of Doug Boggs. Doug Boggs comes out of the Bay Area. Doug is a former builder. He's a bit of a Renaissance man, but primarily he got into the situation by the 2008 great financial crisis that, like millions of other people, devastated him. And he has truths that are quite extraordinary. And I am stalling because I am looking. There he is. Fantastic. So, Doug, I mean, it's pretty wild to introduce you after Lynn Sismoniak. Let's just pick up in the piece of the puzzle of where she left off. It's extraordinary to hear some of these stories that we've laid down today of not only the systemology of control fraud, which emanates from the from the CEOs of this country, of our financial system. But as it actually worked its way into predation through deceptive acts and practices and asymmetric information that set up tens of millions of people in this incredible collapse of everything that we believe we are as Americans. And now we are on the West Coast, and your journey was quite spectacular on so many levels. But let's just start with why you had to go the distance, like all of us, and what did you find?
Why I had to go to the distance. First, thanks for including me in this. It's a monumental task for you, and I appreciate what you've done. In California, why do you have to go the distance? So, when all of my situation started, I was a real estate developer and a real estate investor. I had properties all across the country, and I was building a bunch of homes in Texas when the economy collapsed. And things started to implode on my end because I had outstanding payments due from JP Morgan Chase, who was the construction lender for a bunch of the homes that I was building, and they just decided not to pay. So there's about $500,000 that was not coming down my pipeline. And so subsequently, at that point in time, in 2008, 2009, there was little rope left to grasp onto. And so as the implosion happened on Wall Street, Chase said, we're no longer making payments. Well, there's a trickle down effect that happens at that point. And so I had a couple dozen employees and a couple dozen subcontractors where everything just ended. Then I had to come back to California to regroup. And at that point, the economy had crashed. Obviously, at that point, 2009 is well into it, and the economy had crashed to a point where there wasn't any more construction work, et cetera, et cetera. So I was now regrouping life in Oakland, California, where I was current on my mortgage. But I knew some point that if things didn't change, that that I would be needing assistance, need to have assistance. But I was current on the mortgage. And so I spent about 2 years watching the timeline move forward as savings started depleting itself. And so we were in constant, my ex-wife and I were in constant contact with Wells Fargo on a daily basis, pretty much trying to talk to them about how we can, modify the loan, or how we can get into some programs that are going to help, because we saw down the road that we wouldn't be able to afford the mortgage if things didn't change. So basically the word from Wells Fargo got to the point, and it does, honestly, at this point, I want to preface with everything that we've learned today. This isn't about Wells Fargo. This isn't about JP Morgan Chase. What I'm going to bring forward is it doesn't matter the bank. It's a systemic problem. And we've seen a lot of that evidentiary material today as well. But what took place for me was they said, in order for us to be able to help you, because the government put programs together to help modify loans, you need to literally be behind on your payments. So if you stop paying your mortgage, then we can help. So on the advice of a bank who you're supposedly supposed to trust at some point, because they have all of your money, on November of 2010, we were advised to stop paying. So we stopped paying for November of 2010. In December of 2010, we started getting foreclosed on. And I found that to be interesting, because there's a process in California to where you can restitute your situation, because they're supposed to try everything they can to try to get you back on track. We were already on track. It's just that on their advice, they said stop. And so with them filing foreclosure papers within 30 days, we were now in a track mode through the system that we are no longer able to rectify our problem financially. It is now in the courts. There's a 90-day process in the state of California, which is supposed to allow you that timeline to put your ducks in a row and get things regrouped. They took that away from us. The only way to stop.
Doug, if you mind, if I just kind of intersect one question real quick, because it's extremely, it really makes me just sick to consider that I've got 300 hours of footage on the sidelines that I have not been able to put to good use, of which many, many people throughout the country have had the exact same experience that you're talking about,
Sure.
particularly as it relates slightly different, but and I just wanted to make this mention at the 90 days as far as what happened to me was to try to get me in a situation to where presumably it was a servicer that I was dealing with that said, that's how you jump in front of people who haven't missed payments. Miss your payments for 90 days. It's slightly different than what you're talking about. But I just want to bring that up just for another element of what happens in the food chain in the post-collapse meltdown through which foreclosure mills and servicers are basically marionetting all of us with deceptive acts and practices similar to what went into the loans. Now, even more importantly, I have to plug your book, Quantum of Justice, which is right behind you, because as you're about to answer this question, and you're such a terrific spokesperson, Doug, but really as a key witness here, you had to go to extraordinary lengths to turn your life inside out to accomplish extraordinary work. You don't have a law degree. You didn't work for one of the top law firms in the country. You, like many of us, had to find the source of what this was, and you did. So I just wanted to plant that seed as you continue forward. I apologize for interrupting you.
No, that's fine. Yeah, and so you prefaced that I wasn't working with a law firm or anything like that. The reason that Patrick says that in specificity is because in California, as I was about ready to say, the only way to stop a foreclosure from happening is to file a lawsuit against those who are doing the foreclosure action against you. It's we live in a state that's called a non-judicial foreclosure process. And it's called non-judicial because the idea is there is an independent party, the trustee, in a deed of trust relationship. And that party is inserted into the situation to act as an independent party to the mortgage process between the beneficiary and the trustor, the borrower of the mortgage. So what happens is when you've got the trustee acting on behalf of the courts. Okay. So the only way I could stop a foreclosure was to literally file a lawsuit. At this point, I hadn't worked for a long time, so I didn't have any money to file a lawsuit. So the only way to do that was to get into the trench, as he was discussing. And I had to file my own lawsuit. So the time that it took to do that was a very, very short contracted amount of space in order to get it filed prior to the sale date, which was supposed to be April 12th on 2011. So on April 11, 2011, I was able to put together some sort of a lawsuit, and that put a stop to the foreclosure action the next day. Now I was arguing breach of contract. I was throwing anything at the wall at this point because they didn't follow some of the rules of the foreclosure process, like taking the 90 days for us to put our ducks in a row and get us back onto the mortgage payment process, which we were current on. Now, what ended up taking place is as papers get filed and they're supposed to be served, and you don't get served, and you find your papers out in the street blowing in the wind, etc. There's just nothing works like the way it seems that it's supposed to, and you can hear thousands and thousands of stories. This is not made up stuff. These nightmares are very real, and so you have to just grasp straws, and you have to keep going and keep going. Somewhere down the road, a friend of mine said, look, if you're going to argue that you have fraud in your situation, you have to prove the fraud. What I was saying was that the bank committed fraud by issuing us a faulty, they were issuing faulty papers, which some people have talked about. Lynn was talking about the fraud and the robo-signing and all of that. And so as that gets put forward, on a very weak argument, because I'm not an attorney. A friend of mine said, you know what? If you're going to say fraud, you need to be able to prove what a real document is, and how yours isn't. A real document meaning how it's supposed to be put together, the paper trail that's supposed to happen, the dates, the dotted T's and I's, et cetera, et cetera. So my task was then to be put in front of me was to find a document. It doesn't have to be mine. It just needs to be somewhere in the deed of records, somewhere in the registrar's office of someone who has a mortgage deed of trust document as the state of California says that it's supposed to be. That's legit. Okay. So I went down to the county recorder's office, and I looked through weeks I spent looking through thousands of documents that took me far back, until I found that in the year 1997, January 1, or it was 1998, January 1, that's where I found all the documents were not according to the law as the way they were supposed to be built, corrected, and written, and signed, and submitted. And when I got into the year 97, and I was looking through some of the records at the recorder's office, I found some deeds that were put together correctly, according to the rule of law, the codes, the statutes, etc. And I'm looking through this, and I went farther back, and I found all the documents were legit as far as the codes and the statutes as putting these documents together. But something happened in January 1, 1998. And so I was not clear yet what that was, but I now saw that something took place that changed the documents. And so I needed to look on, well, what changed? And at that point, there was a legislative issue that I needed to look into. So I ended up petitioning the state of California. This is a short version, I will say, but I ended up petitioning the state of California, and I came across a code change that was into the books in January 1, 1998. It became effective. It was signed into law in 1996. And at that point in time, what they were trying to do was find a better means of substituting trustee, because in the savings and loan crisis, and now even up to date to that point in 96, there was investors coming into the United States real estate market from all over the world. And so to change some of the actions and sell property and move some of the properties, et cetera, to one party to another, there ended up being a lot of parties involved. So they wanted to minimize that and have one trustee, let's say, to the 10 or 20 investors, or whatever the situation might be. So they put together a code that changes the substitutive trustee code in the non-judicial foreclosure process, which is the foreclosure process in the state of California, and that all pertains to Code 2924, California Civil Code 2924. So what happened in 1996 was a slight change in a code 2935A. And what that did was, by submitting a new document, you were able to change the trustee. But what happened was, because of all of this moving forward in the legislature in 96, Everything was written correctly. And so they were going to then pass it unanimously. But what took place at the very final hour, prior to it being voted on, the people, there was in doing legislation, they bring in outside attorneys and they help write the legislation for the law, for the Congress and the state legislature to try and get something through. And there were two lawyers from the Mortgage Brokers Association that were brought in to help construct this law that they could put together. They changed the wording of the law different from the senator that wrote the law. This was Senate Bill 1638 in 1996. And they changed the wording of his wording. They took out what he said was everything still needs to abide by the rule of law. They took that wording out. There was a lot to it, but they took it out and put in a sentence: the bank has the authority to change the trustee at will. Okay, there we have the problem. This is what I would call my smoking gun to what I was trying to uncover, because what now took place was, if the bank can change the trustee at will, and we are in a non-judicial foreclosure state where it is a trustee as an independent party because they are acting as the court, the bank now owns the court. So when people throughout the day are talking about, well, you know, and Lynn Zizmoniak, who just talked about, I saw for the fraud, and I saw the robo documents, and I saw this and I saw that. This is how it takes place. This is how it moves forward through the process. And it actually became legitimized by the state. And there's 34 deed of trust states in the United States. You can do your math. That means that from January 1, 1998, till even today, because nothing has changed, because you don't have a meeting of the minds in contract law, everyone needs to know what's going on. And the banks don't tell the borrower, oh, by the way, the trustee is not independent, so don't think it will ever attempt to protect your deed of trust, your mortgage. You lose. They will never say that. The borrower will never borrow. But that's the truth. So now the bank is going in. They own the trustee, which means they own the court. And what ended up taking place in the state of California, unknowingly, I will add, I don't know this for sure, but unknowingly to the legislature at the time, because they were already going to move forward on a unanimous vote. But the wording changed slightly. Would they reread it? They were already moving forward. So they all signed it. Now you have a legislature that has opened the doors for the banks to be the court. So in a foreclosure action in the state of California, you lose. I don't see a way out, unless you're going to try to nitpick this or that. There are people that can win. There are people that win, but it doesn't change anything. And that's the kind of thing that I was looking for. So I wrote the book Quantum of Justice about the process of my 4-year legal battle, which took me from Superior Court to appellate court to state Supreme Court. I bounced in and out of federal court. It was a very long and arduous process. And throughout the time, I was under the gun every 30 days or 21 days or 14 days to file or resubmit or respond to Wells Fargo's law firm that was filing in court to try and wear us down. It was very challenging. But at the end, when I finally got to the court and we were arguing in court, and I said, you know, if the bank can just tell me that the trustee has the right to say no to something that the bank is doing, and it will stop the bank from doing that, if that is how things actually work, if the banks have, if the trustee, has the right to say no to what the bank is trying to submit, and then they won't submit it because they can't, because they didn't follow the rules, and the banks and the trustee is now saying, hey, you know, you didn't follow the rules. If that is legitimate, then I'll leave. This is a bogus lawsuit at that point. But my point is, They don't have the authority to be able to do that. The banks know this, and they issue a deed of trust across the mortgage brokers, across the kitchen tables, across the state since January 1, 1998. You do the math. That's a lot of homes. And that's trillions of dollars. Trillions of dollars.
The size and the scope of this, I'd like to plug in a nuclear, emoji, right? To try to even, come close to what it is that you just laid on us, man, and that is so eloquently and step by step portrayed in Quantum of Justice, which is just an unbelievable, heroic effort on your part. But just to kind of recap briefly, because we're about to move on to Bruce Jacobs. We're going from Florida to California, back to Florida, to reveal what we've been doing from the top to the bottom and back to the top, with the Federal Reserve in the middle, with the background of people that were literally foam on the runway. So what you're telling us, again, just to recap briefly, that the Mortgage Brokers Association were able to, because California is a huge state, the volume of real estate is beyond comprehension. I think your state is over 50 million now. And the bottom line is real estate with outside investors, as Lynn had mentioned, tons of money from Asia has gone into the tech centers of San Francisco and LA. And meanwhile, anybody who's paid attention to anything over the course of the last 15 years has seen homelessness go through the freaking roof. We've seen this in the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, but meanwhile, they haven't seemed to put two and two together of what the financial system got away with, and how they got away with it, and they never bothered to ask. So it was incumbent upon people like you and me, Doug, to try to get these truths to the people, because you cannot, under the calamity by our own system is beyond anything anybody else could do to us, honestly.
We are in a situation, we've been hearing for hours on this program, of the mayhem, the destruction of the family, the destruction of the family's savings and etc. So it's across the country, and it is a systemic problem. Each problem is worded slightly different in each state, and some are mortgage states and some are deed of trust states. But the problem exists on a mass scale in every state. I was able to tear apart the wording to the most minute detail in the state of California that allows the bank to own not only a mortgage. As soon as you sign it, you don't own it. They can do whatever they want to your house. I don't care if you're current or not current. My message has always been to look people in the eye and say, you know what? You don't own your house. You're lucky if you get to stay in your house and be one of those 95 to 98% that doesn't have to go through a nightmare. And so those odds, okay, I'll take those odds. But if you are those 2% that the paperwork kind of goes across the desk and somebody picks it up and now you're part of the mess, it's hell. It's a shit show. And it's across the country. This is a systemic issue. And what I find the problem is that we're trying to fix a systemic issue, but within a system, and keeping the system working. Now, I'm not saying revolt and crash the government buildings or anything. We are a rule of law, and I took it upon that premise to do the work in the courts. Now you have Bruce Jacobs moving forward, and he is a master attorney in the foreclosure world, and he is trying to change the system within, and he's at the apex of being able to attempt to do that. And the system that we're going to discuss here, as I'm out of here, I'm sure what we're going to find is the system eats those that don't feed the system. And what we need to do as a society, is understand that we can't be comfortable with the systems that we have. We have to look at them always. We have to know that There's problems systemically always, and greed and corruption will never go away. They are part of the system, but we need to not allow it. When we step up from the table and let the table fall and not allow the system to move forward as it has been, then we can make some changes. And Bruce is trying to do that.
And Bruce will be here in just a minute as I'm listening to you complete that thoughtful conclusion. And we both know that there's so much more. And I think until he pops on here, which will be any minute, I'd like to just spend a couple of more minutes just asking you some more questions, because again, like anybody else, we could talk for hours, Doug.
And we do.
You know, look, I'm just trying to, can you paint the picture of what it was like to walk into those courtrooms in San Francisco, and then also what was happening on the courthouse steps, and, you know, some of these anecdotes from your story of just, I mean, the volume of what was taking place, and the speed, and the sorts of other architecture of being able to hide the flag, if you will, by the trustee who's owned by the bank, and there's no justice being served, and you know it, and yet you're trying to keep all of these balls with your life literally hanging in the balance.
Well, at that point in time, I was in the position financially. I had some good years, and so I was in the position because the economy didn't allow me any work. But I had been in the financial position to be able to focus on the lawsuit. It was challenging, and I didn't realize the lawsuit would go on as long as it did, because we had some legitimate arguments from the beginning. So we thought it wouldn't take long, the naivety of it. But yeah, when you get caught in this machine, it takes you in, and it doesn't spit you out until it can't get anything more from you. There's people that are that I get messages from all the time, from across the country. Can you help me with this? Can you look at these documents? Can you do this? I've been fighting for 10 years. And I'm just like, I don't get that. I can't understand that. It's just, to me, that tells me that there's bottom feeding lawyers all over the place that are just saying, well, you know, we didn't quite file that one. Maybe we'll get them on the next one, and just keep collecting month after month after month with some of these people. When you find some nuggets of the law, it should pierce the law. But when you have judges that are getting paid off, and when you have a foreclosure chain of buyers and judges on the take, the bankers, the appraisers. I mean, this isn't hyperbole. This is real. We've heard it all day long, and you put the picture together. Everyone needs a home, and people want to buy their home. Home ownership is still a great investment in anywhere you are, and people need that, and they want that. But if it's a crapshoot that you give $500,000 over a span of 10 years or whatever to try and own that home, and then it just gets taken from you because the court is owned by the banks, that's just dumbfounding to me. Where we've reached a point, as we're standing, we got people standing in front of the Fed yelling and screaming, that is the bank. That's the bank. And they're owned. They're the ones that own the courts. I mean, when you put this together, the American public loses. So if we're going to take out the Fed, we need to have a replacement before we do that. If we are going to change the Fed, we need to have something that says, this is what you can't do. One of the things you can't do is not abide by the rule of law, which is federal act, whatever, 13.3 that you brought this up with, right? If the Fed doesn't even abide by the laws that they're supposed to abide by, do you think any other bank is going to abide by any law? I mean, come on, you know?
And on that note, it's a great time because Bruce is here, and I, as always, from the bottom of my heart, I value your friendship, Doug, and your expertise and your experience and what you just laid on the world. It's gotta elevate, and so everybody check out Quantum of Justice. And on that note, we'll be talking to you soon. Okay, man.
All right, good for your efforts, Patrick. Good
You,
job.
you got it. All right. Well, next up is legendary defense attorney in the mortgage space who's gone the distance in a way that nobody has. And a man who's really in the thick of it like nobody I've ever seen before. A man who has put his faith, his life, his country, and justice above all else to bring the truth. And in today's sort of effort, Bruce, it's all in service to getting to a moment to reveal everything that you've been fighting for as strongly as you have for all the reasons that you have. And I want to just open up with what we've heard briefly from, among others, Len Sismoniak, who's from your state, and also our friend Doug Boggs out in San Francisco, that you can't say the F word in court. And you, the F word being fraud, have been on the front lines representing some of the most vulnerable people that, through no fault of their own, have been targets. There's so much to reveal. You've been in this fight for 12 years. Why don't you walk us through what we need to hear from you, Bruce?
I'd be happy to. So let me just introduce myself first. Bruce Jacobs. I'm an attorney. I've been practicing law in Florida. I'm in New York, New Jersey, and Florida. I've been practicing law for 25 years. I started as a prosecutor here in Miami. That's what brought me to Florida from New York. And as a prosecutor, I got to wear the white hat. I got to put people away for long periods of time. And I got to try a lot of cases. And prosecuting is one of those places where when you become a prosecutor, you're part of a club of people that go on to be judges and politicians and leaders in the industry. I mean, prosecution is a very strong place to begin your career from. And for me, I left the state attorney's office in Miami. I went on to represent first cruise lines. Then I represented banks for years and all kinds of lawsuits, foreclosures, lawsuits on promissory actions, real estate litigation, commercial litigation, just whatever it was. I took appeals. I went to the U.S. Supreme Court. I got a lot of opportunity as an associate to just, do good work. And then in 2006, I started my own firm. And in 2008, the foreclosure crisis hit. And I started to get calls from people. Can you help me? And I was like, yeah, I can absolutely help you. This is something I know a lot about. Because to me, the idea of litigation, of fighting a bank in court, is all about using the court system to create enough pressure to get the bank to want to go bother somebody else. That's how it works in every other area of law. The more aggressive and persistent you are in your fight, the more likely they are to give your client a good result. And foreclosures is the one area I've practiced now where that has proven to be true far less than it should have been. My own personal foreclosure. I was in foreclosure and I, had one of these Bank of America countrywide originated loans, and it was fraud. And I called it out as fraud, and they reduced my mortgage to a third of what I owed, and they paid me $18,000 in cash. And have since been insisting that that's supposed to be confidential. I disagree, because the whole point was there was no confidentiality about that agreement. And where things stand now is, I have continued on this fight, and it's not just been me. Like, I have traveled the country. You heard from Lynn Samosiak. Might have heard of a guy named Max Gardner. He's kind of the general that was leading the army of us lawyers that would get together, we'd meet, we'd discuss all the issues, we'd share information. We had insiders from the industry who would tell us what was really going on, and you could show that there was fraud in these cases. It wasn't just us. Like, the way this played out, it was the government eventually saying that there was fraud here. And let me just, kind of back up for a minute to give you guys, an understanding of how we got here and where it's going, because it's a scary, scary situation for democracy that we're in this situation today. So let's just back up for, if you've seen The Big Short, you know that these mortgages were subprime predatory mortgages. You couldn't get a mortgage if you were Black or Hispanic in most communities. It was called redlining. They just wouldn't give you loans because they thought you were either was racist or it was risk, whatever it was. You couldn't get a loan, and that was a violation of the Fair Housing Act that went on for decades. And when they created this securitization process, what they really did was create a path where banks could make a lot of money originating loans and then servicing the loans. And they didn't really care if you could pay them or not, because banks made a lot of money originating loans and then servicing the loans. And if you didn't pay, they made more money because you didn't pay. So, this created this very significant problem in democracy and in the countries of, how it created a housing crisis, because what you saw was, communities, Black, Hispanic communities that could never get a loan. Now it was reverse redlining, they called it. They were flooding these communities with loan offers. You could get a loan if you had a pulse and a social security number. And some people didn't even have pulses and still got loans. It was that fraudulent. And it wasn't just these, people that were out there committing mortgage fraud getting these loans. The banks themselves were creating fraudulent loans, taking people who they knew didn't qualify and still qualifying them. Why? Because they made more money when they originated loans. Why? Because they were trying to package the loans into securitizations. So you would take a pool of 3,000, 5,000 loans that all generated within the first quarter of the year. And then you would say, well, if you take 30 years of payments on all these loans, you're talking about $100 billion. We'll sell it to you for 20 billion, 30 billion, whatever the number was. And we're going to get everyone to agree that this is AAA rated mortgage-backed securities, the highest ratings you can get, knowing that these were dog shit, that they were never going to be able to pay on these loans because they were targeting people who didn't have the ability to pay. They just wanted to close the loans. And most of those people came from communities of color and the elderly and people who didn't know any better. And they were given these, fancy terms like negative amortization and 1 month teaser rates. All these things were designed for one purpose: to get you to sign your name on that $200, $300, $500 million loan. And then they would take that and package it up and sell it as if it was a AAA rated mortgage-backed security. What is that? Securities fraud is what that is. For you to sell securities that you're betting against, they were betting against these loans, they were shorting them, knowing that they were probably going to fail and did eventually fail because they made more money. So all of that leads us to this, inescapable conclusion that, there was misconduct by these banks that imploded the international, the world's economy imploded because of this sham that was going on. And it's not the first time they did this. This is the same thing they did in the savings and loans crisis back in the 80s. What's the difference? In the 80s, people got prosecuted for it. That's why it took all the way until 2008 for it to happen again, because I guess people forgot that there are consequences when you commit these kinds of crimes. So now you have this situation where you have millions and millions of loans all over the country that have been issued and that people aren't paying on. Why? Because the economy imploded and the banks got bailed out. They were able to walk right up. You have the Secretary of the Treasury, Steve Mnuchin, was the guy who owned One West Bank, which is infamous for foreclosing on an old widow on a 27-cent error, took her home. Like, these are the kinds of people that we put in charge of the Treasury. And they made it very clear that they're going to protect the banks and the rest of us are going to have, foreclosure. And yeah, they gave you opportunities to modify your loans and everything like that. But those modifications were on their terms, based on whatever numbers they felt that they were willing to input for you, based on what they thought you would be able to pay, without regard to the bank's liability or culpability for the reason why you're in this situation in the first place. And to me, one of the things that I have seen from the whole process now is that these banks believe they're above the law. And what it is a revolving door problem. That's my assessment after all the years of doing the work that I do, which is if you want to hold a bank accountable, you have to find somebody in a position of authority who's willing to do that. And the banks make it very hard to do that because they are there with all of their network or their army of lawyers and lobbyists who are going to remind everyone in a position of power, if you do right by us now, the revolving door will be open to you. And what does that revolving door look like? I'll give you a perfect example. There's a lawyer who I'm fighting with from Bank of America in Hawaii right now. And that lawyer, like me, started as a prosecutor. Then he went to a firm that represented Bank of America, fighting against my clients that are Native Hawaiians who were being discriminated against. That same lawyer was then put into as the Attorney General of Hawaii and was asked to hire counsel to go after Bank of America by the governor of Hawaii and by his chief of staff. And he refused without even telling anyone he was refusing. He just put it in his pocket and just said, forget about it. And effectively defied the governor of Hawaii, who was his client because he's the Attorney General of Hawaii. And after he did that, he got rehired back by a firm that, again, represents Bank of America. And he has been since fighting to protect Bank of America to make sure that nothing is going to happen to them. And as that fight continues, we have now all this evidence that the lawyer is lying to the court, federal judge. And the bank is doing their best to pretend like there's nothing to see here. And it's all because of these very powerful people who cycle in and out of government, who make it hard to hold these guys accountable because, you're not just holding the bank accountable, you're holding the people who are helping the bank accountable. And where I'm at with these foreclosures is, so I've been doing this from the very beginning. And let me just start off by saying foreclosures in the United States are not being done properly. I have now done this work for enough time to know these are all national firms, Ocwen, NationStar, Bank of America, Chase. They're all operating across all the states. And any state where they have to go to court, they have been engaged in this ongoing fraud. So originally, when they were foreclosing, back in like the early 2000s, before the crash happened, all foreclosures were in the name of MERS, the Mortgage Electronic Registration Systems, Inc. What is MERS? It's an instrumentality of fraud, in my opinion, but it's supposed to be this Wikipedia of land records that the servicers were going to be able to track who owned the loan, who was servicing the loan. And MERS, it has its own disclaimers that none of its information is reliable because it's all based on whether or not the servicer put it in correctly. And a lot of times they didn't, they weren't. But what happened was that the first waves of foreclosures around the country, it was all MERS versus whoever. And MERS would say in Florida and any other state that required it, MERS owns and holds the note and mortgage. Why? Because that's a legal standard that goes back 100 years. That's the common law rule. You must own and hold the note and mortgage to have standing to foreclose. And the standing to foreclose a mortgage, they say, will follow the note upon proof of purchase of the debt. Very fundamental basic rules of foreclosure law that go back 100 years. And MERS was just saying, yep, we own them, we hold them, trust us, it's okay. And what happened was, after years of these cases going all over the country, there was a judge in Florida named John Gordon who said, I've been asking you guys for months to stop filing these cases because you've already admitted to me MERS doesn't own or hold anything. And sure enough, Judge Gordon eventually held a evidentiary hearing and struck all of the cases in his courtroom as sham. Sham meaning palpably inherently false. Because MERS doesn't own anything, it has no right to bring any of these foreclosure actions. This became something that was investigated by the Fannie Mae had their lawyers from Baker Hostetler, and I think it's a New York Times article from 2012 talking about Lovell, Nyellavelle, Lovell, who is kind of an expert that's been, talking about a lot of these issues over the years too. He wrote to Fannie Mae as a shareholder and said, look at all these things that are going wrong. And this all became what the Baker Hostetler report called the Florida MERS embarrassment. Why? Because Baker Hostetler found Florida lawyers and lawyers in other states were routinely lying to the courts about MERS and their right to foreclose. And what was interesting was in that same report, there was a question about, well, what's the effect of a note endorsed in blank? As you guys may know, when you sign the back of a check, that's an endorsement, right? Same holds true for promissory notes. So if the note's made payable to Countrywide and Bank of New York Mellon wants to foreclose on that Countrywide note, they need an endorsement. And what they are presenting are these rubber stamped endorsements from Countrywide that are undated, that weren't there in most of the cases that were filed in 2008, 2009, and 2010 when they filed the cases. So those endorsements are legal. Those are if you were to fraudulently affix that endorsement and pretend it was the real signature of Countrywide, that's a felony. That's forgery. That's the definition of forgery. And what you saw over the course of years was, they never got into any of these issues because MERS said we own the note and mortgage, and we win. But once the Florida MERS embarrassment came down, Fannie Mae, their lawyers said, well, what's the effect of that endorsement? Really, you should see Article 9 of the Uniform Commercial Code. And this is kind of more complicated than you need for the purposes here, but let me just say that the Uniform Commercial Code was amended across the country in 2001 to say that that Article 9 control when there is a transfer of a lien on real estate, mortgages being transferred from one party to another, that's an Article 9 transaction. But there's no law in the country that accepts that adopts that even discusses it, except for one case in Florida, which looks at it from a case of two banks fighting over the same loan. Why do we talk about this? Because it's fundamental law. If you came to court under Article 9 and you presented your contracts that show that you own and hold the note and mortgage, and you present the note, then you have standing. There's no fight. That's what the banks, I believe, are supposed to be doing. And that's what the Baker Hostetler lawyers said should be happening. But meanwhile, we're not dealing with any of that. Like I said, foreclosures are not following the law. Why? Because it's banks, and you can pay your mortgage.
Well, right? and I'm sorry to interrupt you because the wealth of knowledge and your experience is extraordinary. But there's two things that I think we need to marry at this stage of the game. Is that, A, because of your immense exposure to this over the course of the last 12 years, you have in many cases aggregated unbelievable amounts of discovery that led you to certain revelations that, to my knowledge, have not been heard by A, the masses and what they mean, and B, if you can, and I'm sure you will get there, and I don't know if it's too early to ask you to formulate this, but with this immense treasure trove of revelations and everything that you've done for your clients, and these particular clients are about as compelling, particularly as the way we've laid out what we've done today, particularly through predation, that you have to defend yourself as a representative of the court, and your bar license is in jeopardy at this very moment because you've gone the distance to tell the truth. How is that possible, Bruce?
So I think it's possible because we're in a world where people have forgotten what it means to protect and defend the Constitution. And I think it's like the place that I was trying to go. I had a theory that I wanted to build on, which is, well, how is any of this possible? Right? You have a judge who says MERS cases across the country are a sham, and nobody gets sanctioned, nobody gets in trouble, nobody is questioned, nobody's arrested. And what do? Is they start refiling all the cases now in the name of Bank of New York Mellon or Bank of America or US Bank or whoever the trustee is or the servicer. And all of this now proceeds forward. And instead of MERS saying we're the plaintiff and we own and hold the note and mortgage, now you have a whole wave of cases for years all over the country in the biggest foreclosure crisis the nation's ever seen, where every case has an assignment of mortgage, where MERS sells the note and mortgage to the plaintiff. How could MERS sell the note and mortgage to the plaintiff if MERS didn't own anything? But meanwhile, they got away with that for years. They took millions of people's homes. There was like all kinds of people who were saying, "Hey, there's a problem here," and it wasn't until the Florida Attorney General's office under Bill McCollum in 2010 broke the robo-signing scandal that anything happened to anyone about this. And I remember, because I was a lawyer prosecuting, defending cases at the time, nobody really understood what was happening. None of it made sense, but nobody really got how bad it was until the AG's office came out and said, here's where it's all a fraud. All of these assignments are being signed by people who don't even work for the companies, and they're not even signing their own names. They're signing other people's names. It was that obvious. And what you saw was something very unique, right? You had the Attorney General's office that broke this open. It went to the OCC, the Office of the Controller of the Currency, who started a consent order against Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, says, we find you're litigating these cases without proper endorsements, without proper assignments. We want you to identify every case you did that's been pending in court for the last 2 years, so we can compensate the homeowners for your fraud. The FBI investigated this and said, who's really at fault for all this is Lender Processing Services, LPS. Who are they? They're the software company that all the banks were using to process the loans and service the loans. So LPS, their deal was, if you use our software.
Let's illustrate that through the actual documentation.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, that was just something that came through a technical glitch. We're past that. Thank you. Please continue.
No problem. So LPS, the FBI says, had millions of false and fictitious mortgage assignments, corrupting foreclosures across the country. They called it one of the top 10 financial crimes in the history of the United States. Do you know what happened to LPS? Nothing. Do you know why? What happened to LPS? You know what they did that was a great move on their part? Is they hired the number 2 guy from the Florida Attorney General's office to come work for them and defend them from all the investigations that were now going to flow from the Florida Attorney General's office investigation of them. And the guy did such a great job that he became the general counsel to Ron DeSantis, our governor in Florida. And when you go on the guy's website, you know what he says? I personally oversaw the process of selecting 5 of the Supreme Court justices and 100 other judges across Florida. Wow. I mean, Black Knight is what LPS rebranded itself as, and they took this white knight who was working for the people, was working for the government, was trying to hold them accountable, turned him into a black knight, and next thing you know, he's making sure they all get off scot-free, and now he's selecting the judges in Florida. He's overseeing that process. Why do you think we have a problem? Why am I at risk? Because I know this stuff, because I've been able to expose this stuff. But going back to the work that I do, so after the robo-scanning scandal broke, what I started to see was, hey, look, these guys are now showing up with these notes that weren't endorsed. They were supposedly lost. Now they have these rubber stamps, and I call bullshit. None of it's true. These are forgeries. Let's go find out. And what was so interesting to me was, I've been practicing law long enough to know what old school judges are like. Old school judges are guys who get it, right? They swore an oath. They are guardians of democracy. They are guardians of society. They have a very special place in the world, right? If you look at what the Old Testament says about judges, these are people who, if you don't have good judges, you don't deserve the land of Israel. That's like a societal need, is that you have justice, that you have people that are going to fairly and equally apply the law, no matter who's at fault and who's at risk. So what you saw was I had a bunch of old school judges who were like, you're right, go take the discovery, go get the evidence. And what we showed was, yeah, these banks forged these endorsements and lied about it. And then when we asked them for when we started to track down all the evidence that exposed it, I had one vendor who says, I was ordered by Bank of America to destroy all of our records, which we did. Here's the report, and it shows they destroyed nearly 2 billion records, which were under subpoena. And all of this.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Please repeat that.
So I was in federal court, and I was asking for one of Bank of America's vendors to give me their records related to this, quote, delinquent note endorsement process, which was how they were forging all the endorsements. And Bank of America had hid the process. They didn't disclose it in discovery. And when I finally exposed it, I was able to issue the subpoena. And the company that I subpoenaed sent us back a response from their lawyers saying, we were ordered by Bank of America to destroy our records. Here's the report. They destroyed 1.88 billion objects of data, metadata, and encryption keys. Wiped it clean. And we brought this to the court's attention. The judge we were in front of had been for months ordering discovery and sent us to New York to depose Bank of New York Mellon about all these nonsense claims. They can't get their own records from Bank of America, who's the master servicer. And we had this evidentiary hearing, and the judge rules at the evidentiary hearing that Bank of New York Mellon willfully stymied discovery, was the language she used, delayed the case for years, wasted countless hours of judicial resources. Do you know what punishment she imposed for that? Nothing. Do you know what she ultimately did? Vacated the order. Not because it was wrong, but because they asked her to, because they wanted to present more testimony, which they then withdrew their request to present that testimony. And you know what happened to that judge as she was vacating the order? She was selected to be the next Third District Court of Appeals judge, who has since recused herself in multiple cases of mine, and then comes back in just to say, you lose, without any explanation. And repeatedly now, there's other judges who step in for her when I call this out and say that this is not the way it's supposed to go, that now I'm in trouble because I've impugned the judge's integrity. Well, the law says that you have to be dishonest in impugning the judge's integrity. And I don't believe I've been dishonest, but that doesn't change anything here in Florida because we are in a state that is rapidly losing democracy. That it's not just me saying this, right? There is a former Supreme Court justice named Peggy Quince who was in the Miami Herald in an op-ed back in December of last year saying Florida is in danger of losing a fair and independent and impartial judiciary. Why? Because they changed the law from having independent commissions that would pick the best guy to be or woman to be the next appellate court judge and move up. They changed it to say whoever the governor wants. And who does the governor want? The next guy out of the Federalist Society. And what does the Federalist Society pride itself on? That they're going to teach their judges to rule on what the law actually says and not what they want it to be. And that sounds great, but that doesn't seem to be happening in practice in foreclosures. And let me just pause for a second. It's pretty blatant. It's about as black and white as you could get it. In the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution, it says no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So to have a judge who should be disqualified because they're not being fair, right? They're not being impartial. They've already decided as soon as I walk in the door that I'm dishonest, that I'm going to be making an argument that they're not going to accept. and they're going to rule against me. And that is something that, should be grounds for disqualification. You're not supposed to be a judge in that situation. You're supposed to protect the constitutional rights of the client, of the parties before you. That's like a fundamental rule of due process. And you can't let fraud happen. That's another fundamental due process requirement.
As I recall in the hearing last week, I heard you say it used an analogy like you're a cop that's actually planting drugs. Can you give us a metaphor that's close to the reality of this existence, providing the truth and evidence in a court that we all expect to do justice on behalf of everything that we've been taught we are, and yet what you're telling us is just the inverse?
So let me try it like this, because it's not really so much a metaphor so much as it's the fight that I'm trying to have. Okay. Now, I have been accused by the 3rd District Court of Appeals in Miami. 8 different times I've been charged with contempt, all in cases where I've presented evidence of fraud on the court by the banks and their lawyers. And in some cases where the judges ruled in my favor at the trial level, even starting criminal contempt proceedings against the banks, the 3rd District Court of Appeals has removed the judges that were starting the contempt, said they were the ones being that weren't fair and impartial, and then turned it around going after me and saying that I should be sanctioned because I'm dishonest. And, this is a fight that they've referred me to the bar now 6 times, saying that I impugned their integrity dishonestly and that I didn't disclose things I'm supposed to disclose. The problem with that is that when you look at the pleadings, I did disclose exactly what they said I didn't disclose. And for me to impugn the integrity of the court by saying, hey, you have repeatedly removed this judge who started contempt proceedings in multiple cases, if that was false, if I made that up, then I should be in trouble. But if I give you a string cite that says, here's all the cases that this happened in, then there's an objective basis for what I said. I did nothing wrong. So what I'm doing now is something called a anti-slap motion, which is actually very powerful. It's a statute in lots of states. Florida has it. And it says that if you're bringing a case against me for my free speech in relation to a public issue of public interest, right? If I go to the court and I file pleadings regarding a matter that's under the court's consideration, that's free speech. I'm allowed to do that. That is the most protected thing you can do in our society. That's petitioning the government for redress of your grievance. That's what the First Amendment's all about. And the charges that I've been accused of is that I did it dishonestly, which is totally sham, frivolous, not true. And clearly the reason why they're doing this is they don't want me to make these arguments anymore. They want to silence me. All of that under the anti-SLAPP statute, strategic lawsuit against public participation is what that means, says that the bar that's doing this should be made to pay damages and attorney's fees, and this should be reported to the Attorney General so they could prosecute it. That's how important it is what they're doing. That you do not want to allow this to become the norm. And even if their argument is the statute doesn't apply, well, respectfully, I think they're wrong, and we're dealing with that. But even if it does apply, even if it doesn't apply, it's a sham lawsuit. I didn't do what they're saying I did. And I'm fighting that too. And what we're seeing now is this is yet another example, documented example. This happened to a guy who was fighting the insurance companies. They went after him, and the bar went to trial, and the judge said the bar lost its way, and it was siding with the insurance companies, which is why it did what it did. And that's wrong. So I think what we're looking at right now is a fight for democracy. And what we really need are people in positions of authority who know what it means to swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution and to protect and defend the constitutional rights of people, as opposed to protecting profits and their prospects of getting jobs in the future from this revolving door that we keep seeing. So my hope is that people learn from this and realize we are under attack. We are this close to losing democracy for good. And we don't have a lot more chances to get justice back once we lose it. So I hope that everyone realizes that, this is a just fight, and you need to get involved. You need to get active. You need to make sure that the people who are going to run for office know that we're looking at them to swear that oath and protect our rights. Otherwise, those rights will be lost.
And I can assure that those that are tuning in, that what we've just heard from Mr. Jacobs is literally a thumbnail of what Mr. Jacobs knows, has been involved with, and has been fighting. And I am so proud to know you, Bruce. I had mentioned this online last week, that the difference of the outcome of what potentially took place or could have taken place last week during the hearing with the Bar Association was if there was 10 to 20,000 people outside of the court supporting you. We know there are tens of millions of people who got swept up in this madness who still do not understand how this works, do not understand that there are heroes like you that have gone the distance to bring these truths against all odds. You have got a family that you provide for. You take your bar license completely seriously. The integrity of everything you bring to the table is, from what I've seen, given all of the evidence that we've known, that we've had to aggregate with the con, particularly as it relates to racketeering influenced corrupt organizations, which appear to have captured everything that you've revealed to us today. I'm going to ask you to just give us one closing comment that can hopefully penetrate the silence and the cowardice of the people that need to be spawned into action. Because what I say all the time, Bruce, is that yes, as the midterms have been able to unfold, that we do have a war between supposedly democracy and fascism, which is extremely important to both of us. But what I say is corruption births fascism. How do we prevail? Well, I guess we're going to have to leave that that closing argument hanging. But I would encourage everyone to find Bruce online. If you need direct information, I can certainly provide that. But I don't think I could give more justice than what Bruce Jacobs could give for himself. And I'm so disappointed that we had a technical glitch there. And if he jumps back on, we'll try to get him on. But let's move forward to further deliver the portrait of what the previous four experts have testified to as it relates to documentation fabrication and robo-signing. On our journey, we had the great fortune of going to Salem, Massachusetts, which is the oldest registry of deeds in the country, and Greensboro, North Carolina, to find two men of impenetrable integrity that have brought further evidence of what we've heard for the past several hours. Let's take a look at John O'Brien.
Let's illustrate that through the actual documentation fraud that you have. You've mentioned robo-signing fraud, but I, for a newer audience that might not even be aware of the term robo-signing, can you just give us an example of what that means and how that played out in your registry?
Yeah, what happened was we would have, for example, a guy by the name of Brian Bly was a known robo-signer. We were looking at these documents and we were saying, this signature isn't right. The signatures are all crazy, and they would forge people's names. You know that. I mean, what they were doing was they had to process these records real quick to get them into the registries to get the money on the street. So what they did is they hired people who sat down and signed phony names all day long, not their own name, someone else's name. 1 minute they were signing as the vice president of a mortgage company. Then they were the notary notarizing someone else's signature. And I have 39,000 of these documents sitting in my registry on display. And there's absolutely no question that they're all fraud.
39,000. What does that constitute in the end, John? What happens to people after there's a fraudulent name from a fictional VP in the process? What happens? What's the consequence?
It clouds their title. It makes everything going forward. You know, it's the scene of the. I tell everybody, my registry is a crime scene, and nobody visited it. By the way, that's very important to know. I invited everybody, state officials, everybody.
Name names.
Well, the attorney generals, the governors, the secretaries of states. I said, come on down, take a peek. Come down to the crime scene, take a look. Let's see what it's all about. Nobody showed up. Now, you got to really think about that. Are they that scared of the banks? I mean, I know it's all nonsense. I mean, you listen to these banks and listen, they merged with Wall Street and it's all money. And I know I keep repeating myself, but it's true. And we sit there every single day and look at it and nobody's doing anything about it. You guys exposed it. Don't ever forget that with the con. And that is, if people could sit there and watch this, I think it would change. I think people would say, wait a minute, what's going on here?
John O'Brien is one of the most remarkable people I've met on this extraordinary journey. And unfortunately, he's in the hospital right now for all of those who care about him. And I do greatly. John got wind of what he didn't believe at first from somebody from his community that actually showed him the documentation fraud that was resulting from robo-signing. And he started to begin seeing patterns. And then he put together a museum of fraud where he has on display over 39,000 pieces of documentation fraud that he can't get anybody to pay attention to. He went to the New York Times. He went to the Washington Post. He went to Rachel Maddow over and over and over. He went to Matt Taibbi. He went to everybody that you would think would pay attention to this stuff, but nobody ever came. He's got the CEO of Bank of America that lives 20 minutes from the registry in Salem, which is the oldest serving registry of deeds in the United States. And to hear it from John, it's remarkable because he says that the registry tells the deeds, the history of the United States. It's the land recordation system to be able to understand who owns what and how. It creates the difference between an aristocracy who prior to the United States could literally just take property at will. But these are the way we prove who owns what, and the whole thing was wiped out through automation, through what was known as the Mortgage Electronic Registration System that was devised by none other than Covington and Burling, which is one of the largest white shoe law firms in the United States that is equidistant between the Federal Reserve and the Federal Reserve and the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. And during the Obama administration, none other than our Attorney General, Eric Holder, and the Assistant Attorney General, Lenny Brewer, were both professionals, senior officials at Covington and Burling, and they, of course, became the Attorney General of the United States and the Assistant Attorney General, and they were involved with MERS, their company, Covington and Burling, and also their clients were some of the biggest financial institutions on Wall Street. And so I believe we have Jeff Thigpen, who is a colleague of John O'Brien's, who comes to us from North Carolina, who was one of two honest registers of deeds in the United States that brought attention to this massive calamity based on robo-signing fraud. And Jeff, thank you for having the patience to join us. It's been a long day. We're trying to introduce as much as we can to reveal the largest criminal conspiracy and cover up in history that never ended. What can you tell us about what we need to know, Jeff?
Thank you for today. I think you, through your interviews, have laid out so much. If I were in a rap battle with Bruce Jacobs, I would drop my mic. He said just about everything related to MERS and LPS and those systems that have been in place in ways that are counter to our vision of what we think in America ought to be about, not only with our economy, but with our financial system, and by extension, and integrated into our Constitution our democracy. They're all interconnected in so many ways. My background, acknowledging John as a prophet in the wilderness, who was telling everybody who would listen about what was going on and what he saw in his office related to being a registrar of deeds. I like to say nobody really cares what they do, what the registrar of deeds office does, until they buy a house or get married or someone dies or somebody gets, a child gets born. The point is that we're a trusted local office, and we are known at very important times in people's lives, especially when you buy a house. And a house is so much more than brick and mortar. It is a home. And what our foundational responsibilities as registrars have always been is that in the midst of a commercial system and in the midst of commerce and democracy, we help sort out who owns what, that people are who they say they are. And when they do all that, we're able to provide, or have been up until recently, I'd argue, a place of transparency, plainness, and fair dealing, and the ability for people to use those documents in ways that they can not only build their lives and pursue their economic means, but they can also use them in court. And what we found, John and I found over the course of the past 20 years, the nature of our offices have changed, not by much of what we've done, but the forces around us. I know you talked about Covington, Burling, and MERS, and that is an institution. And it's all connected. Angelo Mazzullo in the Mortgage Bankers Association came to the Register of Deeds nationally 25 or 30 years ago and said, we're too slow. And they need to find a way to track these financial instruments, mortgages, in a way that they can help build into that securitization engine that they then use to package all these mortgages and sell them off as investments. As Register of Deeds, they're 100 in North Carolina, and none of us really understood the implications of that, other than those few who said, well, if we begin taking mortgage assignments out of Register of Deeds offices, where are they going to go? And they ended up going to MERS. MERS was an organization that didn't have hardly any internal controls. They were founded, and promoted by 2,500 financial institutions, and they used that toward their own means. John and I aligned around MERS initially, and we were contacting state attorney generals in Iowa at the time. And I know you interviewed Madigan for the con, and I knew him, and we were letting him know what the implications of MERS was to our offices in terms of transparency and clarity in the record. And from there, my connection to Lynn Simoniak, watching 60 Minutes and saying to myself, all these documents are in my office, and the process of being able to, like John, find all them. And we even gave our documents to the Federal Reserve when all this was beginning to go down, because there was some interview. I think the FDIC and Sheila Baird had an interview and said, well, we haven't seen many of these documents. And I called the FDIC and said, well, I got about 7,000 of them here, and I'm going to send them to you. We have tried to represent the people at the most basic level, those people who have been left behind and lost and crushed by this machine and this system that has been created it's a recent phenomenon. This is not something our country, was founded with. It was a changing group of federal regulations and financial instruments coalesced with political players that created where we are today, and it led to the financial crisis. And one of the big questions I have around all this stuff, and I've listened to so many of these speakers today, and they've all been so just wonderfully committed. And I know that each and every one of them, all along the way, including you, have had to go through your own personal struggles of foreclosure, or seeing people have strokes and heart attacks and marriages break up. That's not the America that I want. And when you come back to that final question you asked Bruce Jacobs, which is a very, very important question, and I'm sure he would have answered it and he just probably got cut off. The fact of the matter is, how do we deal with this? And I think it's completely correct when we talk about this moment that we're in as not being about insurrection. We've seen what insurrection does in our nation's capital. the division and the violence and the ideology that is just crippling our nation. But it is about resurrection. It is not about insurrection. It's about resurrection. And what are we resurrecting? And in my view, as a citizen who serves at the most local elected level, and with John, and what John shows me and has shown me in his career of leadership, it's about the people. It is about the people that we serve and live with every single day. It is about the dignity, the worth, and the potential of everyone. It is about our ability to work with one another to build institutions that represent us in our nation's capitals, in our state capitals, in our local county commissioner districts and city councils. It is about building an economic system that we would all want to take part of, that at its very basic level allows us to take care of our basic needs, and understands that property ownership and transactions aren't a terrible thing in themselves. I know a lot of wonderful appraisers. I know a lot of wonderful lenders. I know a lot of wonderful families who want to own their own home and are willing to work and want to pay their way. But in that system, we have seen massive corruption over the past 20 to 30 years. And so in order to move forward, we have to understand what happened. In order, if you're a sinner, let me talk to the Christians. If you're a sinner, you got to understand before you repent what the sin was. And the sin was massive criminality and the undermining of our financial system and the undermining of representative government in a way that has led us down a road that at this very moment, we're all asking ourselves, what's changed? Has anything changed in a way that would allow us to see and achieve what we would describe as the American dream and the American reality that we would all want for our families and our communities? And I would argue that we're in a street fight for it, baby, every single day. Every single day, in terms of how we make these systems accountable to the people. I don't mean Democrats or Republicans or independents or unaffiliated. I mean us as Americans, those of us who really love this country and love the idea that through our richness and our diversity and through our inclusive nature, we can move forward in a vision that would make our country live out its most noble values.
Jeff,
so that's what it's about. And that's what everybody is about. And I appreciate you particularly, Patrick, as we end today, because I know you've been here a long time. I am so proud of the fact that you brought all of these people together today. And they came together because you went through a time where you lost your property and you're trying to figure out why. And that you found this lady, Addie Pope. There are thousands of Addie Popes. There's thousands of pastors, Pastor Harrison, who love their congregations and they love their people and they want to live out the gospel. And they see a world that has fallen in so many ways. And I appreciate you convening this day so that we could get into the depths of it and think about what it means as we move forward. Sorry, it took about 10 minutes to answer that, but
wow.
You know, I've been listening all day.
But as always, Jeff, you always demonstrate and exemplify what I knew prior to having to go on this journey. And, you know, everybody that's appeared thus far exemplifies what I think is kind of normal in American society. We're taught to respect the rule of law in systems, and we expect truth. And when it's not transacted, that those that are doing the wrongdoing would, of course, be stopped. That's not what we're seeing throughout the entire scope of what this day is bringing forward, and there's much more to go. However, I can never forget that the systemology that we just heard from Bruce Jacobs, who's been in the trenches for over a decade with unbelievable evidence and discovery of everything that he said, only to be stopped by the system that we have erected for we the people, that as we have now discovered is working for something quite different. You've said everything that we need to hear, but if there's any passing thoughts in terms of knowing what you knew through the evidence, through the registry of deeds, what you and John discovered, that's worked its way through the courts, given what we know about MERS, given what we know about what's happening now in terms of trying to automate the registry of deeds, and as that relates to the next phase of whatever's coming, how in the world can this exist with, like you said, without us prevailing in a street fight? Isn't truth something that always prevails?
Not necessarily. And I think that we have to acknowledge that there is a saying, though, that truth crushed to the earth will rise. I believe we have to fundamentally believe that. We have to believe that in ourselves and each other. And we have to question everything as it relates to our financial systems, to our political systems, to our civic interactions with one another. And we have to not only live out of our best selves in engaging it, we have to fight for and with each other. We've got to do that. And from that place, I believe we can say things like, we need to end gerrymandering. We need to be able to have competition in our campaigns. We need to understand all of the lobbying and law firms that are paid hundreds of millions of dollars to write legislation for elected officials and rules in these quiet meetings where we end up, like one of your previous speakers was saying, these sentences get changed, which foundationally change the power relationships of a transaction. We need to understand the financial system. I mentioned, or I have been looking into a group, Intercontinental Exchange. In the last 10 years, they've bought up and consumed the New York Stock Exchange, Mortgage Electronic Registration Systems, Simplifile, which is taking in all of the recordings in registrars' offices, and MERS has access to the financial instruments, as well as GIS capabilities and all those other things, to be able to put this entire mortgage finance system of data into a place that makes private property ownership more remote. And as Lynn points out, the idea of increased rental homes that are packaged in rental-backed securities, things like foreign money that comes into, and I'll give you one quick example. In the Southeast United States, we've got this Mark Spain Realty group that is connected to Open Door, which is funded by Chinese hedge funds, that are saying exactly what Lynn was saying. We will come in and buy your property and we pay cash, and people are hurting. And so what we have to do is we have to understand there are these players and systems at work, and we've got to organize coalitions to come together across politics and economic lines to begin a new conversation about how we make our financial system, our economic system, our political systems more accountable to people. And that's where I'm at. We have to commit to do that every day.
As always, Jeff, thank you. And thank you for all that you've brought to this struggle for a very long time. God bless John O'Brien, who's in the hospital as we speak. Our prayers are with him and all of the great work that you and John have done. And I hope that you inspire more to come forward, particularly from the registries around the country, as once again, we continue to drive forward on the truth that this entire system refuses to allow to see the light of day. We're going to press forward with everything we have, with all the information we have, to hopefully penetrate the knowledge of millions of Americans out there that we've been conned. And there's a way to fight back, but you can't do it, like you said, if you don't have the truth, my friend.
Got to do it together, brother.
All right, man. Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
the best to your family. All right. So now I know we're exhausted. We have our friends leaving the Federal Reserve because our permits are done at 5:30 p.m. Really a gallant effort on behalf of everybody who showed up. Our special thanks to our friends from Occupy the Feds and Harrison and Ben and everything that took place there. But we're not done. I know that Andy, behind the scenes, somebody who I cannot believe has helped me out with this incredible endeavor. I bit off more than I could chew. But all of the information that we've presented to you thus far, the why, the incentives, the reasons that things happen in the pipeline to turn your understanding of lending and risk, i.e. capitalism, inside out and upside down, as well as massive documentation fraud that was involved with millions upon millions of cases that exist to this day that were never ultimately resolved. And the question you should be asking yourself is, how is any of this possible? Everybody knows that you've got to follow the money. So what happens if we follow the money? Have you ever heard of quantitative easing? Have you ever understood what the emergency stimulus of the Federal Reserve to offset the losses by the calamity of the 2008 Great Financial Crisis came from and went to, and why? Well, let's start with a quick look at what quantitative easing actually is.
The financial system was collapsing in this country on an unprecedented scale in the fall of 2008 and actually into the first couple of months of 2009. In January of 2009, not only was every financial indicator going down, it was going down at a rate faster than at any time during the Great Depression. So at the time, policymakers, regulators, elected officials were really looking at the abyss here in terms of a financial collapse, which would have caused almost certainly a second Great Depression. In response, the Fed engaged in innumerable activities and created programs, bailouts, rescues, and activities to try and stop the collapse of the financial system, and then ultimately started focusing on trying to reduce the economic damage. And the primary tool, or two primary tools that they used, was to move interest rates to zero and to buy financial assets, mortgage-backed securities, corporate bonds, or all sorts of financial instruments that they were buying from the banks to take off the bank's balance sheet, in exchange for which the Fed gave the banks cash. And the thinking was the banks would then use that cash to lend at incredibly low interest rates so that economic activity could be boosted in the United States. That's in the simplest form. The problem is that while that worked to some extent, too much of that was redirected into financial instruments that would get a bigger return than merely lending to the real economy. We end up with the repetition of the same problem. If you don't have limits on banks basically trading and investment gambling activities that enrich themselves, then they're going to put their money into the higher profit bonus building activities instead of the relatively low margin lending activities. The banks had enormous amount of cash that they could lend to the American people. They should have lent it at zero interest rates. They were borrowing at zero interest rates. I don't know anybody in the United States who got the same terms. Now, I do know everybody in the United States got nothing on their savings and their deposits in the banks because they got zero. They took that to zero. But on the lending side, the banks didn't go to zero. They took the spread. And a lot of that money has gone into fueling a stock market bubble. It fueled a commodities bubble. And you see a lot of trading, financialization, and activity in those areas that were enabled by quantitative easing. And now I find it fascinating. There's all this discussion about what is the Fed going to do with these assets on its balance sheet. And you can read article after article and nobody ever mentions, oh, by the way, this is all a direct result of the financial crash that continues to inflict damage across the country. And so we have this Trump administration acting as if 2008 never happened. I mean, it's quite remarkable. And talking, many of them talking in a way that would actually return us to the non-regulatory, non-enforcement era of the mid-2000s, 2004, 5, and 6, which is when the last crash was incubated and caused. And it's almost, they think that they can go back to 2004, 5, and 6, but as if 2008 never happened. That's not going to happen.
So we see this tremendous crash in 08, 09. And it's cataclysmic. It wipes out trillions of dollars in wealth. The Fed responds by being the lender of last resort at a scale it's never done before. It prints $1 trillion to bail out the banks, to bail out foreign central banks like that in England or Brussels. And then we have this hangover, okay? That's 09. And the book opens in 2010 when economic growth is still really weak, the unemployment rate is still really high. And what's critical is the economists knew that life was going to be this way. When you have a financial crash, it takes a long time to dig out of that hole. But there was political pressure to do something about it. You know, unemployment is still at 10%. Growth is still really weak. There was so much political anger in America. And you know, in 2010, we see this right-wing Tea Party movement take power in DC. Our democratic institutions in the United States become more and more paralyzed and dysfunctional. And so the central bank under the chairman, Ben Bernanke, says, you know what, we are going to push into the center here. Okay, we are going to become the engine of economic growth in America. Mm-hmm. And we're going to do it in the one way we can. We're going to print new money. Okay, and that's a really key thing to sit down and kind of think about. When you drive economic growth, you can do it through like Keynesian economics of the government hiring people to dig ditches and build buildings and missiles or whatever. Yeah. This is a different thing. This is a central bank saying we're going to print hundreds of billions and eventually trillions of dollars and give it to the banks so that they do more risky lending and drive growth that way.
Why is that Ben Bernanke's decision? Like in what? I am stunned here because obviously I'm aware that quantitative easing has happened, and I've I've been through your book, and I've seen that this is the case, that it was driven by the Fed, but like it's just dawned on me right there this second, is like, why the fuck is that Ben Bernanke's decision? Like, he wasn't fucking elected. He's not Congress. And I'm fairly sure they're the only ones that are allowed to tax or at least allocate spending. Or I can't remember the exact language as far as I'm aware. So Congress are, as far as I'm aware, the only people who can, allocate the budget. So why is a central bank suddenly allowed to do that? Like, I don't know why I've not thought of this before.
It's such like a profound, interesting, revealing question. So what you're talking about here is in the United States, you have so-called, quote, fiscal authorities, fiscal, tax, spend. This is our democratically controlled institutions like Congress and the White House. These are the people that can say, okay, folks, we are going to tax you, we're going to raise money, and we're going to use that money to build a dam or a bridge or a school. And that's how society works.
Yeah,
That's fiscal policy. But then you've got, quote, monetary policy, which is what the central bank does, which is manage a currency and then be the lender of last resort to the banks. So we're in this moment in 2010 where you've got this very ambitious chairman of the Fed named Ben Bernanke, who really is aggressive in terms of talking about ways central banks can increase their influence and be experimental. I mean, I chart it in the book all the way back in the year 2000. He was writing these papers about how central banks can do new and experimental things to stimulate growth. And quantitative easing, so-called QE, it's one of these experimental things that the bank had never done before. And what he's saying is, it's kind of amazing. He's like, forget interest rates, forget raising and lowering interest rates, which is how the Fed used to primarily intervene in the economy. He's saying, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go out to Wall Street and we're going to go to this group of 24 select banks that are called primary dealers. And we're going to buy stuff from them. We're going to buy treasury bonds and mortgage debt. And we're going to make those purchases by just creating new money in the reserve accounts of these banks. So with quantitative easing, the Fed goes out to JP Morgan, says, hey, we want to buy $8 billion of treasury bonds from you. And JP Morgan says, okay, here you go. And then the Fed says, look in your special reserve account at the Fed. Boom, $8 billion just appeared. And the Fed does this over and over and over again until it has created, for example, the first round, $600 billion inside these bank accounts on Wall Street. And that's what quantitative easing is. Now, your primary question was like, who gave Bernanke the authority to do it?
Yeah.
Gray area, man, to be honest. Like, the Fed is given authority to do business with primary dealers. It's not explicitly barred from doing quantitative easing. The whole public debate around quantitative easing was essentially non-existent.
Yeah.
And
I don't remember being asked. I mean, I was pretty young, but I don't remember anyone else being asked.
They just did it. And like, that's one of the key points of the book is these central banks have gathered up for themselves more and more power, authority, and reach, while the politics behind it has become more and more removed from general people. That's what bugs me about the phrase quantitative easing. It instantly just sounds like a science experiment or some PhD theory that we're not going to understand. It's really just money printing to drive growth.
Enjoying the stock market rally today, right? The worst is behind us. The bear market is over. Here comes the new, fresh bull market, right? Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? What did you say? You don't trust the rally? Oh, I wonder why. Maybe sour taste in the mouth or a face full of pies, maybe? Because we've talked about this before. No rally allowed. And why is that the case? Number one, the Fed is losing the war against inflation. Inflation continues to move higher despite what the Fed has done so far in terms of tightening the monetary policy. On top of that, any market rally means loosening of financial conditioning, which means higher inflation expectations, which means that the Fed will fall even further behind in the fight against inflation. And that means to catch up, they have to be really, really aggressive. And do you really want to be standing on their way, fighting the Fed?
No, sir, not me.
Anyhow, before we dive deep into tonight's program, a few words of appreciation. Number one, for the newest Top Gun Maverick member, Sean McDonald. Somebody downgraded their membership, so you should see your name instead of theirs by the ending of this program. Let's see if you can spot it or not. And then in last night's program, I was thanking the American dream. These are the people who are destroying the American middle class. At the same time, they continue to get caught doing insider trading over and over and over and over again. And when they get caught, they decide to retire for health reasons or whatever. They remind me of that scene from Casino with the mob bosses. When they get to the trial, they all have wheelchairs and oxygen masks. When nobody's watching, they take the masks off. And this is no different than what's going on with these crooks at the Federal Reserve. And tonight, we're going to talk about one of them, perhaps the most heartbreaking of all, the most disappointing of all, because this guy should know better. Of course, we're talking about Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic. And without further ado, here it is, in focus tonight. How about the game? Somebody caught playing the game. And we're talking, of course, about Atlanta Fed President. We got the bombshell report last Friday that the man had to revise 5 years worth of financial disclosures because he found some violations. And by violations, I don't mean a trade or two. I mean over 150 trades that violated the Fed's ethics rules. What is his reasoning for all of that? He says, he didn't understand the disclosures and these obligations. He did not read the fine print. Or maybe the real reason is, whoops, he got caught. Are we foolish enough to believe that Raphael Bostic was not really familiar with the Fed's disclosure rules? This is the same guy who came out on TV October 21st. 2021, right after Boston Fed President got caught trading mortgage-backed securities, right after Dallas Fed President Kaplan, who got caught trading stocks and bonds, So to say that Raphael Boystick was not familiar with the rules, and this was the reasoning behind the violations that he had to disclose, that is absolute bullshit. Take a look.
So in reaction to the latest set of rules, which affect you and all the other Fed presidents and Fed governors, do you think it's fair?
Well, fair is not really the standard. I think the standard here is that we need to make sure that we do all we can to preserve and retain the public's trust. You know, over the last year and a half, we've done as a body things that we'd never done before, unprecedented interventions in the market to try to make sure that our economy got through this COVID crisis with as little damage as possible. But the rules didn't change. And so I think this is a step to reflect and acknowledge that the conditions have changed, our position in the market has changed, and we then need to change our approach to make sure that the public trust is kept.
So you have the financial sector using all of its compound interest, all of this exponential growth in debt service to lend on more and more, to buy assets, to buy more stocks and bonds, to bid up stock prices, to lower bond prices, to raise real estate prices, and to buy other assets like fine arts, Andy Warhol etchings, anything that is an asset, that a trophy. That can be something. Well, obviously, as you all know, the real estate and financial markets collapsed in 2008. And at that point, the government came in with the Federal Reserve Bank with what's called quantitative easing, meaning they created the money to simply pay the banks. When the debtors couldn't afford to pay the debts at compound interest, when they couldn't keep the Ponzi scheme going, the role of the banks was to essentially finance, the central bank was to finance the commercial banking sector to make sure that the creditors and the 1% didn't lose any money. And earlier in this year, 2020, when the Trump administration passed the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, they sent $1,200 to every American whose family earned less than $180,000 per year. Now, they then did a survey. What did people do with this $1,200 a piece? Well, most of the money was usually put into the banks. So the recipients of this $1,200 coronavirus money, because the government knew they were unemployed, they weren't making as much money before, they simply paid down the debt. They didn't use it to buy more goods and services. They didn't use it to revive the economy. And in fact, the economy kept shrinking. And that's essentially the economy now is continuing to shrink, and nobody knows what's going to happen in January when the debts and the rents and the mortgage money that people haven't been paying all summer long during the virus and the unemployment, when all of a sudden that comes through. So what has emerged from all of this, when you put together all of these ways of finance capital making money, you realize that finance capitalism is a form of central planning. But the aim of the central planning is to make asset price gains or finance capital gains, not profits, not higher living standards, not more goods and services, not to expand the economy and expand the market, not to build more housing. It's just it's to make more money for the 1%, because the 1% has gained control of the government. Just as they've privatized infrastructure and the communication system, and they're privatizing education, they've privatized the government. And in the United States, the government is basically put up for sale to the campaign contributors. And the case went to the Supreme Court that passed the Citizens United law that said, yes, corporations are people. And just as a person can contribute, a corporation can contribute to financial campaigns. And in the United States, not only are politicians elected by buying television time to run commercials and organizing campaigns paid for by their financial contributors, mainly on Wall Street and the real estate sector. But the people vote according to what the newspapers and the television stations tell them. That's all privatized. And even judges, even the courts, the judges have to be elected in the United States. So the judges have been, their campaigns are financed by the financial sector that wants the judges to either remake the law to favor finance capitalism, not labor capitalism, not socialism, and not industrial capitalism, but finance capitalism. But even if the law is against monopolies, even if the law is in favor of the renters, not the landlords, the courts are corrupt. One movie after another in Hollywood is made to show corrupt judges, corrupt courts, the corrupt police force. The government is corrupted by the financial system. And that corruption is called financial efficiency, in taking over the government to plan so that finance can treat, if you pollute the land, if you have an oil spill, if you create a disease, unsafe working conditions, and you kill people, you may have to spend, I think the average is $5 for every worker you kill. And $1 for every $1 million worth of land that you destroy. You make breaking the law is a cost of doing business.
Which again is the ultimate point. What's impossible to believe once you start to unravel all of these elements of what has constituted the largest criminal conspiracy and cover-up in history that never ended is a deeply embedded intellectual professional force that is sort of the glue of the engine of deception, which is just the opposite and the inverse of everything that we are taught to believe in terms of a meritocracy. That you come out of college, you get a job, you work within the guidelines of the law, you work within the guidelines of life to work within the rules so that you move ahead and you get a piece of the American dream. We're living in a completely different era. The emperor's new clothes. If you haven't understood it yet, between Bernie Sanders saying that Wall Street's business model is fraud but never proving it, Elizabeth Warren going to congressional investigation after congressional investigation, asking who is going to make this happen, after we learned from William K. Black back in 2009, being interviewed by Bill Moyers, asking the question, or actually answering it, that the only way you can get justice is through the facts, which we have now shown you throughout the entirety of this broadcast, that shows you the control fraud mechanism of the CEOs through perverse modern executive compensation to be able to create incentives at every step of the way that preyed upon the most vulnerable through predation. And Beth Jacobson showed us intricately how the CEOs created the actual methodology within the vertical to be able to do so. And ultimately, we showed you that there were brokers that literally had the wherewithal to go into churches or be amongst people that look like them at sporting events or whatever the case is, to be able to win people's confidence to get them into situations that were fed by fees and closing the deal. That then ultimately we revealed have had devastating consequences across the board, to where you heard a defense attorney, after we've shown you the evidence of all of the documentation fraud that the Registry of Deeds have actually owned, not to mention what was happening on the West Coast, where the Mortgage Brokers Association just simply used the law to change who was in control of hearing foreclosure cases that were owned and operated by the banks. The banks that were incentivized to create this amazing fictional economy. But how in the world could that possibly work when we're supposed to be a nation of laws where no business or no person is above the law? So we decided to ask New York Times finance and business editor David Enrich, who has written 2 absolutely stellar books that we will now present to you. Great pleasure to introduce David Enrich. He's an American journalist and a nonfiction author. He is currently the financial editor of the New York Times. He has previously been the enterprise editor at the Wall Street Journal. He's also a recipient of the Gerald Loeb Award for feature writing. And Mr. Enrich, I am a big fan of your work, and I find it a little bit revealing, some of the titles of your work given the season. But starting with Servants of the Damned, you take a deep look at a place that not many journalists of your level of investigations have gone. Can you give us an understanding of why you wanted to pursue the revelation of big law as it constitutes power in our democracy?
Yeah, well, I had been covering business and finance for going on 20 years. And one of the things I noticed the more I covered big business scandals and financial scandals and the like was that there were always in the background, sometimes in the foreground as well, big law firms there kind of pulling the strings. And at first what I noticed was that they were just really adept at, figuring out ways to defend their clients, whether it was in court or with the government, and contacting current or former officials in the government, things like that. But they also a lot of times the partners of these big law firms became very good sources for me and for other journalists as well. And over the years, I became really fascinated with those relationships and I kind of started to view them as a way that these law firms were exercising power, not just in terms of representing their clients and getting us to write less negative stories about their clients, but also that the law firms themselves were really hoping that by developing relationships with journalists, the journalists would then be less likely to write about these law firms as the big multi-billion-dollar institutions that they are. And that's a trend that's been going on for a long time all over the world, that these law firms wield more and more power in all walks of life. And yet the media generally, there are plenty of exceptions to this, but in general, the mainstream media really does not cover them aggressively the way they would any other giant business. And so my goal with Servants of the Damned was to really dig into, it was really to find a vehicle to tell the story about how these law firms got so big and got so powerful, and what the implications are for our economy, for our society, even for our democracy.
Well, you bring up 2 incredibly valid or huge points for those of us on the outside, especially in the position that you're in, working for the nation's paper of record. Obviously, if the New York Times hadn't written about this, I don't know who could or would. So kudos to you for all of your fantastic work over the years. But specifically as it relates, I thought one of the taglines that I'd read in one of the posts about Servants of the Damned is, what does the Catholic Church, opioids, big tobacco, and a number of other well-known, really bad scenarios, particularly in corporate America, and Donald Trump have in common? And that was Jones Day. Give us an insight as to why Jones Day was kind of the entry point to this revelation.
Well, I ended up picking Jones Day as the kind of vehicle for this book because as I was thinking about the role big law firms are playing and the need or how they deserve a lot more scrutiny. In 2020, as even before the election, as his rhetoric was growing more and more, I think, kind of reckless and slightly unhinged, I realized that there for a long time had been a big law firm, Jones Day, in his corner. And that's the work the law firm was doing started off when he was a presidential candidate back in 2015 and 2016. It continued through 2020. And a lot of senior people at Jones Day had taken on very senior roles in the Trump administration. And, at the time, I didn't know a whole lot about Jones Day. And I later learned that it was a Cleveland-based law firm that was founded in the late 1800s. And the more I dug into them, it became clear that the forces that led to their transformation from this kind of run-of-the-mill Midwestern law firm into one of the biggest law firms in the world with, something like 2,500 lawyers in 40 locations around the world. But also the firm that was more enmeshed than probably any other law firm in the Trump campaign and the Trump presidency. those stood out to me as really important kind of distinguishing characteristics to tell the story of how this entire industry, the legal industry, has in many ways, I think, lost its way. And Jones Day's transformation from into this global juggernaut from its kind of humble Midwestern roots, in a lot of ways it's unique, but in many other ways it is really emblematic of this broad shift that's occurred throughout the legal profession that is now, as big as many other industries are. And even though it traditionally, I think to this day, continues to be viewed in many quarters as this special place where honesty, truth, and justice prevail. And one of the things I found in my reporting is that while there's some truth to that at times, in general, I think that is a kind of anachronistic way of viewing these giant law firms, which are more and more these days, I think, really just obsessed with making as much money as possible and or amassing as much power as possible.
Well, I find it interesting that you mentioned kind of, let's say modern perception, particularly post Rust Belt era of the Midwest, but kind of humble Midwest beginnings. However, at that time period, of course, it was the center of industry. So you had the Rockefellers, and then later you had, basically the most powerful industry in the world that Jones Day came up with, which sets the table. And that's, nearly, well, I don't want to say a century ago, but at the turn of the century, the 1900s. And then ultimately, as we fast forward, you identified that there's a conservative bent within the actual construct of the firm itself. And it's a huge firm, global ramifications. But what does that ideology mean in context to what a power player like Jones Day can achieve in this modern world?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I think first and foremost, it's important to understand what I mean, and I think what you mean when we say there's this conservative bent. And as I said, Jones Day is a law firm with something like 2,500 lawyers. It's not a monolith, and there are plenty of Democrats there. The firm has done work in Democratic administrations. It does kind of quote unquote liberal or progressive work on the U.S.-Mexico border on a pro bono basis. So it's not a monolith. However, the leaders at the top of the firm, in particular, the guy who runs the firm, whose name is Steve Brogan, is, I think, by all accounts, very conservative and has surrounded himself in large part with people who are quite conservative. And the parts of the law firm that tend to take on public issues more than other parts and tend to bring cases before the Supreme Court and things like that are, not exclusively, but largely consist of people kind of cut from the Federalist Society cloth. It's a very socially conservative, very economically conservative, and with a very distinct view of the role that judges and lawyers and the entire legal system should play in our society. And I think that it meshes very neatly in many ways with the interests that not just the firm's leaders have, but also many of the firm's biggest clients have, because, these are companies that, and whether it's R.J. Reynolds, the tobacco company, or Purdue Pharma, the old opioid company, or just like a big oil and gas company or a big bank, many of those companies have kind of a shared set of interests in terms of reining in the power of federal regulators to police their business and reining in the rights of normal human beings who, when they are harmed by the products or services that these big companies are providing. And so Jones Day, on the one hand, in terms of the work it's doing for political candidates, none more so than Trump, and the work that the firm's once and future lawyers were doing in the Trump administration at the same time. And so on the one hand, they're reining in the federal government. They're installing judges throughout the federal judiciary who share this very conservative philosophy. And on the other hand, many of their biggest clients are going up against these now kind of neutered federal agencies and bringing cases or being on the receiving end of cases that are heard before these judges that Jones Day's lawyers have had a hand in implanting on the federal bench. And so it's, in many ways, it's a very symbiotic relationship, I think, between the firm's, the political leanings and ideology of many of the firm's leaders and the financial interests of many of the firm's biggest clients.
Well, there's a lot to unpack in that answer, but I'll use the analogy to kind of set the stage for this next question. Look, I'm a big football fan. And in the great state of Ohio, of course, Ohio State is traditionally a perennial power. And comparing the resources of a firm like Jones Day would be like even a more nuclearized version of the Buckeyes versus, let's say, the defense that could be characterized as maybe a high school football team at
Yeah.
best. And when you consider that, I'm reminded of Jane Meyer's prescient work in Dark Money and what the Koch brothers have been able to achieve with their verticals for decades that work its way into the system. Because as we look at the midterms right now, it's been postulated as democracy versus fascism. There's a lot of crazy things that are happening out there that are, of course, the result of things that seem to be coming to a head over the course of the last 4 decades. Most notably, which is the centerpiece of your work, Donald Trump and everything that he constitutes, even though he's not particularly on the ballot. So when you look at the power matrix and you look at the shadow sector and influence as it relates to the midterms, how can we as citizens not be informed that these are the powers that actually orchestrate what we're voting for and why? Can you give us some context given the power of the legal structure that you said on the actual cover of your book, Servants of the Damned, the Corruption of Justice? Put that together.
Well, it's complicated, right? And Jones Day's role in the midterm elections, and I'm at least initially taking your question kind of narrowly. Jones Day's role in the midterms is that they are representing a lot of candidates who are running for office, whether it's Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania. They have a role advising the super PAC that's supporting Herschel Walker down in Georgia. And so they are not representing any Republican or any Democrats, I'm sorry. And the Republicans who they're representing, again, with some exceptions, are generally people who are on kind of the Trumpist side of the Republican spectrum. And so that's thing one. Thing two is that Jones Day, not just in this election cycle, but for the past several years, has been one of the law firms on the right that has been kind of the most forceful advocate of narrowing the scope of voting rights laws and making it harder for people to do things like cast mail-in or absentee ballots, and have making it just a little bit more difficult, at least on the margins, to do so, especially in cases and contexts where those mail-in or absentee ballots appear likely to disproportionately benefit Democratic candidates. And so you have both of those things. I mean, I think on the in general, when I say the corruption of justice, I mean that has multiple meanings. To me, the biggest meaning doesn't really have anything to do with politics, to be honest with you. It's more that these giant law firms, and to use the Ohio State versus the high school football team example, and when a normal human being is harmed by a big company, the odds are stacked against the normal human being in any circumstances, right? Unless that normal human being is extraordinarily wealthy. And what I've seen up close and personal by studying a lot of litigation and talking to a lot of people on all sides of the litigation, including judges, is that the Ohio State like resources that a firm like Jones Day will bring into a normal courtroom situation tips the balance even further in the direction of the big powerful company against the normal harmed individual. And I've seen that not just in the corporate litigation perspective, but also in the Trump administration, when Jones Day, through its work with Trump, managed to get a number of its lawyers installed, not just in the White House, but also in the upper echelons of the Justice Department. And so when a big company like Walmart, for example, is under federal investigation for recklessly distributing opioids to people that end up overdosing and in some cases dying, Jones Day, instead of just arguing on the merits, did Walmart not do something wrong, they can go tap into their network of alumni inside the administration, inside the top of the Justice Department, to try and essentially pull some strings. And, that is not the notion of impartial, blindfolded justice that I think most people learn about in school. And I think a lot of people, including some people in the federal government, have told me that they viewed that as a really clear manifestation of how the odds are stacked against everyone other than these giant companies and their giant law firms.
And again, remarkable that you're able to tell this story, considering, what the firepower and the sort of resources and defense mechanisms that a firm like Jones Day could bring to actually your story if they so chose. So that means that everything had to be so incredibly precise that the revelations of such It just, to me, considering that there's such a lack, a void of this sort of understanding within our system, yet it's so incredibly important to the machinery of how it all works. And I have to revert back to your work prior to this, again, staying with the season, and I love these titles, Dark Towers. So the story of Deutsche Bank, ultimately at the time—
Patrick, let me just interrupt and tell you, my first book also sticks with the season, The Spider Network. So I have a track record up here of haunting, spooky names, which my kids love. So,
well, but it's all completely relevant. I mean, that's what projects what we're dealing with. And what I've always learned is that to be able to understand the system that we live in, particularly when I had to turn my life inside out to produce my work, The Con, ultimately everything was sort of a contextualization of what I was taught my whole life, that liberty and justice for all depended on the integrity of law, and those who are in positions of power actually, because they, made good livings, and if there were judges, typically had, infinite, career to reign on judgment. But yet you find these factors, these influences, these dark money that create the outcomes. And going back to Dark Towers, I remember watching you, on the mainstream, particularly revealing what they wanted to talk about, specifically what the book was revealing, which the timing was extraordinary because Deutsche Bank's relation with Trump. But Deutsche Bank, for example, the other side of the coin of big legal firms, big financial firms, have a whole nother bailiwick of how they operate in the universe. And what I thought was so interesting about your story was that the nature of what Deutsche Bank was involved with in the story of your book was so much larger than Trump, but Trump was what everybody was interested in. And I find that kind of similar today by way of what the media reveals. Can you give us some context, just briefly, with your work in Shadow Towers in international finance and the power of finance in our system, as it relates to that sort of weight between, media's interest in somebody like Donald Trump with the actual financial firepower of international Goliath like Deutsche Bank?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's different depending on which institution you're focused on. And I mean, I think there are, even within the finance industry, it's, Deutsche Bank is a big target. And the reality is by the time I started really digging into them aggressively, they'd been so humbled, I think, by just, their market value had gone, it was down by like 95% or something like that. And they had gone through like 3 successions of leadership. And so going up against a company like Deutsche Bank is, I think, in some ways actually easier as a journalist than going up against a company that remains is sticking to its guns a little bit. Because Deutsche Bank, by the time I was writing about them, largely was, a lot of the sins and in some cases crimes that I was writing about were things that had occurred under previous regimes within the bank, even if that was just a few years ago. And so the desire of management at the bank to come at you with guns blazing and, including potentially trying to sue you, it was a bit, I think, diminished relative to if you were writing about a bank like JP Morgan or Bank of America or even Citigroup, which were, had not gone through quite as many recent management changes. But I think, one of the advantages to working at the New York Times and having a publisher like HarperCollins, they're both big companies, and they both have a tremendous amount of experience working with journalists who view their mission, as I do, as holding powerful institutions and individuals accountable. And that requires a certain amount of intestinal fortitude, I think, on the part of these big institutions, because, in any given case, you're not likely to get sued, and you hope you won't get sued because the reporters are, I think, tend to be very responsible and careful about what they're writing and the process that they're using to get information and confirm information. But it's a huge advantage working for institutions like the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or HarperCollins. And it is, for me at least, it makes my job easier to do. I'm not sure if that actually answered your question.
Well, it's interesting you went that direction. That wasn't the intent of my question, but I can see why you went there. And I'm thinking I'll probably rewatch the interview to see how that happened. But ultimately, I appreciate that perspective But what I was getting at, for example, is your prescient work. I mean, look, the investigative firepower of the New York Times between you and your colleagues like Suzanne Craig and the introspection of Donald Trump's tax records. And when that landed, and ultimately all of this mayhem that we've since been in the midst of, particularly as somebody like Donald Trump has been able to, campaign aggressively since at least 2016 on the so-called platitude of fake media. And yet here is an institution, the paper of record, the New York Times, and all of its firepower, revealing all to the world of all of these major revelations that, to me, to this day, are shocking that somebody like Donald Trump, A, could be president, or B, withstand the firepower of what's been revealed so far. I mean, when I compared this to like Watergate, it's like, comparing, I don't know, the earth to the sun in magnitude of the corruption that Trump's involved with. But yet, when you compare Trump to the background of this huge international financial structure emanating out of Wall Street and the City of London, particularly as it relates to, Deutsche Bank and Credit Suisse right now, given whatever's going on in Europe, there's these things that have never ended, right? And so you've been able to, it's impossible to keep up with how these things work, but yet you're always the guy with your finger on the pulse of how power actually operates, which is the whole purpose of the New York Times. And so when I reflect back on Donald Trump being involved with Deutsche Bank and ultimately how they were the last financial institution that would provide financing for Donald Trump, all things considered, the big question at that time for me that's seemingly still not clear to everybody who talks about these things, particularly independent media, that we've seen such a pushback on. There was never any connection that could be proven between Trump and Putin, for example. And yet here's this giant, I think you've called it in the past, I can't remember how you frame it exactly, and I'm sure you'll do it in your answer. But there was this, we know that Deutsche Bank was guilty of laundering money for Putin, period. Mm-hmm. We know that Deutsche Bank was the only financial institution that would provide huge lending. I think you were quoted as $2 billion to the Trump organization that he was on the hook for when the financial crisis happened. And those are very peculiar, all things considered, especially when Trump became the president. But at the same time, you're in the middle of all of these things and so much more information. My question is, and I'm sorry for the long ramp up, but how do you decouple and defang this magnitude of moneyed interest in big finance and big law that creates this conundrum that media has to create perspective so that we, the informed citizenry, can understand how corruption is perverted and justice is perverted so that we can actually act accordingly?
So, sorry, not to be denser, but the question is basically how do I kind of pick it apart? Is that right?
Look, I mean, these are giant questions that are coming to a head right now. I think the whole country seems to be coming apart because they can't quite figure out who has the truth. That's the problem. It's not as black and white as, this guy's guilty of a crime and these guys were involved that helped him out. What you've unpacked is all of these entities that are involved with manage and make it all actually happen. So as a citizen, how do we infer from your work the information that we take to our voting booths and forward to citizens?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I do finally understand the question, but I'm just not sure what the answer is. I mean, I think different people place different priorities on different pieces of information, and my job, as at least the way I conceive my job as a journalist, is that I am trying to help readers understand a complicated world. And in particular, I'm trying to help readers understand parts of that complicated world that are really complicated and don't often get the amount of outside scrutiny that I think they deserve, whether that's big finance or big law now. And I think and my interest in this stuff started when, I've been covering finance for a long time and I had no finance background and didn't really understand what I was writing about for many years. And I started just realizing that the more you dug beneath the surface, the simpler things seemed. And it turned out that my instincts as an intelligent but not particularly well-informed person initially were pretty good. And that a lot of the layers of complexity that bankers and other people in finance and lawyers use to kind of layer their expertise and to make things seem super complicated and impenetrable for normal human beings is actually, those are things that are meant they're opaque by design, and they are meant in some ways, maybe not consciously, but I think subconsciously at least, to obscure the way that we understand things and to make things seem a lot more complicated than they are, so that normal human beings won't try to figure it out. And so, like, how should people interpret all this information as they decide how to vote in November or at any point? I don't know, and that's obviously a very personal decision, and people need to figure out how to weigh different, things past each other. I mean, I think part of it, and this is something that is at times a little bit frustrating as a journalist, is that, especially in the Trump era, but I think this probably predates Trump. There is there's a lot, people have short attention spans, and some media have short attention spans, and a lot of politicians, and not just politicians, a lot of powerful institutions and individuals, whether it's in politics or business or other walks of life, are very good at using those short attention spans to distract people. And when there's a negative story, they have various clever ways to deflect interest in those stories. And that's, again, I think we've all been paying a lot more attention to that in the Trump era, where he's been, systematically trying to delegitimize the media, and I guess probably delegitimize the concept of truth to some extent. But this is something, these are tactics that have been going on for a very long time, especially in the corporate world, where you have people whose jobs it has been, in many cases, to kind of create alternate realities and of spin and things like that. And so I think I think that situation has gotten a lot more severe in the past several years, but I don't think it's a completely new phenomenon.
Not at all. But you answered that question a lot better than I asked it. So thank you for that. So just going back to a couple of pieces, and then we'll bring it full circle back to servants of the damned. But Donald Trump actually sued Deutsche Bank for a peculiar scenario back, and I believe I'm not sure, it was after the great financial crisis, but
Yeah.
he had owed money to Deutsche Bank, and he couldn't make his payments. So it looked like, as a tactic to stall, he actually came up with a specific a suit himself. Can you please describe that and what your takeaway is from it?
Yeah, so this was in, I believe, 2008. Although I might be getting this wrong. This has been a long time since I've written about this. But basically, Deutsche Bank had lent Trump hundreds of millions of dollars for, among other things, a big skyscraper, a big real estate project they were doing in Chicago. And the loans were made around 2005, if I recall. And then the financial crisis hits. The building is not yet completed. There's no businesses or residents moving into the building yet or buying the units. And so Trump tries. The money comes due. Trump doesn't pay, and instead of kind of putting his tail between his legs and acting with some humility, the way most people would act after they've defaulted on a very large loan, Trump goes on the offensive and sues Deutsche Bank, claiming that, first of all, the contract isn't invalid the loan contract isn't invalid because the financial crisis constituted this act of God, essentially, that no one possibly could have anticipated. And second of all, and I think this is where really the hubris and chutzpah comes into the mix, claiming that Deutsche Bank actually caused the financial crisis, and therefore he is going to seek damages from Deutsche Bank for them having tried to collect on the loans that he borrowed from them. And so the whole thing was pretty preposterous. What to me was most revealing about that, I mean, you just mentioned that this was a delay tactic, and I think that's absolutely right. But it really was another reminder. And Deutsche Bank, in responding to this lawsuit, ended up quoting at length from a book Trump had written years earlier, in which he boasted about how he just, as a matter of course, will stiff his lenders and his contractors and people like that. And to me, what really I found illuminating about that whole situation was that here is Deutsche Bank, which is a supposedly sophisticated global financial institution with billions, if not trillions of dollars on its balance sheet. And they're saying we were tricked by a guy who is on the record in a book that the bank has access to because they're quoting in his lawsuit, this announcing his intentions beforehand. And I think it is part of a very clear pattern in which people and institutions have repeatedly seen what they wanted to in Donald Trump and thought that history is not going to dictate the future. And they've been proven wrong over and over and over again. And Deutsche Bank is a good example of that. I think Jones Day in many ways is an example of that as well. He ended up paying Jones Day and continues to pay Jones Day. But Jones Day reckoned that they could get away working with Donald Trump, who had hurt the reputations very, very badly of many of the previous lawyers he had worked with. And they thought that they would do this basically, that they could figure out a way to kind of thread the needle and represent him in a way where they maintained their ethics and integrity and reputation. And I think they approached that in good faith. And I think they were wrong. And I think a lot of the things that Jones Day lawyers have told me over the years about the reason that they thought they could thread this needle is very similar in a lot of ways, even though the circumstances are different, with the way executives at Deutsche Bank told me that they had been thinking about the Trump relationship as they resuscitated it time after time, including after Trump had filed a lawsuit against them. So there's a pattern of big, powerful institutions in this country I think in hindsight, being a little bit gullible and naive about their ability to handle difficult, tainted individuals when there's a real pattern of them not being able to do it. And then they end up getting burned and they act surprised. And at least through the privilege lens of hindsight, it shouldn't have been that surprising.
But there was a key consideration that was beyond act of God, was there not? Is there anything that, I know I'm asking you to go back in the Wayback Machine, but there was a specific angle of Trump's attack that involved him being a victim of something. Do you remember what that was?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He claimed that he was a victim of Deutsche Bank's predatory behavior. He was Deutsche Bank, and A, Deutsche Bank had caused the financial crisis, and B, Deutsche Bank, through trying to collect on a loan and not giving him, again, I might be getting the details a little wrong here, but I think this is right. Deutsche Bank, by not giving him extra time to come up with the money and kind of loosening the restrictions on the ways that he could come up with the money and the way he could sell units in this skyscraper, that they were engaging in predatory activity and therefore should pay him, and I believe it was billions of dollars in damages that he was seeking from the bank. And it was the height of chutzpah.
And he was successful in the stall tactic for however that played out.
Yeah, he delayed the day of reckoning for a few years. And then, I mean, the most remarkable thing about this story in some ways is that the way he ends up finding the money to pay back Deutsche Bank for this Chicago loan is that he goes, the act of having sued his lender in most situations with most people would be a relationship ending move. At Deutsche Bank, though, his relationship with this one division of the bank that had made him the Chicago loan was more or less toast. But he then went to a different division of the bank, which he was connected to through Jared Kushner, and ended up getting a series of big loans from that division, including the money that he needed to repay that other arm of the same bank for the defaulted Chicago loan. So this is in part chutzpah by Trump. Viewed through another lens, though, it's extremely savvy, if manipulative behavior by him, that he, by filing this kind of bogus lawsuit, not only ends up buying himself a couple of years, but also maneuvers in a position where he gets the bank to repay itself and just look the other way. And the ones with egg on their face in this whole situation, to me, it's not Trump and it's Deutsche Bank for just exercising a complete lack of, I think, common sense or prudent risk management. And again, I realize this is not what we're talking about, but the reason that Deutsche Bank got in so much financial trouble over the years and nearly collapsed, nearly took down the European economy with it, is exactly this type of reckless behavior, not just with Trump, but with a whole host of other institutions and individuals all over the world. So it was completely in keeping with Deutsche Bank's kind of reckless MO. And Trump, I think, kind of masterfully exploited that.
Well, and we could talk for literally days about that if you had the time, but I've got a few more questions to pull it all together because you just created the synergy of everything that I was hoping to achieve with this dialogue. Because yes, indeed, it is very aware that Donald Trump was aware of the machinations of the power structures and the manipulative behavior, because you've identified over and over in your work, for example, that the culture of Deutsche Bank had to change from specific sorts of risk management to the types of scenarios that the entire street has been engaged with for decades now. which is short term, and their CEO had indoctrinated, and I can't remember his name, but indoctrinated this behavior, which is actually the cross section of the question you just asked. Because, for example, and nobody in mainstream, and I can't believe I get to say this to somebody as illustrious as you, but nobody in the mainstream has asked the question, considering where Donald Trump came from, and I'm referring specifically to Donald Trump mortgages. He had a short swing stay with Trump mortgages, but he was aware of what was actually the playing field at that time. And I'm sure you're quite aware of all of the fraudulent activity that was taking place with some of the, what they call the shadow bank sector, but like Countrywide and AmeriQuest and all of these other horrific outcomes that were using targeted and predation to basically use liar's loans to get people approved, which included a lot of documentation fabrication. Had it ever occurred to you that when we're looking at the now with regards to Donald Trump, for example, the elector certification fabrication, as Giuliani may be involved because the Electoral College, which is one of many scenarios that different law enforcement agencies are looking at. Do you find it peculiar that some of the tactics that were used in the great financial crisis, which were literally making up information on loans to get loans approved, somehow walks into the Trump administration of the big lie?
You know, I hadn't really thought about it that way, but I think it is interesting. And I think it's extraordinary the degree. Look, Trump is someone, and my colleagues at the Times and elsewhere have done a better job than I have, frankly, at unraveling this knot. But like in general, Donald Trump is a product over many decades, long before he became a politician, of fraud, essentially. And I don't mean fraud in a legal sense, but fraud in the sense that he is creating this image of himself supported by just really fragmentary evidence, in some cases just non-existent evidence, of himself as a self-made businessman. And that goes from his dealings with the media to his dealings with banks, to lawyers, to tax collectors. And so to me, it's not, and look, you see along the way, whether it's with Deutsche Bank or a construction worker or a construction company or a law firm, when Trump routinely stiffs them and basically dares them to take action against him, and it ends up working. And so I think Trump is someone who is not just knows how to trick people and to use deceit to get his way, but I think he's been conditioned over the years that this works, and he's seen it with his banks, his law firms, and many others. And so I guess it's not that surprising to me that we would now be seeing the people who are around Trump, that Trump has surrounded himself with in the White House and even after the White House, that a lot of these people are using some of the same tactics that Trump himself mastered back long before he got anywhere near the White House. And I think that this kind of comes back to me to this notion of the erosion of the concept of truth. I mean, there is an entire industry these days that is really trying to cast doubt on the reliability of facts and our ability to discern facts. I think that's troubling, and I think it plays right into the hands of anyone whose business model and professional model kind of hinges on pulling the wool over people's eyes.
Boy, bingo. And that brings us full circle to my final question, which I apologize will be a short but compounded question because of your expertise. You covered Citibank at that time period for the Wall Street Journal, and there was a lot involved at that time period by way of one of the top whistleblowers, a gentleman by the name of Richard Bowen, who had a lot of information under the guidelines of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act that ultimately, during the Federal Crisis Inquiry Commission, had a lot of information that went to Robert Rubin, but they were engaged in billions of dollars of illegal reps and warranties and fraudulent securities that were part and parcel to the great financial crisis. So knowing that sort of behavior and then moving forward to Jones Day, you've mentioned on several of your interviews and in your book that obviously Jones Day was just one of many that you could choose. A couple come to mind that seem to have incredible influence at the apex of our financial, legal, and political sort of connectivity. And that's, of course, none other than Covington and Burling, which spawned both our former Attorney General Eric Holder and his Assistant Attorney General, Lanny Brewer, and everything that came at that time period, as well as Sullivan Cromwell, which is incredibly important by way of Roger Cohen. And then, of course, lastly, the Davis Polk comes to mind. Our current chair of the Federal Reserve is Jerome Powell, who of his many pieces of the puzzle, one of which was a partner at Davis Polk. So when you put this together with kind of the full scope of your work, can you leave us with something to ponder? Because I think your last point was absolutely huge and heroic. I hate to call it a post-truth society, but the level of lies and the technology that can manifest them throughout the culture so quickly, as we see on display every single day. I mean, the stuff with Pelosi is out of hand right now, not to mention what's going to come with the midterms. But sitting where you're sitting, the knowledge base that you have, the intersection of power that you have, can you leave our viewers and the people who are trying to understand what we as citizens, I mean, you did it before, but what's at stake? I guess that's the question, is what's at stake?
I don't even know where to begin with that. I mean, and honestly, I can't even answer that, because it's like my view as a journalist and what I do. And I think what is powerful sometimes about what I do, it's what I hope is powerful, is that I focus on narrow sets of facts, and I can then draw conclusions from those narrow sets of facts. But like, I don't want to get into like what's at stake in the elections or what's at stake that much more broadly. To me, it's like these law firms have enormous reach into almost every walk of life, certainly into every corner of our economy, our society, and increasingly our democracy. And I think one of my goals in writing this book was that I think it's really important that, first of all, the media take these law firms much more seriously and apply, I would argue, the same level of scrutiny that they apply to any other business. And second, and maybe more important, is that I think aspiring lawyers, and current lawyers for that matter, really should look themselves hard in the mirror and say, is this what you want to be doing with your life? Are you making the world a better place? Is this are you living up to your dreams here and making a lot of money, but is this the right way to use your talents and your time and your energy? And the stakes are definitely high everywhere you look, whether that's, a family who has lost a child because of some dangerous product that a big company is selling, or people who are trying to count votes in Pennsylvania. And I think there's so much of our democracy and our legal system and our justice system rely on this kind of idea that people in general, especially people in positions of power, will be relatively truthful and honest and act in good faith. And when you see that not happening, that has the potential to really erode the underpinnings of a lot of what I see as kind of America.
Well, on that note, let's call it good. And I appreciate your time and your incredible work. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the book, Servants of the Damned, poetically named, Corruption of Justice, and of course, Dark Towers. Those two books and your ongoing work in the New York Times, it gives us a lot to consider and think about. So, Mr. Enrich, thank you so much for your time.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
That was particularly satisfying for me because I've been an avid reader of the New York Times for over a decade. And I know what they've reported and what they haven't reported. And some of the expert witnesses that we've shown today were ignored by the New York Times. Lynn Sismoniak was singularly responsible for a key tam that laid bare what was known as robo-signing that led to a $25 billion national mortgage settlement. But what's insane about that is that the New York Times should have been wall to wall about all of the things that we've brought to you today, but they weren't. Now, I've actually, in the con, once again, to remind you that all of the work that we're showing you today to reveal the largest, and I promise you, we're getting closer to the ultimate revelation, but we have to lay down, as Bill Black stated at the outset, the facts. And throughout this entire, disposition of the menagerie of all of the elements that were involved with the 2008 great financial crisis, and I can assure you there's more. Check out the con at www.thecon.tv. But beyond that, You get to this revelation where a lot of things start to come full circle, do they not? Right? Again, to remind you, the United States is supposed to be about separation of powers because we had a revolution that was against tyranny. Tyranny in the form of, at that time, King George III. And then, of course, for those that are a little bit more involved with the real history of what the revolution was all about, there was also the apparatus of power, which came from Parliament, which was then infused to the East India Trading Company, and also, of course, the military faction, which was called the Redcoats. The entire society is based on those sorts of intricate modeling that maintain power. Now, the difference between, of course, tyranny and the United States is separation of powers. You're supposed to have a free and independent judiciary, a free and independent Congress, and the Congress has unbelievable jurisdiction to write laws, create currency, and many other, declare war, as well as all sorts of other, being able to deal with treaties and international treaties and so forth. And then, of course, the executive branch. And each one of those are supposed to be independent. But what we have seen throughout what we're presenting to you today and what the reality of our times are is that's a myth. We have literally giant financial institutions that have been able to, as we have exposed, have from the top down a incentive to create, through modern executive compensation, perverse incentives for an outcome of creating deception at all levels of pipelines of securitization, which is then called financialization. Unbelievable that that's even a possibility. Because again, in a nation of laws where everybody is viewed as equal and everybody's supposed to have the same view within the system itself, right? That we've just learned from David Enrich, the lead investigative financial reporter, who's done unbelievable work for the New York Times to expose not just everything that happened with Donald Trump and Deutsche Bank, but also now with one of the largest white shoe law firms that exist, which is par for the course, in which I'm revealing to you. Now, if that were all the story, that would be enough. But it's not. Media is where I come from. And what I cannot believe to this day, after I've spent, I think, I've been on since Eastern time today, since 10 a.m. We're approaching 7 p.m. on the East Coast. So, an incredible amount of energy and time and effort to try to make this all happen with people behind the scenes, of course, and everybody who's participated. But I haven't, lost an ounce of energy because of what I'm about to reveal to you. So the con, our work that reveals all of this to you, has the production value that is what we've all come to expect when we subscribe to a huge platform like HBO or Netflix, particularly. And as a production team, our goal was always to be able to hopefully land on one of these platforms to where millions upon millions of people would have the opportunity to see this truth that has impacted over 150 million people, maybe more. But we were canceled. It never happened. And I kept, as I was building this whole series, in which my entire life became completely absorbed, and I sacrificed everything to make it happen. And I got like I said at the outset, it's really quite extraordinary and a 1 in a billion shot that I got the opportunity, but I brought it all. But there's more. What took place in media was a complete and utter obfuscation of the truth from everyone we depend on. Doesn't matter who you watch, right? Your flavor of some sort of politicized, junky echo chamber stuff, whether it's on the perceived left. Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow is, of course, paid $30 million a year. She's very smart, has a ton of resources. She certainly never told you this story, a story that has impacted, like I've said, at least in the United States alone, 50 million people. Tucker Carlson, is he a scion of the Tyson chicken fortune? Obviously right-wing and right-leaning, right-wing, everything that's involved, everything that's happened at the Murdoch empire at Fox conservative manifestations that has basically been the communication device of Donald Trump. And again, Rachel Maddow is the communication device of the Democratic Party. And then supposedly in between, right, you've got Anderson Cooper, the guy who I've always, considered just asking rhetorical questions about things where there are these two sides where we're supposed to kind of parse what actually is the truth. But if you understand the actual production, these are people behind the scenes that are paid to actually espouse a specific aspect. Okay. They're part of a machine, a vertical. And so when I went through this madness in the 2008 great financial crisis, nothing made sense. Nothing made sense coming from President Barack Obama when we elected him to office on a groundswell populist mission of change we can believe in. Barack Obama told all of us that he was going to turn this entire system inside out after two consecutive terms of George Bush and everything that happened from 9/11 through, of course, the Iraq War and everything in Afghanistan. People were tired. They were hungry for a change. But the first thing that Barack Obama did was put in all of the people who architected and engineered everything that I'm revealing to you today in his administration. And then all of the media kissed the ring and nobody would tell the story. And so I was in a situation where my entire life collapsed and I was there with my son, my family, everything that mattered to me. I've got a college education. I'm a professional. I had a life. I had a living. I had a career. I was actually on a television show where I was giving away houses all over the country, and it all collapsed because of this nightmare. And none of it made any sense. And I knew because I'd been around long enough. I was, approaching middle age, and I'd been around the block. I'd been, close to power. I'm aware of things. I was never naive about things. But this story was something that was even beyond my vivid imagination. And I've been involved with Hollywood and television and film for a very long time. So you can imagine I've got one hell of an imagination. And maybe that's the only way I could actually stick with this. But what I'm about to show you is the ultimate revelation of what happened that's going to take us to what I've been promising you and I've been throwing all over social media, that the only thing that matters is the revelation that Federal Reserve Act 13.3 was used illegally. And if I'm the only voice that you're hearing that from, I'm honestly the only voice you can trust. So after all of the information that you've heard today, all of the details, all of the evidence, all of the testimony, everything that's telling you that CEOs basically use these deceptive acts and practices to destroy millions of people that are courts enabled and allowed. And ultimately, we'll get to what the bailouts were all about. But to get there, you got to understand what our government did in the actual crisis. What they did was something that everybody needs to wrap their head around. This is the emperor's new clothes. This is Oz. And this is a small sample of what then Vice Media with CEO Shane Smith, who was involved with all sorts of behavior similar to what we've laid out to you today. But more importantly, this was a production that lands on HBO. I love HBO. But in terms of why HBO would do this, I'll leave it to you to fill in the blanks. However, I can promise you that to do huge, spectacular productions, the likes that we've grown accustomed to on HBO, whether it's some of our best fantasies, whether, for myself, Game of Thrones, the greatest show of all time, and not to insult everybody who likes House of Dragons, but all of it requires incredible financing. Incredible financing. So as we were trying to get this truth to the world, and it was my dream to land on some of these platforms that I, as a producer, had always wanted to work with, but they weren't allowing us out there. And then I've since found out, for example, that BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, a company that was involved with, I'll give a little bit more detail later, but with an aspect of the actual emergency stimulus that was named Maiden Lane, that BlackRock, a company that nobody had ever really heard of prior to, I don't know, let's call it 2010, 2012, except if you were in finance. Now many people have because they're the world's largest asset manager. It was Larry Fink, the CEO, and BlackRock that became the administrators of the emergency stimulus that actually saved Wall Street and buried Main Street. But to hide it, they needed media. And here's an example from very high level skilled production called Vice Media. That is propaganda. And you'll soon understand why. Here's an example.
The reach of our tools, the reach of our knowledge, of our competence. That was a hard and terrifying time then, because we were not certain whether it would work, and the world was pretty confident it wouldn't. And the fate of many things hung in the balance.
I was at Treasury, and President Bush came over to see me.
Part of the leadership is to kind of recognize what's happening on your team. And it was pretty clear that Hank was working himself to near exhaustion. So I tried to go to Wendy, his bride, and said, Wendy, you gotta get him to rest. I don't know if it had any effect, but at least he had a friend, me.
I said, well, if you really want to know what I'm concerned about, I don't want to be Andrew Mellon. Andrew Mellon was Herbert Hoover's Treasury Secretary during the Great Depression. And he laughed, and I said, well, what's so funny? I mean, no one knows him, they know about Hoover.
The country has got to have confidence in the government's ability to stave off a crisis. I learned that firsthand on 9/11. That one of the jobs of a leader during a crisis is not only project calm, but project confidence that we'll deal with the situation. And lo and behold, my administration started with a crisis and it ended with one. There will be ample opportunity to debate the origins of this problem. Now is the time to solve it. In our nation's history, there have been moments that require us to come together across party lines to address major challenges. This is such a moment.
In terms of getting the TARP, there were 3 or 4 sticking points, but one that was very big was compensation. Congress said, if you're going to do something for Wall Street, they should be willing to sacrifice.
The issue was, are people going to keep their bonuses while we're bailing them out? There had to be some Old Testament justice for the sins you committed that we're all asked to pay for.
When you go that way, no bank will take capital or take help from the government unless they're ready to fail.
They couldn't get their head wrapped around the idea there'll be some public say in private sector pay. What do you mean you would tell the private sector who could get paid? And we looked at Hank and Ben Bernanke like, what do you mean you want $800 billion? We're not the ones that said the Lehman should go belly up. When you needed $30 billion for Bear Stearns, you figured out where it was. What do you mean you want $800 billion? The pay was an acknowledgement that you had messed up.
Hank's first job was to work out a deal on what the parameters of the TARP legislation would be that we put on the floor. Sometime well after midnight in one of those sessions, I recall receiving a call from Leader Reid, who said that Hank had just thrown up into a wastebasket.
I was in a little cubicle, and I got the dry heaves, and I make a lot of noise. And so Rahm Emanuel immediately came in.
He has, I wouldn't call it chest pains, anyway, whatever. I think it was, he had some breathing issues. Senator Gregg and I are with him.
Rahm and I didn't know that this was real or not. And I said, or Rahm said, well, let's get the doctor. Hank Paulson said, no doctors, no doctors. I know, I've been through this before, it's okay.
I looked at Greg and we both said the same thing, which is, this is never gonna come out of the room, because if it ever got to the market, that the Secretary Treasurer I don't know if it was a panic attack or whatever, but it had basically a challenge breathing. The market couldn't handle it psychologically. So there was a blood oath between Senator Gregg and I. I never told Nancy, never told Steny, never told anybody.
Rahm said, we've got to solve this quickly. The implication being, if we didn't solve it, we'd have Secretary of Treasury maybe passing out or something worse.
That was not a tactic, but if it had been, it was the best thing that could happen, because it was amazing how quickly we got together and had a deal.
Good evening. For the last several hours, the chairs of our committees have worked with Secretary Paulson and others from the administration to resolve our differences so that we can go forward with a package to stabilize the markets, most importantly, to protect the U.S. taxpayers. We write the bill, and we bring it to the floor, and we're coming up to the day before the vote, and I said, I never lose a vote because I know I have my names. I want to see your names. The president said, they have to vote for it. Of course they'll vote for it. This is an emergency. They have to vote for it.
Small businesses, mom and pop grocery stores don't get this break. When they make bad financial decisions, they go out of business. But the rich and famous Wall Street, New York City fat cats expect Joe's six-pack to buck it up and pay for all this nonsense.
It was pretty clear Republicans weren't for it. I mean, there was a lot of anger. And I didn't come to Washington to bail out Wall Street, you know. I didn't either, but, you know, it's necessary.
Under this plan, ultimately the federal government will become the guarantor of last resort, and Madam Speaker, that does put us on the slippery slope to socialism.
I remember talking to Senator Kyle and asking him how his constituent calls were going on the TARP. And he said, well, it's about 50-50, 50% no and 50% hell no.
If I didn't think we were on the brink of an economic disaster, it would be the easiest thing in the world for me to say no to this.
John Boehner had warned me. He had said, Hank, when you're looking at the House Republicans, you got to remember 1/3 of them are knuckle draggers. Another third of them are in danger of losing their seats at this election and believe they're likely to lose their seats and don't want to take an unpopular vote. So you're fishing in a small pond.
Stand up for the American taxpayer. Reject this bailout and vote no.
I went into Hank's office and said, you know, look, the speaker brought this up for a vote. They wouldn't do that if they didn't have the votes to get it over the top. And so we're watching it and watching it and watching it, and nothing's moving, and it's 212 to, you know, just hovering.
It was a classic political vote. It was a bad vote if you were a conservative. It was a bad vote if you were a liberal. So the rank and file members went in, assuming that their leadership had the votes to pass it. They went in early and they voted no. They left and they couldn't be found.
The yeas are 205, the nays are 228. The motion is not adopted.
The stock market has moved lower. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down almost 500 points.
I was watching the vote on television and watching at the same time, watching the stock market falling and falling and falling, and saying to myself, the whole U.S. economy is at risk, and Congress can't get it together to take the necessary action to help us stop this crisis. I was very unhappy, very disconsolate.
We knew it was going to be a close vote, but the Wall Street is extremely upset.
The Republicans abandoned Bush. I don't think Boehner and Blunt knew that they couldn't deliver, but I do remember walking over to him and putting my finger right in John Boehner's chest. I said, you better fix this, and you better fix this fast. I said, this is your problem, not ours. We tried to help.
We need everybody to calm down and relax and get back to work.
The primary issue for the market right now is fear.
I always thought I planned for the worst, but I just assumed with all the leaders on board, naive me, I've been in Washington for a couple of years, but I assumed it would pass.
Part of that was also every step of the way, that we would have half the votes and they would have half the votes, because we believed that this had to be bipartisan.
It was very, very deflating.
I remember Hank called me that night and his voice broke and he apologized to me for, he's owned this sense of failure because he was unsuccessful that first vote. And I remember saying to him, I said, Hank, you'll get this passed. We're the United States, we'll figure out a way through this.
We need to work as quickly as possible. We need to get something done. And I'm going to be continuing to consult with congressional leaders to find a way forward to get something done as soon as possible. We need to get something done.
Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 777 points. That is the biggest point value loss ever.
The first iteration of TARP goes down, and the market corrects by 1.4 trillion, which is kind of the ultimate focus group.
Facing increasing pressure from shaky markets, Senate leaders pledged to pick up the pieces of the $700 billion bailout.
Josh and the team came up with a different strategy and ran it up to the Senate, Congress again, the Senate the first time.
The time to act is now.
If we fail to act, the gears of our economy will grind to a halt.
The Congress started to hear from their constituents what's happening to my 401k, what's happening to our economy. Then that led to a reversal.
The yays are 74 and the nays are 25. The amendment is agreed to.
If the second vote had gone down, I might have found myself a cave someplace in the head for a while.
We literally passed a bill to send a signal to the markets and the financial, here's $800 billion. We'll figure it out later.
So how did Wall Street react to the big bailout? The Dow actually closed 157 points lower.
So then, while we were getting this legislation in Congress, the situation worsened. We had the two biggest bank failures in U.S. history with Wachovia and Washington Mutual, WAMU.
In the last 5 days, the Dow has fallen more than 1,800 points and 18%, the biggest weekly decline in its entire 112-year history.
We needed something that was going to work much quicker and be more powerful. We had various capital program ideas to put capital into banks. And we had our teams working around the clock figuring out what would work. So as we were working this through, on Saturday night, I was exhausted, I fell sound asleep. My phone rang, and I answered the phone, and he said, "Hank, this is Warren." And my mom has a handyman named Warren. I'm saying, why is he calling me? But it was Warren Buffett. He laid out the idea, which was a germ of what we did.
I made a suggestion around the beginning of October of a way to do it where I thought the government would come out doing very well. I actually thought that it might make more sense to try and put more capital into the banks than it would to try and buy these assets. So I actually sent that along to Hank.
And it's an example of what continues to go on, the juxtaposition about all of the power players, including, of course, one of the largest investors, the most successful investor in the United States history, Warren Buffett, who incidentally was the owner of one of the rating agencies called Moody's that was responsible for stamping AAA on the mortgage-backed securities that blew up the world that were fed to pensions. But between John Paulson, who was the Secretary of the Treasury, who came out of Goldman Sachs, Ben Bernanke, who was then chairman of the Federal Reserve, and then ultimately Timothy Geithner, were all making in that particular documentary that was, as you can see, incredible drama, right? But what it was professing was that the entirety of the global financial system depended on Congress coming through with what was known as TARP, the Troubled Asset Relief Program. But as you're about to learn, and the total of that was $700 billion, but what they did in terms of kind of an editing masterpiece, in terms of telling you just slightly what they want you to think and know, but with a deceptive trick of the hat, not tell you what I'm about to tell you. So ultimately, all of that drama was just smoke and mirrors and pittance for what it is I'm about to reveal to you. I think I'll let this speak for itself. During the 2010 Federal Crisis Inquiry Commission, one of the premier interviews it took place with a general counsel partner for a huge white shoe law firm that was representing what they referred to in this hour and 40-minute interview that I've cut down just a couple of pieces for you to understand, were all what they call the bank conglomerate. Well, they almost use a term almost like the bank families. The bottom line, it was all of the banks came together under Sullivan Cromwell to work their way out of this monstrous situation that they created, and they were looking for a way out. And Ben Bernanke had known that there was an obscure reasoning under what was known as Federal Reserve Act 13.3 that would provide exigent lending as the lender of last resort from the Federal Reserve under extreme circumstances. Let's see how this plays out in this particular interview.
Okay, it's August 5th, 2010. We are at the offices of Sullivan and Cromwell in New York for interviewing Mr. Cohen. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
You are.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, my name is Chris Seifer, and the rest of the folks on this side of the table, we're all with the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission. As you probably know, we were established by a statute last year called the Fraud Enforcement and Recovery Act of 2009 that tasks us with figuring out the various causes of the financial crisis in a whopping year. And that's what we're trying to do. That statute, as you may also know, tells us to look at a bunch of different areas and to look at every institution that failed or would have failed but for the receipt of exceptional government assistance. We are currently looking at the issue that we are told to look at in the statute of too big to fail and systemically important institutions, and our research indicated that you might be a very good person to talk to on that subject, and so you were kind enough to give us some of your time today so we could talk to you about that. We are also looking at, in terms of specific institutions, looking at the failure of Lehman and the failure to save that institution. The fact that the next day AIG was bailed out, and then a week or so down the road, Wachovia was the first institution that received assistance under the systemic risk exception of fiducia. So generally, we're looking at too big to fail. Specifically, we're looking at those institutions. And I guess what I'd want to start out with first is, we've seen in some of our research that you were involved in, I believe, the amendment to fiducia in 1991, or the fiducia 1991 that amended Section 13.3 of the Federal Reserve Act. And of course, that section was what was invoked to save AIG and Bear, PDCF, et cetera, and was not used to bail out Lehman. So maybe to start, you could just generally tell us about your involvement in the amendment of 13.3 back when fiducia was enacted.
Sure. The starting point of this is the market crash in '87. And as you are probably aware, we came pretty close to going into the tank that day because the banks were really very reluctant to lend, at least some of them, to the broker-dealers. Broker-dealers couldn't settle, and the whole market system could have collapsed. At that point, there was leadership by some of the banks and some, I believe, not very general persuasion by the Federal Reserve, and the consequence was the banks lent and kept the broker-dealers liquid. After that, I know I, having lived through it, became very worried that there was no readily available mechanism if we got into a similar problem in the future. And in discussing this with a number of people, the answer we thought would be to amend 13.3, which is the only thing I could come up with anyway, to provide greater flexibility to the Federal Reserve. The way 13.3 was then written, it would have been virtually impossible to have lent to an investment bank / broker-dealer because of the limitations on eligible collateral. There was a lot of debate, I can't even remember at this point who was on which side, as to whether 13.3 should have been made even broader by removing some of the existing restraints. But at the end of the day, the Federal Reserve made it quite clear they didn't want any more power than was given to them by the amendment which was adopted. So my role was really to, I think, to come up with this as a way to provide liquidity to the broker-dealers. We had also explored whether it could be done through the primary dealers, but that didn't seem to be sufficient, and you might have run into situations where somebody wasn't a primary dealer.
Okay. Is Is it fair to me to assume in a lot of those representations you had a fair amount of discussions with folks in the government?
Oh, yes.
And discussions with folks in the government about whether or not government assistance was going to be possible for any of these institutions?
Both then and earlier. In some of these cases, it wasn't difficult to foresee that government assistance would be necessary, and so we broached the subject at much earlier stages.
What I'd like to do, if we can, is, as I said in the beginning, one of the issues we're grappling with and trying to understand is the whole issue of too big to fail systemically important institutions, and when and how the government, determines whether or not to let an institution fail or to give them assistance. So I was hoping, maybe given your vast experience with all those institutions, just sort of give us a general idea of what the thinking was when you were talking to the folks at the government about when they would, when they wouldn't, what the concerns were, etc. I can imagine we've talked to the government and gotten their opinions, but we're trying to get as many as we can.
Well, obviously, all I know is what they would say as opposed to what they really thought. Let's start with Bear Stearns. The first part of the discussion was whether the Federal Reserve would, in fact, use 13.3 to provide broad liquidity to Bear Stearns. That was the first set of discussions. And there was a lot of reluctance to do it as a general program, of course, which happens one day later. During the episode, obviously, Chase had the principal discussions with the government, but we did say that we thought 13.3 provided broad power, that the ability was there if the Fed could satisfy itself on the collateral. We did not come up, I did not come up certainly with the maiden lane one or whatever it was called, the SPV, somebody else did, as a way to deal with the lending.
I have just one question.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, is this the first time, Bear Stearns, that the Fed even thinks about using 13.3 to help a non-bank?
It's to my knowledge, it is the first time, and the initial, but I think fleeting reaction was, we've never done it before. What sort of precedent are we creating for ourselves?
Of course, the SEC has no lending abilities, so when was it too late for the CSE program to act?
Again, I guess, but it's quite some time before. I think once these investment banks put it up on mortgage-related securities, there was nothing more that could be done.
Which might have been sometime in perhaps
2007.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
That raises the broader question. We're obviously doing a report at some point. Easy question to ask, harder one to answer, which is, what's your sense of what happened? I mean, what were the 3 or 4 most important aspects that led to this cataclysm in American financial markets?
It's whenever you have this incredible cataclysm, the search to find a single cause is a mistake, because there have to be, nothing that bad can happen without multiple causes. So I'll try and give what I regard as some of the most important. The first was clearly far too much leverage in all sectors. The second is what I call the regulatory corollary to Gresham's law, which is bad regulation drives out good regulation. And you had this fatal virus, which started in the mortgage banking community and there was no, it really spread throughout the entire system of writing the of writing these very bad mortgages, and that infected the whole system because, and this isn't an excuse, it can't be, but when people cede market share, what happens is they lower their, rather than cede market share, you lower your standards. So lots of people lowered their standards. A third was, I think, most clearly illustrated by, I think, if the Fed chairman made one statement he wished he could withdraw, it was in 07 when he said we could contain the subprime mortgage. He was, in a theoretical sense, perhaps right had the problem been subprime mortgages. But what he did not, I think, understand was this was, I don't know how many times that those mortgages had been leveraged.
Right.
10, 15, 20.
Through both CDOs and CDSs, essentially, yeah.
I remember I was totally out to lunch myself and remember hearing, and this was in 07, about some of the CDS writing policies, and talked to people at the Fed who said, you realize that there are people who will write 10, 15, 20 CDSs on the same loans. They said, no, that can't be happening, certainly not in the banking system. I said, well, I'm telling you, from what I'm hearing, it's all over.
Right.
And I was astonished that that was going on.
Where did you learn that?
This was as a result of the AMBAC problems.
Right.
I mean, and this was another major source of regulatory failure. The structured product affiliates of the insurers,
Right. So that AIG, and then when they stopped, and AMBAC and MBIA started
and
up with
FIJIC and all of them.
Yeah.
So a couple of remarkable points that, as I recall, it took me literally, if I think about 2010 to about 2021, that was 11 years. And I heard that thanks to a fantastic piece in a muckraking journal that reveals a lot of these truths on a daily basis that's just remarkable. It's known as Wall Street on Parade, and the husband-wife team of Pam Martins and Russ Martins is extraordinary, and I thank them for providing that interview because it answered all the questions. What you just heard Mr. Roger Cohen admit to was that there was no legal precedent for using Federal Reserve Act 13.3 in this situation. What I had just presented prior to that was HBO and their multi-million-dollar production with Shane Smith of Vice Media, with all its millions upon millions of dollars of assets and resources, to basically tell you fiction. What they laid out was that the entire government was dependent upon the financial system working with Congress to be able to come up with the safety net that saved the world. Now, as it turns out, they saved themselves. They saved themselves, and they unleashed the most powerful force in the history of the world to enrich themselves. We'll get to the exact aspects of that. However, when you understand fiscal policy and monetary policy, and there's so much misinformation about the Federal Reserve, particularly as it relates to who the Federal Reserve answers to. A lot of people like to talk about, when the Federal Reserve started, who was involved, how it began, what its purposes were. And it was pretty an amazing situation at the time because there was so much volatility. It made so much sense to create a central bank that A, would manage the currency, and B, prevent these incredible, swings just based on what happens in a capitalist society if there are no rules, as we can see. So the idea was that it would become the lender of last resort. But as we just heard, And there's even more to this in the statute and the understanding of what exactly Federal Reserve 13.3 is supposed to be able to do. But as I think we have actually demonstrated to you before, nowhere in the statute does it say that this incredible, almost nuclear response to any sort of dramatic circumstances in the economy and the global economy can be used to backstop criminal organizations whose collateral was worth zero, that didn't fit the FDIC statutory regulations, that ultimately became bankrupted, and then ultimately were bankrupted by their own criminal behavior, of which we've just showed you, soup to nuts, that basically preyed upon the most vulnerable in society so that the CEOs of the most powerful financial institutions could bury the American people and all of its promise of supply and demand, of integrity of law, of all men are created equal, and the ultimate myth, the American dream, which is what I've been living for my entire life. And so it was always very spectacularly weird that none of this made sense until I discovered that, oh, wait a second, they misused Federal Reserve Act 13.3 to pay themselves. Imagine the worst of the worst mafia crew with that sort of power. And that's what these guys did. These guys who were the smartest in our country, that came out of Ivy League institutions, that get paid tens of millions of dollars, who become billionaires by the system, betrayed everything that we think we are. And they did so using the full faith and credit of the United States to backstop their criminal behavior. And they took over the composite fourth estate, which is the ultimate gap stop for citizens, i.e. journalism, to speak truth to power. That's who I am. My name is Patrick Lovell, and I'm a muckraker because I believe in the American dream. But the final piece of the equation is that based on statutes, the Federal Reserve is accountable to Congress. And what preceded this entire calamity was a situation in which Alan Greenspan, then former chairman of the Federal Reserve, who incidentally started his career in the largest bankruptcy in American history to that time, with Lincoln Continental, that came out of the S&L crisis that we heard several people reference earlier, including Senator Byron Dorgan and, of course, Senator Elizabeth Warren. Yes, he came out of that bankruptcy to become the Federal Reserve chairman for over 2 decades. That led to this monumental calamity that we're going to showcase to you 2 things that are extremely important for our composite knowledge about reality. As I've just demonstrated to you, as far as media goes, they did a smoke and mirrors to sell us all that the end of the world was nigh, and that Congress had to come together in a bipartisan situation featuring everybody's favorites, right? You've got everybody in there from Nancy Pelosi to Chuck Schumer to Mitch McConnell, and both sides of the House, of course, right? That included President Bush, Obama, and everybody at that time period that had to come together on behalf of the United States to supposedly save the financial system from itself, right? Moral hazard. All of these things that we've illustrated. And there's even more. But here is the icing on the cake. Kathleen Engel, a professional that ended up being a part of trying to clean up with this madness. You may have heard about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that Elizabeth Warren put into place to try to protect consumers. This woman spoke to us about all the fraudulent behavior that she identified, and that through the system worked its way through, and I'll let her speak for herself.
Kathleen, another element of our interaction with you that revealed to me that it makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up when I think about this. But we think about regulation, we think about policy, we think about, like Myra had brought up before, political will. And there's policy baked in across the board to protect the consumer, as does laws to protect the citizen. And in this particular case, as it relates to where I'm trying to go with this question to bring it all full circle, is that we know that there was HOPA statutes, Homeowner Equity Protection Act, that the Federal Reserve was responsible to rein in. And we can talk about the low interest rates. We could talk about how the fervent action in the markets led to this incredible, everybody chasing it, this gold rush to try to get as much into the pipeline because of warehouse lines. We deconstruct most of that in our series. But what we haven't been able to get to just yet, and we are going to in season 2, is you guys, because of the information you were able to glean, that you and your partner, Patricia McCoy, made clear in your revelations, up the food chain, this got to Ned Gramlich on the board of the Federal Reserve, who went directly to Alan Greenspan, who was where the buck stopped, literally, with regards to being able to put an end to this. Can you please put that into perspective for our viewers? And then, Myra, obviously a lot for you to unpack.
When the markets are going well, regulators often sit back. That's the time to go play golf. And there were signs that this exploitative lending was emerging very early on. In the late 1990s, there was testimony before Congress about the predatory loans that were decimating neighborhoods. And there were a number of efforts in Congress, this is prior to the crash, prior to Dodd-Frank and all of that, to get a bill through to protect consumers. And they couldn't get, the Democrats couldn't get past the Republicans and get a bill through. But the good news, bad news is that the Federal Reserve had the power to issue regulations under what's called their UDAP authority, that was in the law Patrick just discussed, HOPA. And the interesting thing about this provision in the law, it said that the Federal Reserve shall, it didn't say can, it was shall issue regulations to protect consumers for unfair and deceptive acts and practices. And Alan Greenspan said, we will never issue any regulations under this provision. So this was an act that passed Congress, the Senate, was signed into law by the president, mandating that the Federal Reserve Board of Governors protect American homeowners from abuses. And Alan Greenspan said, no way, not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So it goes to what Myra was saying about enforcement. Here was the agency that had the power to nip this in the bud, and they didn't. And it wasn't just Alan Greenspan. At that time, there were 3 different federal bank regulators, and the bank regulation, at least in those days, was pretty confusing. But essentially, banks were subject to different regulators, and those regulators had the job of supervising them. And the supervision included not just the risk to the bank going under, making bad financial decisions, but also protecting consumers from wrongdoing. And the banks, particularly 2 of the federal agencies, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency and the Office of Thrift Supervision, got into a competition with each other. The agencies get paid by the banks that they regulate. So, and they always want to get, each of them always wanted to get more banks, because the more banks they regulated, the more money that they made. And so what they did is they fought for banks to change who their regulator was. And banks could do that by a formality involving changing their charters. And it was a race to the bottom. They literally were going to banks and saying, especially the Office of Thrift Supervision, saying, switch your charter to us, and we'll regulate you less. There'll be an advantage here. So they were gone. So it was as if it was a period of anti-law, right? It was the opposite of having a regulatory regime. It was anti-regulation. And then after, there was the huge collapse, Greenspan said he never saw it coming.
things went very well, and then the economy collapses. And so all of a sudden people are saying, well, it was Alan Greenspan's fault because he should have anticipated this. Did you think that was fair? And were you surprised by how much criticism you received at that point?
One, I did not think it was fair, but I never expected it to be fair. And I anticipated that it was going to happen. I just didn't know exactly when. But nobody forecast the 2008 crisis. One of the things I put in the second book I wrote was how the IMF missed it, the Federal Reserve missed it. You go down a whole series of the major forecasting.
Well, everybody got it wrong, let's say.
But the purpose was, I didn't find that a surprise. You can't have a crisis of that nature that is not a surprise.
So, as you look back on your term as the Federal Reserve Chair, would you have done anything different in light of events that happened after you left? Would you have done something differently?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Well, maybe something that we should all consider. Do we want regulators at the apex of the most powerful financial engine in the history of the world who aren't aware of just basic common sense? The con showcases hundreds of people who got it exactly right. And as you just saw from Kathleen Ingle, that information was aggregated and carried to none other than Philadelphia Federal Reserve Chairman Ned Gramlich, who presented it directly, of course, to Alan Greenspan, the gentleman responsible for reining in predatory lending because he was mandated by Congress to do so. So the ultimate conversation and connection and everything that we're revealing, and I'm revealing and have been for some time, is who's in control of the United States? Are we a democracy based on everything that you've seen? Did the Federal Reserve answer to Congress? Did Congress have the capacity to actually put everything together to be able to prevent what was taking place and the financial markets based on what they called subprime, which, as you've now seen, was all predicated on liar's loans? Well, I think the truth is obviously self-evident, is it not? Well, if it hasn't been at this time, you haven't been paying attention. And it's very difficult in an era where, of course, most of us pay attention to things in 30-second snippets, as opposed to, I think we're like on 8 hours now. Bottom line is, we still have more to cover. Because next up, I want you to put in the back of your mind that figure that we just saw, that HBO and Vice, with their tens of millions of dollars of resources and their professionals and their research people and their genius and their self-proclaimed, getting it right on behalf of American people, that all of us, myself included, pay subscriptions to. But now you know the elephant in the room. It was all bullshit. Complete freaking bullshit. Top to bottom. But if you haven't had enough yet, here comes the grand finale. Randall Wray, one of the preeminent economic experts in this country, lays out exactly what the rest of media hid from the world that took me many years to realize that was done on behalf of the Ford Foundation, what was known as the Levy study. And this is what they found. Well, next in our appearance of this extraordinary revelation is none other than Larry Randall Wray. Mr. Wray is a professor of economics at Bard College and a senior scholar at the Levy Institute. And he is also a retired professor at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. Mr. Wray, thank you very much for joining us to hopefully finally penetrate really this incredibly confusing and loud world that doesn't seem to understand the most important aspects of what you're going to reveal to us in a way that I think I haven't seen anywhere else. So on that note, let me just start the conversation with a set of setup questions that I think will give our viewers an understanding of how we should understand the framing of our monetary policy versus fiscal policy and what that reveals about the machinations of our financial system.
Okay. Well, modern nations have treasuries that do the spending and the tax collecting. And they have created central banks to act as the banker for the treasury. And so just like you have a bank that makes and receives payments for you using your demand deposit account, the treasury makes and receives payments through the central bank. Now, in addition, our central bank is the Fed. In addition, our Fed has some other responsibilities, including doing some regulation of the banks, of setting the overnight interest rate target, and of coming to the rescue of banks when we have what's called a liquidity crisis. In the old days, in the United States and elsewhere, banks issued their own notes. That's been replaced by deposit banking. But what would happen is that if people started to doubt the viability of a bank, they would run against their notes. They would try to submit all their notes back to the bank that issued them and get cold hard cash. Or in the era of deposit banking, you all remember Jimmy Stewart's bank in It's a Wonderful Life. They run and try to redeem their deposits for cash. And so central banks were created to act as lenders of last resort. That's what we call it. And what they do is they will lend the cash to the banks in order to meet the demand for withdrawal of cash from deposits. And if you know that the bank will always be able to allow you to withdraw cash, then you don't have runs on banks. So we ended runs on banks with the Great Depression. We haven't had any runs on banks of that kind since the Great Depression. And that's the lender of last resort plus the FDIC insurance, which is under the Treasury, that has ended bank runs. So monetary policy comes down to making payments, receiving payments for the Treasury, setting the overnight interest rate target, and acting as a lender of last resort in a crisis.
Well, you pretty much answered a lot of what's kind of corollary in this next question. I think it's important to try to differentiate in terms of what our understanding may be, given the constitutional construct of money, and differentiating between the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. Can you differentiate their two roles?
Well, our Constitution says only Congress can issue currency. Okay. And we still abide by that. So it is the Congress that delegates the authority to issuing our currency. Now, before the Fed and even after the Fed was created in 1913, for quite a while, the Treasury issued paper money. And that's completely within the purview of a Treasury, which, of course, is a creature of the Congress. With the creation of the Fed, Congress delegated the authority to issue currency also to the Fed. And today, all of our paper money comes from the Fed. And so it is still, complying with the Constitution because the Fed was created by an act of Congress in 1913, Federal Reserve Act. And that act has been amended over the years, telling the Fed what to do. So some people erroneously believe the Fed is independent. It is not independent. It's a creature of Congress. And as even Bernanke said during the global financial crisis, he was the chair of the Fed, said, hey, if you don't like what we're doing, you can always just change the Federal Reserve Act and tell us to do something different.
So Congress then is, I should say in reverse, the Federal Reserve is accountable to Congress. That much is true, and that's understood. And there seems to be a lot of confusion as to how that actually results into some of the questions that I'll get to. But can you explain what it means that the American currency is sovereign, and what does that enable the financial system to do? How does that work?
Yeah. So over the couple hundred years since the founding of the nation, we have developed our modern monetary system, and our approach to a sovereign currency, which is what the United States has, emphasizes that a government that issues its own currency and that does not issue debt in any currency but its own can never run out of its own currency. So it is not financially constrained, except to the degree that Congress has to put together and pass a budget, and that budget constrains how much spending the United States government can undertake. But there is no real financial constraint on the government's ability to spend. The Fed is the agent of the Treasury that actually makes those payments. And the Fed and Treasury over the past 100 years, since the Fed was created, have worked out the operations procedures to make sure that whenever the Treasury wants to spend, whether it issues a check or whether it's a direct payment to a bank account, the Fed makes sure that payment takes place. Treasury checks never bounce. And it's the Fed's job to make sure they never bounce.
Well, that brings to mind what is seemingly on the tips of the tongues of mainstream media, and we never stop hearing about inflation. Does the ability of the Fed to, obviously handle all of its debts and its whatever Congress mandates, can money created by the Fed cause inflation? And then by contrast, you mentioned this earlier, what is bank speculation in context?
Well, too much spending by the federal government, which it's really the Treasury that's doing the spending. When we're talking about government spending, I can come back to what we might call Fed spending independently. But all of the Social Security payments, all of the payments for the defense sector, the food stamp payments, all of those things, that's Treasury spending. Now, it's true, the Fed makes those payments. The Treasury puts in an order to the Fed to make those payments, and the Fed will, this is a little bit technical, but the way that it works is the Fed credits the reserves of some private bank, and then the private bank credits the deposit account of the recipient of the government spending. That's how all modern spending takes place. We no longer our government no longer makes payments by actually handing you cash, except in unusual circumstances. We do spend a lot of cash in places like Afghanistan when we're involved in a war there. But domestically, they don't make payments that way. It's always through a bank. Now, I said I would get to Fed spending. So the Fed can lend and spend buying financial assets. So that is different. That is not part of government spending. And whenever you hear the numbers for federal government spending, they never include the spending by the central bank, our Fed, to purchase financial assets. Those are not included as government spending. It's a very different kind of operation. What it will do is, let's say that a bank has either a government bond or a mortgage-backed security it can sell that to the Fed, and the Fed buys it by crediting the bank's reserves, which is the Fed's liability and the bank's assets. So what it does is it substitutes a bond that was in the bank's portfolio for reserves that are in the bank's portfolio. Those kinds of things by themselves can't possibly cause inflation. There's no money that's getting out into the economy. On the other hand, spending by the government, that is treasury operations, could be excessive and could possibly cause inflation, in the same way that if all of us Americans ran to the banks and took out loans, and all of us, all 350 million of us, tried to buy a Tesla tomorrow, we could push up the price of Teslas. As Stephanie Keltnoy says, the cash registers don't discriminate between whether it's the government buying stuff or private households and firms buying stuff. It can be inflationary if there's too much of it. Now, we could talk about what is causing the current inflation. It, in my view, has not been caused by too much spending, not been caused by excessive government spending or private sector spending. We're in a very unusual situation where we have inflation that got started because of the pandemic.
Right, which leads us to, what you and so many others have been bringing to our attention, to those that will listen: supply chains, and then monopolies and banks, not monopolies in specific arenas. But that brings me again to bank speculation, because, when we were talking, and I've been looking into this for some time, it was shocking to understand what took place at the time period after the great financial crisis, in the interim between when Paulson, Bernanke, and Geithner were in front of Congress asking for $700 billion to create. At that time, we were all concerned with the credit crunch, and we were told about liquidity. But that was happening, in Congress, per what you have said should happen. And yet you were involved with what's known as the Levy study, and your team revealed specific things that not many of us are aware of. Can you please juxtapose that time period and what you were looking at, and what we need to understand by way of that time period?
Yeah. I mean, so there's a lot of complexity here. The financial crisis started in the shadow banking sector, and it was due to just tremendous amount of speculation in housing, in commodities, and in the stock market. And a lot of that speculation is financed by borrowed money. And when we started seeing cracks in the mortgage markets, there was a tremendous amount of fraud in the US mortgage markets. The vast majority of it was perpetrated by the banks and not by the borrowers. There was some fraud by borrowers, but the vast majority was by the banks. They were making illegal loans that they knew could never be repaid. And they didn't really care, because they're taking the mortgage loans and they're putting them together into securities. So the mortgages are essentially the collateral behind the securities. And then they're quickly selling those securities to things like pension funds. And because the mortgages were fraudulent and could not possibly ever be repaid, it means that those securities were no good too. And the securities were illegal because you can't dupe the investors by lying about the quality of the securities, which is what the banks were doing. So anyway, we had a huge mess. with loans that could never be repaid, with securities that had no value except possibly government insurance behind them, with a massive criminal conspiracies perpetrated by really every single link in the mortgage securitization food chain, from the appraisers, through the mortgage originators, through the mortgage lenders, through the investment banks that securitized the mortgages and sold them on to the pension funds, and the ratings agencies that said, oh yeah, these are very good securities. Every single aspect of this was fraudulent. And so when the banks started looking at the assets they're holding, and they know that they're all trash, all garbage, and they are holding liabilities of other financial institutions, and they say, well, if everything we're holding is trash, probably everything they're holding is trash. And so everybody just tries to sell everything they possibly can, all at the same time, to no buyers. So the value of the assets is all collapsing. And as asset values go down, it doesn't take long for the financial institution to be technically insolvent, because financial institutions operate with very low capital ratios. That is, very little of their own money. Mostly they use borrowed money to buy the assets. And if the assets are no good, then they very quickly wipe out the small amount of capital that they have. And they're in danger of being shut down by the regulators. And the owners of the banks lose their investment in the bank, because the stock of the bank won't be worth anything if it's being shut down. So we had a huge mess. And because the Fed and the Treasury, they both are responsible for regulating the banks, because they had taken a very hands-off approach to the biggest banks for a couple of decades. They had no idea really what they were doing. And this becomes apparent when you read the transcripts from the Federal Open Market Committee meetings from the time when the crisis first hit, late 2007 through 2008. You can read those transcripts. They're available with a 5-year lag. So we could read them by the time we were starting our Ford project. You could see that nobody at the Fed had any idea, including Bernanke. The only one who knew something was Bill Dudley, and that's because he came out of the financial sector. So he had some idea of the very risky financial practices that the banks had been engaging in. Otherwise, nobody knew how bad things were. So anyway, they go to Congress, and they, as you said, they ask for $700 billion. What Paulson had said was, I think it's on a Friday, he says, on Monday, we will have no financial system in the United States if you don't give us the money. Congress thought about it for a few minutes, and then they said, no, we're not going to give you the money. Okay, which is kind of humorous. It would not have been true at all. All the big banks would have been dead. But we still had over 4,000 banks that were perfectly fine. So we would have had a financial system, but without any big banks, which probably would have been a vast improvement to our financial system. But anyway, Paulson goes back, and they do give him the money. And I don't think it took very long for Paulson to figure out $700 billion was not even a drop in the bucket. They were not going to be able to do anything with this, because the bad debts held by the financial system were in the trillions, and that's many more zeros. So there was no way he could do anything. So at first they thought we could recapitalize the biggest banks. it wasn't enough money to recapitalize them. Then he thought, well, we can buy the bad assets. Well, no, you can't buy the bad assets because there's trillions of them. And so then the Treasury told the Fed, we've done all we can do. Congress is not going to give us another dollar. It's all up to you. So this is all put on Bernanke's shoulders. And as I was talking about, the Fed cannot really spend. So there is no way for them to say, well, we will recapitalize the banks. They can't do that. Treasury could. If Congress had given him trillions, Paulson could have recapitalized the banks. It takes real fiscal spending to do that. Okay, but there's no way he's going to get that out of Congress. The only thing the Fed could do, well, the Fed had two choices. One, it could have followed the law. And the law says that if a financial institution is insolvent, you must shut it down. You must. That's the law. Your only choices are what is going to be the cheapest way to do it. Okay? Well, this will then require FDIC insurance, because the only way to shut them down is for the FDIC to make sure insured depositors lose nothing. And that's a fiscal policy operation. So it comes out of the FDIC. The problem was FDIC did not have reserves to cover even one big bank failure. So there was no way they could do that. The other way is you try to merge them into a healthy bank. But these banks were too big and all the big banks were unhealthy. So that wasn't an option. So the Fed decided that what they would do is do a combination of short-term lending to them, hoping things improve, and buying assets off their books. And there were some special facilities that had been created in the Federal Reserve Act that allowed them to do some unusual things. The Fed pretty quickly invoked those, called 13.3, and they started doing unusual things, but still the law set out what was permitted even as an unusual operation. And some lawyers who are much smarter than me on all of this looked into it after the fact and said about 40% of what the Fed did actually was illegal. They created facilities that provided funding that was illegal. And the most famous example of one of those facilities was the Real Housewives of Wall Street facility. It had a different name, but this is what it was. And it's written about by Matt Taibbi. And it is humorous because it's unbelievable. You would not believe that a government agency would even consider something this ridiculous. But it was to provide loans to the Real Housewives of the Wall Street banks so that they could go buy bad assets and hope that the assets improve. And they're non-recourse loans, which means that if the assets don't improve, don't worry, Real Housewife, because you never have to repay the loan. And I think it was Gonzalez, the House Banking Committee chair, who said, why is it that only rich folk get deals like this? Okay. Anyway.
It's almost, you stop, me, and I'm sure everybody who's hopefully stopping on a dime with their jaw agape to kind of piece that together, considering the carnage that happened to millions upon millions of Americans as a result of this. But I want to read just a couple of paragraphs, if I may, from the prescient work, the unbelievable work that you and your team had put together, just so that we can put some framing on understanding of how significant this was, to what ends. Now, again, to remind the viewer, Congress went along reluctantly with what they thought was the end of the world that required $700 billion to create liquidity for the collapsing financial system at that time. But as Mr. Ray has just mentioned, that was just the beginning. It says in the introduction that there have been a number of estimates of the total amount of funding provided by the Federal Reserve to bail out the financial sector. While the Fed at first refused to provide data on its bailout, the Congress, led by Bernie Sanders, ordered the Fed to provide accounting of its actions. Further, Bloomberg successfully pursued a Freedom of Information Act suit for release of detailed data. The result in a dump of 25,000 pages of raw data. Bloomberg recently claimed that the cumulative spending by the Fed that included the asset purchasing lending was $7.7 trillion. However, the total reports have not been sufficiently detailed to determine exactly what was included in that total. We have conducted the most comprehensive investigation of the raw data to date. We find that the total spending is actually $29 trillion. This is the first of a series of working papers in which we will present our results. We hope that other researchers will compare these results with their own, providing detailed breakdowns in aid to such comparisons. And I just want to read one last paragraph that puts this into further focus, given what you just said in terms of the terms of lender of last resort. The explicit objective of LOLR operations is to halt the initiation and propagation of financial instability through the provision of liquidity to individual financial institutions or financial markets, or both. At any given time, at any given moment in time, the available supply of ultimate liquidity is determined by the actions of the Fed and the U.S. Treasury as the lender of last resort to solvent financial institutions. Mr. Ray, based on what you've just said to us, there seems to be a little bit of a distinguishing characteristic of lender of last resort that, once again, I'll ask you to further detail. It's almost incomprehensible to me that, and I'm going to give you a compounded question. Who from the New York Times came to talk to you about the study to put on the front page of the New York Times, as well as you being guest every single night on every single platform in the United States to reveal how all of this happened and to what ends? Can you please put that all together for me?
Well, actually, at first, the reaction was that our research was ridiculous, that we didn't know the difference between a stock and a flow. And what I mean by that is the Fed had put out a number with much reluctance, as you said. At first, they refused. When Congress asked for the data, Bernanke just said, no, we're not going to give it to you. The Congress wanted to know, what did you do? No, we're not going to give it to you. Anyway, when they were forced by the Bloomberg lawsuit, Freedom of Information Act, to release the data, they released it as raw data. There were 29,000 pages of raw data. And the Fed claimed that they had, the total amount was 1.2 trillion. And what they were doing was taking the very worst day, which I think is in December of 2009. That was the greatest outstanding amount of loans on any one day. Okay, so that was their number. And so we come out 29 trillion. And they say, oh, you guys don't know what you're doing, because there was no day where there was 29 trillion outstanding. But we make it very clear in our reports that we have three different measures. So one is, what is the very worst day of the crisis? Well, it turns out, yes, the Fed got that one right. The very worst day, it was 1.2 trillion. What was the worst week? It turned out it's also that same week. And that number was, oh shoot, I've forgotten what it was, a few trillion for that particular week. But then what you can do is, what is the total amount of loans originated in order to bail out the financial system, which took a period of 3 to 4 years. Okay, and that's during that period is when the Fed had this alphabet soup of special facilities dealing with one problem after another. So you take all of those and add up what was the total amount of lending that the Fed had to undertake, and that turns out to be the 29 trillion. And that gives you a better picture of, what was the total response that was required in order to deal with the crisis. And then we can look at who were the recipients. And it turns out that there were essentially 14 global private banks that accounted for that, about half of them American and half foreign. And then there also were about 8 or so foreign central banks that we had to help, who then helped their own banks. And the ECB was by far the biggest one. So you total all of those up, and you see not only what was the total, but where the biggest problems were, and it was in the biggest banks. There was initially no problem in the vast majority, the thousands of local banks around the country. Now, they did get hit because the recession was bad. So because we had a recession, their balance sheets were hurt, and they were hurting too. But the global financial crisis was set off by a very small number of banks that engaged in fraud and other risky practices under the nose of the regulators who were not doing their job regulating them. So anyway, the initial reaction was, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Okay, you don't know the difference between a stock and a flow. But it was very amusing because about 2 years later, actually at a Levy economics conference, some people from one of the Federal Reserve banks were presenting the data on the bailout, and their number was the same as ours. So it went from, you guys are crazy, to, oh yeah, well, we use the same number now too. Did we get onto the front page of the New York Times? Were we continually in the media? No, not at all. I think that over time, almost everyone came to the conclusion that what happened was, in terms of what the Fed had done, really stank. Bernanke said that, it was really bad what we had to do, but we had no choice. We had to rescue the banks. So our project was to try to look at how could we be better prepared to make sure we never have to do it again. And we had our thoughts. The project ran 4 years. We wrote 4 annual reports, and we argued that we have to reform the financial system in order to ensure that we don't have to respond this way the next time. Problem is, we have not reformed the financial system. And it's very likely the Fed will do exactly the same thing again the next time. And I think the next time could be within the next couple of years. We see a financial system that is very fragile. We see little tiny hiccups that should not make any difference lead to huge results that require continued intervention by the Fed and other central banks. You see these happening almost weekly, where the Fed and the ECB and the Bank of England have to provide tremendous amounts of liquidity to the financial system, and no one really knows why it requires so much. Our banks used to get by with $50 billion of reserves. In the global financial crisis and what was called quantitative easing, we got that up to something like 5 trillion. And the Fed tries to reduce the amount of reserves that are in the system by selling some of those assets back to the banks. And every time it tries to sell some back, we get what's called a taper tantrum. And the Fed has to stop, and they have to go buy bonds back and put more reserves into the banking system. And nobody really knows why this is. But it has something to do with the fragility of the financial system. It's just right on the verge of failure again, all the time.
Well, it's an extraordinary revelation. And I want to remind everyone that we've gone to the ends of the earth and back to be able to aggregate every single piece of the machinery that you so eloquently described earlier, from the brokers to the appraisers to the lenders to the credit rating agencies to the derivatives involved and everything else, at least as it relates to the housing industry of 2008. And now we've seen a lot of, like you said, disruptions, some of which were, obviously not foreseeable in the case of COVID. But there were some peculiarities in 2019, like you mentioned, with, again, a derivatives run that it required some extraordinary support for the Federal Reserve. And I want to remind everybody, again, I think, which is the most prescient point of what I'm trying to achieve and reveal to the American people, in context to, we have laws, we've always known how to underwrite, and we know how to allocate risk. We know how capital should function for the efficiency of society. However, as you've identified, and what we continue to see, which is just a giant jaw drop, agape moment of, well, who is in control of being able to control the flow of money and to what ends? And of course, we've just illustrated over and over and over what happened to create the 2008 great financial crisis, but then so many things have happened. Now, I know that this question is a little bit contextually and technocratically slightly different because of just the nature of how quantitative easing works. However, my focus on this question, sir, is just simply about asset-backed securities and purchases within the context of quantitative easing. Can you please tell us what the purpose of quantitative easing is, what it does, and then by contrast, what then is quantitative tightening?
Yeah. Well, so in the global financial crisis, the Fed is doing all this stuff that we've been talking about, trying to bail out insolvent, huge, so-called too big to fail financial institutions through all of these lending facilities and buying assets from them and giving them very safe reserves in place of the assets. It also lowered the interest rate to zero. And we kept the interest rate at zero for a very long time. And so in conventional thinking, there's nothing else the central bank can do. Once you get to zero, you can't go any lower than that. And so the Fed developed this idea that was based on Bernanke, back when he was an economist before he went to the Fed, based on his recommendations to Japan, because Japan had had zero interest rates for 10 years before the global financial crisis. And he said, well, actually, central banks can still do more. Instead of using a price, which is the interest rate, dropped to zero, they can use quantity. That is, they can put massive amounts of reserves into the banks. And that will induce the banks to lend more and will cause longer term interest rates, which are the relevant ones for lending to things like investment and home buying. That will lower the longer term interest rates too. Now, the first idea that this will induce banks to lend never made any sense. Banks don't need reserves in order to lend at all. Lending just means what they do is they take your IOU and they credit your demand deposit. They don't need any reserves for this. And they can't lend reserves to anyone except a bank. So if all the banks have more reserves than they need, none of them want to borrow reserves. So there's no one to lend them to. The idea that by buying lots of bonds and mortgage-backed securities from banks would push down the long-term rates was also at best misguided, because a central bank can always lower long-term rates just by saying, we would like the 10-year treasury rate to fall to 2%, and we will stand ready to buy treasuries until the rate falls to 2%. Well, no one who operates in markets is going to bet against a central bank, because they have unlimited capacity to buy treasuries or whatever they want to buy until they get the price that they want, which would be the 2% interest rate. So the Fed didn't have to buy any of them in order to drop the long-term rate down to whatever it wanted. You don't need any quantitative easing. All you have to do is announce a new price and say we stand ready to buy or sell in order to hit the price that we want. And the price will go where they want it to go. We did this in World War II. For example, we kept the interest rates very low on treasuries to keep the interest spending low during World War II. So it was a misunderstanding of the way financial markets operate, which is kind of strange if your top bank in your country, the central bank, is run by people who don't understand how financial markets work. It was all very confused. And so the Fed built up trillions of dollars of bonds in its portfolio, and that means banks have trillions of dollars of excess reserves that they don't need in their portfolios. And so quantitative tightening is the idea that we can tighten up financial markets and get interest rates to go up if we sell bonds and securities from the Fed's portfolio into the financial markets, so that the banks give up their reserves and they take back the bonds and securities. But as I was saying, for reasons we don't completely understand, whenever the Fed tried to do this, the markets went crazy and the Fed stopped. And so we sit here more than a decade after the global financial crisis hit and the Fed started trying to use quantitative easing, and the major central banks around the world still have their portfolios stuffed full of bonds and securities. And we don't completely understand why they can't sell them back. One of the best financial reporters in the United States just a couple of months ago wrote me and asked me, what is going on? And he said, he's writing a book on this. And he can't find anyone who understands why they can't reverse the quantitative easing. Why does a small sale of bonds by a central bank spark a tantrum? I said, I have no idea either, and I sure hope you can figure this out.
Well, we're coming to a close of such an incredible revelation, and I'm so grateful for your expertise. Obviously, I'm just a regular person, an investigator who wants answers to try to, piece together what a lot of people tend to get off in the weeds on. But I'm sorry, I hear constantly things the nature of distortion. I think of the dramatic wealth inequality. I think about the notion of what I understand capital to do supposedly within these functionings to find the most productive and efficient uses of capital in society. But that also, when you consider the law, the legal structures, that there has to be accountability. And throughout this conversation, I'm reminded of everything that I've gone into this whole journey of questions about, that a lot of this stuff is working for somebody who's not me, because I'm not at a specific strata that can maximize those to my benefit. But I guess the final question that I would like to ask you for some perspective, even though that last one was a doozy, would it change your calibration, Mr. Ray, or that of the nations, for example, given the nature of how specific functions happen within the regulatory bodies? And I'll say this in context of what the Federal Reserve is mandated to do under the congressional statutes of HOEPA, Homeowner Equity Protection Act. So, for example, if there was a investigation by the professionals within the system that then came through a board member of the Federal Reserve that gave all of the details of predation and the liar's loans and the national epidemic that was preceding the great financial crisis to the chairman of the Federal Reserve, who chose not to act upon it and then later told everybody he never saw it coming, would that change the calculus of our understanding of how Congress mandates the Federal Reserve?
Well, so Congress gave the Fed all the tools it needed to prevent a housing bubble, whether driven by fraud or not. So the Fed was sitting there watching a housing bubble that started to develop at the end of the 1990s. And there actually was one of the governors actually warned about this. The rest of them just ignored it. And so the bubble picked up speed. And in 2004, the Fed started raising interest rates. It didn't say that it was raising them to try to stem the bubble, but that raising of interest rates actually ramped up the fraud. So the very worst of the fraud occurred after the Fed had started raising rates. And in 2007, we had a conference at the Levy Institute in which two different Federal Reserve district banks had representatives presenting data proving there was no housing bubble in the United States in 2007. And that's right when the bubble was popping and right as we were going into the global financial crisis. They did not want to see a bubble. They did not want to regulate the practices that were engaged in by the financial institutions. This is a huge problem. I've become convinced that all regulatory responsibilities should be taken away from the Fed because they have no interest in doing it. It's not in the genetic makeup of the people who go to the Fed. This was actually discussed back in the early days of the Clinton administration, and I think that they were on the right track. We should just take it away. We should put it in the Treasury with the OCC and with the FDIC. The FDIC is our insurer, and the FDIC does a very good job of making sure that the smallest banks, smaller banks, for the most part, don't engage in fraud and practice safe banking for the most part. The problem is that they don't do that with the biggest banks. So I would do two things. One is take it away from the Fed, which will not do the regulation, and put it in the Treasury. And then second, I would move to reduce the size of the biggest banks. Break them up, shut them down, whatever is necessary. They are said to be too big to fail, which itself is a huge problem. But more importantly, they are too big to regulate. They are too big to supervise. Not only is it not possible for the regulators and supervisors to understand what they're doing, and neither can the presidents of those banks. They don't know what they're doing either. They are too big. They're strung out all over the world. They have thousands of employees all over the world. They cannot be supervised. So I would break them up. Now, unfortunately, we had our chance back in 2008, and we didn't do it. And they are too politically powerful when they are not in a crisis. So we probably won't get a chance to do this until the next crisis, which may be coming soon. And the most important thing to do when that crisis occurs is to take advantage of it and shut down the biggest banks, break them up, and let's go back to having lots of small banks, which the U.S. is pretty unusual in the number of banks we have. And let's carefully regulate and supervise them and get rid of the big ones.
There's so much more we could discuss, but I want to close with just one last consideration, even though that was one heck of a great way to end this. But more importantly, the world is in the midst of a lot of crises right now, the most important of which is the environmental crisis. And when I've heard many of your lectures or your discussions before, I'm of the same mind, of course, well, oil and the entire structure of oil in the context of our financial structure is one place we might be able to identify solutions to some significant problems. But when I put into perspective the nature of what we discussed today, that the Federal Reserve was mandated by Congress to regulate the housing market that blew up the world and knowingly decided not to, for these reasons that you've postulated, but also with all the information that we actually have, the evidence, this isn't hyperbole, but that it led to what you've discovered that nobody reported on the front page of the New York Times, which I think is the biggest revelation of our lifetimes, that you guys discovered that there was $29 trillion in emergency lending to this system that bankrupted itself, that was constituted of shadow banks that were bankrupted through fraudulent activity, that the full faith and credit of the United States and the lender of last resort bent over backwards to allow to survive. Meanwhile, the Department of Justice chose not to bring indictments and convictions based on which were clearly indictable criminal white-collar offenses. So in context to the grand scope of the magnitude of what it costs to maintain what appears to be financial crisis predicated on misaligned incentives and fraud and all of the other matrix that we have learned through none other than your colleague, William K. Black, over the years, can you please postulate one last consideration given the magnitude of the answers that you and economists like yourself who understand the possibility that $29 trillion could go to a lot more effective ways of stimulating the real economy?
Yeah. Look, I don't want to, mix up spending and lending by the Fed with spending by the Treasury. But I know, in the common perception, these two things are similar or the same thing. I think that the problem with Fed spending on, buying trashy assets is it creates incentives that are extremely damaging to our economy. As Bill Black, who you mentioned, always says, the net value added of the, say, top 6 banks that dominate our financial system is massively negative. They do not make a positive contribution to our economy. And here we have the Fed and a lesser extent the Treasury trying to prop them up. When our economy would do much better if they were shut down. So it's not that we are money that could have been spent on reducing inequality and tackling environmental problems and the health pandemic problems. All of that has to come from Congress. That is the budget. That comes out of the budget. But the Fed's activities that promote what we could call financialization of the economy, which is letting the biggest banks, biggest financial institutions get their fingers into every pot in the economy and pull out as much as they possibly can in order to enrich mostly their top CEOs. That's very detrimental to the economy. So what we need to do is focus on stopping that financialization of everything. So our healthcare system, why does it do so poorly? Because it's been financialized by the insurance sector, which is part of Wall Street. Why did the pandemic? Why was our response among the worst in the whole world? More Americans died than people in any other country in the world. That's also related to financialization of our healthcare system. And our housing system has been thoroughly financialized. So, where you live is nothing more than collateral for a tremendous amount of financial products that some people make lots and lots of money on, betting that you're going to lose your house. That's what the financialization of housing is all about. It's placing bets that you won't be able to make the payments on your house. So getting finance out of every aspect of our life where it doesn't belong would do an awful lot of good for our economy.
Well, the only way you can resurrect the American dream predicated on integrity of the law that would provide an opportunity for liberty and justice for all. I'm just reminded that if we want a Green New Deal, that probably a good place to start would be a Clean New Deal. Mr. Ray, thank you so much for your expertise and all of your revelations. I hope it goes a long way. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
$29 trillion. There's 1,000 billion in a trillion. $700 billion was sold to the world through our media, through all of the mainstream media. 700 billion. And then we had billions after, and it's a political job. In fact, it was probably not necessary to have Paulson and Bernanke and Geithner go to Congress to begin with. They obviously had the tools with the Federal Reserve to save the banks. Now, interestingly enough, of that 29 trillion, that was all paid back. And then also all of the TARP money was paid back. But once you get into the plumbing and understand, different terms and payback methodologies and so on and so forth, especially if you're getting your raw material for the banks as money at 0% interest, and you loan it out slightly to anywhere at 1%, you can imagine right there is a pretty damn good upside, especially when we're talking about volume. So to keep it in a perspective of why we had to land with the foam on the runway, the victims of everything that took place with the housing collapse in front of the Federal Reserve, was to reveal to you and the world that what the bonds were made up of, that the Federal Reserve picked up from the banks through QE and the other alphabet soup of lending facilities that were used illegally to buy collateral that was worth nothing from bankrupted institutions. And this is the world that you live in. There's real people who tried to pay for their houses or loan mods or whatever setup they had in these ridiculous liar's loans that had all sorts of different crazy sort of assessments and hyperinflated after so many years and just tricks of the trade and so on and so forth to try to get people to refinance. Ultimately, like Rick Santelli said, people were using their houses as ATMs. No, the banking industry made fees every step of the way because a rolling loan knows no loss as long as they could hyperinflate the asset. Just a scam, a con, a monumental con that blew up the world. But did any of us pay attention? Sorry. Everybody paid attention who went through the collapse, the thousands, the tens of thousands of people who got divorced, lost their houses, suicides, homeless, whatever the case may be. Yeah, but they could never put two and two together. Why? Because nobody ever demonstrated what happened. And so there's this power that I have now illuminated to you. I've always said that this is the emperor's new clothes, but there's even more. And so to understand the power of finance, the power of politics, and the power of our legal firepower within that context, there's no better way to demonstrate it than the revolving door and the influence between Washington and Wall Street.
The American Lawyer did an unbelievable article a couple of years ago. They put in FOIA requests, Freedom of Information requests to the SEC to get documents in connection with the SEC's $550 million settlement with Goldman Sachs. At the time, huge headlines, very controversial. SEC bragging about how incredibly tough they were at Goldman Sachs. Well, 2 years later, a very enterprising, diligent, terrific reporter for the American Lawyer sends in the FOIA request and gets the emails. Well, lo and behold, there was a wink and a nod between the SEC and Goldman Sachs. Well, Goldman Sachs announced on this one deal called Advocacy, they were settling this one deal for $550 million. Huge amount of money for one deal. Boy, we made those Goldman guys pay, the SEC bragged. Well, come to find out, the SEC was really settling all of the Goldman deals. And there were, I can't remember, 10, 11, 12 of them. So they were really settling on average for 40 or 50 million bucks a deal. Well, if you look at the numbers, it appears that Goldman Sachs made a lot more than that on every one of those deals. But the SEC and Goldman don't want the American people knowing that. So what they announced and what they did appeared to be directly opposite of what they in fact did, with the sole purpose of deceiving the American people. The same thing happened in the SEC settlement with Citigroup, which was a case that got a lot of attention before Judge Rakoff in the Southern District of New York. Better Markets sought to intervene in that case, did an extensive investigation and amount of work. We filed court papers showing a massive amount of evidence that suggested widespread illegal conduct at Citigroup in connection not just with this one CDO, collateralized debt obligation, a structured product. People often think of them as a derivative. They were selling this one case for $265 million. Citigroup at the time was in 2007, the number one worldwide placement agent for CDOs. They had more than 10% of the market. Their liability was massive. Their illegal conduct appears to have been massive as well. The one CDO that they were settling with the SEC for was brilliantly designed to fail as quick as possible and put Citigroup in the money as quick as possible. It was about as clear a transfer of wealth from ripped-off investors directly into Citigroup as you could find. We detailed that in court filings. And yet the SEC settled with them, Citigroup, biggest bank in the world, at the core of causing and spreading the financial crash, $265 million. Extinguished all of their civil liability for all of their activities. And we attached, actually, in our court papers, a statement made by one of the Citigroup people inadvertently saying, oh yeah, this settlement takes care of everything. We're like, oh, but we're saying in court and elsewhere, no, we're just doing this one CDO deal. You forgot about the wink and the nod. We're trying to fool the American people. But we laid it out in court papers. There is evidence like that all over the place that the Department of Justice and the SEC turned a blind eye to.
The thing that bothers me most about all of this is no one went to jail. So I put together a special financial crimes unit to say, go figure out how this happened, who did what, and those that are guilty of criminal behavior need to go to jail. How else do you explain to the American people there's cause-effect relationships here in which you're going to hold people accountable?
One of the big pieces of evidence we found was we found documents that showed that banks knew that a lot of the loans that they were putting in the mortgage securities they were selling to investors throughout the world, that they were defective. And even though they knew that, they told investors they weren't. They affirmatively represented that they were good loans while they had information that they were quite something else. And even though the banks have admitted wrongdoing and have now paid $40 billion in fines, the Department of Justice has yet to hold one single individual accountable for that wrongdoing, civilly or criminally.
I think the Department of Justice is scared and still is scared today to prosecute large companies. They don't want to do it. And so what replaced prosecuting companies criminally and what replaced going after individuals at the highest levels were settlements for money. Corporations wrote checks and settled with the government and then promised not to do it again. And there are big problems with this regime. The main problem is that corporations keep doing wrong things. They are recidivists. And you've seen this with Wells Fargo, and you've seen it with JP Morgan, and you've seen it with BP and Goldman and Pfizer, and the list goes on and on. This is a regime that's broken.
I mean, it's gotten to the point where we're almost desensitized to fraud at the big banks in Wall Street. We've come to expect it. Of course it happened again. Of course it happened again. So just a quick litany. As we sit here today, the fraud at Wells Fargo is unwinding itself, but we know they opened millions of accounts fraudulently. We know for sure that the big banks around the world rigged the global currency markets to some extent, and they rigged the LIBOR market to some extent. And we've got emails where they talk about how they rigged it. And we know also that shareholders at JP Morgan Chase were misled about the degree of risks that JP Morgan Chase was taking onto its balance sheet pursuant to the London whale trades in their London office. So those are just, that's just like the last few years, right? Then you put on top of that all the settlements that have come out from the financial crisis. And what you hear is just a steady drumbeat of fraud after fraud after fraud at these mega banks. And I think that they're too big to manage. They are too big to fail. That clearly is continuing. And in the end, it seems that they have become too big to comply with law. And that's unacceptable in a society where, as you previously stated, everything is built upon the rule of law.
Well, in the closing of this incredible chapter in American history, I'm pleased to present and honored to present Art Wilmarth, the professor emeritus of law at George Washington University Law School. He was a member of GW's faculty from 1986 until 2020. Financial regulation has been the primary focus of Mr. Wilmarth's teaching and research. He has testified on several occasions before committees of Congress in 2010, as well as being a consultant to the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission, the body established by Congress to investigate the causes of the global financial crisis from 2007 to 2009. Art, it's amazing to have you provide your time, your expertise, your analysis to what I hope is penetrating a very loud and a very confusing marketplace of ideas, particularly in context of something as important as what it is that your expertise will reveal. I think to where we need to start and to put immediate framing upon is the focus of your work, primarily as it relates to Glass-Steagall. Can you please give us an insight as to what Glass-Steagall was, and maybe take us into an understanding of what happened at the time to create Glass-Steagall and why it is so important for the functioning of the economy of the United States?
Thank you very much, Patrick. It's a pleasure to be with you, and happy to discuss these issues with you. I will mention to the audience that if they want more detail on a number of things I'm going to discuss, they can find my book, Taming the Megabanks, Why We Need a New Glass-Steagall Act, published by Oxford University Press in 2020. So Glass-Steagall was passed in 1933, direct response to the financial crash that began in October 1929 and the Great Depression that followed pretty quickly between 1930 and 1933. So what Glass-Steagall did was really to separate the banking system from the capital markets, from the securities markets. Congress did that in a number of ways, but the most important restrictions or prohibitions were that banks were required to divest, spin off, get rid of their securities underwriting and dealing operations. They were prohibited from underwriting or dealing in securities except for government bonds. Equally important, non-banks, including securities firms, were prohibited from taking deposits, so they couldn't do a de facto banking business by accepting deposits. Congress also at this time established the Federal Deposit Insurance Program that we now know as the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. And of course, that Federal Deposit Insurance Program was designed to stop disorderly runs against banks and enhance bank stability. Now, Congress, did this against a background of really severe misconduct and reckless behavior in both the banking and the securities markets. So banks were allowed to get into the securities business to some extent before World War I, but greatly increased their penetration into the securities markets after World War I. And so by the middle to late 1920s, there were a group of large commercial banks, which I call universal banks because they were very much involved in securities activities. And these large universal banks were competing directly with the main securities broker dealers, such as Kuhn Loeb, for example, and the old J.P. Morgan firm. And this competition led to really a reckless underwriting of very risky domestic and foreign bonds and speculative stocks. And this reckless underwriting, and of course the resulting securities were sold to investors all over the world, led to huge credit booms, particularly in the United States, but also in Europe and Latin America, because these universal banks and securities firms underwrote many risky bonds for European and Latin American governments and corporations. Of course, all this came to a crashing end when the Wall Street crash happened in October 1929, and within about a year after that, the foreign bond market shut down. So there was a sudden shutoff of all this credit that had been flowing. And of course, then you had a spiraling down of the economy as businesses failed, many homeowners defaulted on their mortgages, and as these defaults among businesses and homeowners multiplied, of course, that dragged down investors and financial institutions. So you had a spiraling down crash, and essentially these large universal banks either failed or were bailed out, rescued between 1930 and 33. We could talk about the similar events that occurred in Europe. Interestingly, two countries where you didn't have these enormous banking crises were Canada and Great Britain, because at the time, Canada and Great Britain kept their banks out of the capital markets. Their banks couldn't underwrite or sell securities, again, except for government bonds. And so they were not drawn into this boom on the upside and this vortex, this collapse on the downside. I think that's, to my mind, a very understudied and undermentioned aspect of the Great Depression. You know, why did Canada and Great Britain have banking systems that didn't collapse? There are a number of reasons for that, but I think a very important reason was that they weren't exposed to the securities markets. Congress understood that the involvement of banks in the securities markets and the reckless competition that occurred between universal banks and securities firms had everything to do with the boom of the 1920s and the crash of the 1930s. And so Congress was determined to create structural separations and barriers that would prevent that kind of boom and bust cycle from happening again. And in fact, Congress was very successful. The Glass-Steagall Act created a decentralized and stable financial system, which was largely divided into three sectors: banking, securities, and insurance, and they were all separated from each other. And that decentralized, separated system was very stable for more than 4 decades. Even during the 1970s, which was a period of rising inflation, rising interest rates, and a breakdown in the old Bretton Woods foreign exchange system. So there was a lot of upheaval during that time in the late 60s and through the 70s. There was no major banking crisis at that time because the banks weren't exposed to the risks that they had been exposed to during the 1930s. And the Fed could mobilize one sector to help out another sector that was in trouble. So a classic example was during the stock market crash of October 1987, which was the worst since October 1929. It was a very severe crash, but the banks were not exposed to the securities market at that time. They had begun getting into it. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but they were not heavily exposed to the securities markets. And so they were not damaged, whereas the broker-dealers were in great trouble, and the Fed was able to mobilize the banks to help out the broker-dealers and prevent them from collapsing. Of course, that proved to be impossible when the global financial crisis of 2007 to 2009 happened, because by that time, the banks were very heavily exposed to the securities markets, just as they had been in 1929 and through 1933.
May I interject a quick question?
Yes.
In terms of a little bit of framing that I've always found curious. And of course, in that aftermath, we'll get to momentarily, and really the purpose of this entire endeavor was there was a specific reason that was a catalyst for the outcome that you described. That also includes the Securities and Exchange Act, of course, of 1934.
Yes.
And the purpose of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Can you please provide us a little further introspection about the investigation that led to this outcome, and then ultimately what those two pieces enabled by way of structural integrity for the next 50 years?
So the Congress was very much concerned with why the banking system had collapsed during the early 1930s. But as you say, they were equally concerned with what had gone wrong with the securities markets during the 1920s. Why had so many reckless and fraudulent securities been issued and distributed? What caused that? So they did essentially parallel investigations of the securities markets and the banking system. And there were 3 major pieces of legislation that came out of that investigation. First, the Securities Act of 1933, which was passed very shortly before the Glass-Steagall Act. The Glass-Steagall Act was passed in June 1933. And then, as you say, the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 was passed in early 1934. Now, what led up to these pieces of legislation was the famous Pecora investigation. So the Senate Banking Committee began looking at Wall Street seriously and the banks even as early as late 1931. But the investigation really got off to a strong start and gathered momentum after the Senate Banking Committee appointed Ferdinand Pecora as chief investigator in January 1933. So Pecora was a progressive Republican. He had been a well-known and very successful New York prosecutor, New York City state prosecutor. they brought him on and basically gave him carte blanche to run the investigation. So Pecora became the chief investigator and the chief questioner and cross-examiner during the hearings that took place all through 1933 and really the first half of 1934. And he was exceptionally successful because he was given the leeway, he was given subpoena power, and then he was given the leeway during hearings to question the Wall Street chieftains, the leaders of Wall Street who had been involved in this reckless activity during the 1920s and early 1930s. And he was allowed to pin them down. In other words, that he engaged in extensive cross-examination for days for the major witnesses. Now, the first major hearings that he did, the ones that really kind of tipped the balance, were of something called National City Bank, which essentially was the predecessor of Citigroup. And he exposed really the fraudulent and reckless misconduct of National City in the early part of 1933, even before Franklin Roosevelt became president. And it continued, shortly after Roosevelt took office. The revelations that came out of that set of hearings were truly devastating. Of course, at the same time, the banking system had completely collapsed in the spring of 1933. Roosevelt had to put in the bank holiday to close all the banks for a week so that you could reopen the ones that had some hope of surviving. And then, of course, Roosevelt came up with his plan for recapitalizing the banks, which brought in the Reconstruction Finance Corporation to recapitalize the banks and the Fed to provide liquidity support for the banks. So the combination of Pecora's devastating revelations of what went on at National City and the rescue of the banking system provided the background and the public support that led to the Securities Act of 1933, which was essentially a Truth and Securities Act. It required public offerings of securities to be registered at first with the Federal Trade Commission. The Securities Exchange Commission was created 1 year later, but so public offerings of securities had to be registered, and issuers could be held liable if they made material misrepresentations or material omissions in their offering materials. So this, for the first time, really established standards for honesty in offering securities. And then the Glass-Steagall Act came on just a couple of months later. It was very strongly resisted by the banking industry, particularly the Wall Street aspects of the banking industry, right up until the end. But the collapse of the banking system in the spring of 1933 and the public outrage over the revelations and bailouts that followed, finally crippled the opposition to Glass-Steagall.
So it was an amazing moment in history, as our path had led us to you through, of course, our mentor William K. Black, who prior to that, and I have a college education. I'm not a PhD. I don't have a master's. But I've been very involved with American history. This was a piece of American history that had eluded me in my college education.
Right.
Prior, and
Wall Street doesn't want you to know that piece of history, right?
Exactly, because what I learned through this extensive journey, right, the two things that were so remarkable about that time period was you had 25% unemployment, the suffering of the American people and the Hoovervilles. There were thousands of people in Central Park, and suddenly the media started to tap into what ultimately we find out, over 50 years later, many of the same techniques that blew up the world in 2008 were literally happening at that time, which led to this incredible stuff. But
you had a proliferation of all kinds of very risky loans and the packaging of those very risky loans into very risky bonds that were then sold to investors all around the world with the imprimatur of the leading commercial and investment banks of the day. And hey, would National City steer you wrong, right? Would JP Morgan or Kuhn Loeb steer you wrong? And so people bought these very risky bonds on the faith that the issuers had done due diligence and knew that the securities were sound. And of course, the reverse was quite the case, that they were selling securities that very often they knew were at least highly risky, if not completely unsound and fraudulent. Pecora also did a very devastating set of hearings on J.P. Morgan, to some extent Kuhn Loeb, on Chase National Bank, which is the forerunner of J.P. Morgan Chase. Chase was the other big bank, along with National City, that was most actively involved in this securities related business. So these hearings on J.P. Morgan, Chase, some of the other securities firms provided further devastating revelations of fraud, conflicts of interest, misconduct, recklessness, and that was certainly key in getting the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 passed. Interestingly, Carter Glass, who was one of the leading sponsors and grandfathers, if you like, of the Glass-Steagall Act, took on the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. That was also one of his key pieces of legislation. Of course, he was also involved with the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. But Wall Street, during 1933 and into 1934, was trying to undo or greatly weaken the Securities Act of 1933. They were actually trying to undo Glass-Steagall also, and they were fiercely fighting against the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 because that would give the SEC authority to regulate all the securities exchanges in the country, and it would give the SEC authority to require public corporations, publicly traded corporations, to make ongoing, continuing disclosures about their business and their financial results. This was all unprecedented. The New York Stock Exchange had been a law unto itself, and the other exchanges were the same. They fought this very furiously, but the continuing stream of revelations of misconduct and fraud overwhelmed even their opposition. It saved the Glass-Steagall Act, it saved the Securities Act of 1933, and made it possible for Congress to pass the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. So this was a battle that lasted for more than a year, and Pecora, was the key guy in uncovering, all the bones, all the buried bones that Wall Street had tried to, their best to cover up.
Which is the whole purpose of this investigation that we're laying out. And you're going to make the final arguments because, like Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes.
Right.
As we move through this process, you've identified some incredible moments that, again, we revealed and continue to reveal about the safety and soundness that is compromised because of deceptive acts and practices. We, as American citizens, have grown up to trust the system, have grown up to trust the technocrats, the professionals, those that are into important positions that manage certain things that all of us rely on so that we can move forward in our day-to-day routine, trusting that the money that we make is safe, the money that we invest is safe, that we don't have situations that obviously have not only occurred, but occurred on a global scale, beginning with the 2008 great financial crisis that we call the GFC. And what's so extraordinary, and I want our viewers and everybody who does finally tune into this to understand that as epic and huge in scope that led to these decisions by the United States government to serve the people, that we had another scenario that Mr. Wilmarth was a consultant and deeply involved with following the GFC, which was known as the Federal Crisis Inquiry Commission, that did a fantastic job laying a lot of the elements, but didn't rise to the level of what Pecora successfully did at that time period. Mr. Wilmarth, can you give us kind of a compare and contrast and try to make sense of really what created the GFC, what the government did in the aftermath that you played a huge role in, but what it didn't achieve? I don't want to do a compound question, but it's difficult not to bring up Dodd-Frank, but in that sort of scenario.
So what? I'll give one further anecdote about the 1933-34 period. A very famous financial historian named Joel Seligman said in his book on the transformation of Wall Street, he said the period of 1933 to 1934 was a very unusual period in which Wall Street spoke and spent as much money as they could spend, but nobody listened. because the fraud was so shocking, and the what Pecora uncovered was so so outraged the American public. Now, of course, Wall Street and the big financial institutions assume that as time goes on, people forget and people get distracted by other things, and that they can then go back to deploying their massive influence to get what they want. And that's what happened with essentially the downfall of Glass-Steagall. So I mentioned that Glass-Steagall was very stable, produced a very stable financial system for more than 40 years. But by the time you get to the 1980s, of course, that's a period of general deregulation, as we know. It started in the Carter administration, but accelerated during the Reagan administration and the Clinton administration. So beginning in the 1980s, the big banks basically begin to push, we need to repeal Glass-Steagall. You have to let us back into the securities business. We're not making enough money off commercial banking. We need to get into that business and make more money and compete with our foreign rivals in Europe and Japan. At the same time, the securities firms, the big securities firms, were saying, "Oh, well, we need to get into the banking business because we could make more money if you let us do some of their business." So there was a period of about 20 years where through regulatory action and court decisions, loopholes were opened. So banks were allowed progressively to get more and more into the securities and effectively insurance business through loopholes, creative interpretations of ambiguous legislative language, and the courts resisted for a time. But beginning in the 1980s, with an infamous Supreme Court decision called Chevron, they began to defer to the regulators and say, well, the regulators are the experts, so we shouldn't overrule them, even though we don't necessarily agree with how they're interpreting this language in the Glass-Steagall Act. So this allowed the banks progressively to get more involved in securities activities. And at the same time, they allowed securities firms to get involved in a shadow banking business by offering short-term debt instruments that were effectively equivalent to deposits. So very short-term commercial paper, very short-term repurchase agreements known as repos, and most especially money market funds, which everybody understood were deposit substitutes. But these were deposit substitutes without any of the regulations that apply to bank deposits. There was no deposit insurance fund. There were very few prudential restrictions or requirements, capital requirements, liquidity rules, other things that protect bank deposits. So we were allowing this whole shadow area of bank deposits to be created, and we were allowing securities firms and banks to compete more and more directly. So the separation broke down. And then, of course, as the separation broke down, the big banks said, well, look, Glass-Steagall's a dead letter now. There's so many loopholes in it. We ought to just do away with it. And the Fed actually helped that process by allowing Citigroup to merge with Travelers, which also owned Solomon Smith Barney at the time. So now you have a conglomerate, including banking, insurance, and securities, being created in 1998, even though there was no authority to do that. And the Fed admitted that if Congress didn't change the law in 2 years, they'd have to blow it up because they relied on really totally bogus grandfathered authority that would expire in 2 years. And so they said, Congress, either change the law in 2 years or we'll have to blow it up. And of course, by that time, the financial industry is funneling hundreds of millions of dollars into Congress to get this done. And so Congress, after all these, being told Glass-Steagall's a dead letter and deregulation is good and more competition will be better and everybody will be more profitable. And oh, by the way, Citigroup already exists, and if you don't want to blow it up, you'll have to do something. So Congress passes the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act at the end of 1999, which basically does away with the core of Glass-Steagall. Now, interestingly, they didn't repeal the provision that says non-banks can't take deposits, but everybody had ignored it. There are trillions of dollars of money market funds, repos, short-term commercial paper out there. Nobody's doing anything. So Congress didn't need to repeal it because they just ignored that. That was called Section 21 of Glass-Steagall. They just completely ignored it. When it was brought to the attention of the Justice Department, this was under the Carter administration, basically said, well, you know, we don't think money market mutual funds are deposits because, after all, they're equity interests, even though everybody knew, you know, if they didn't get paid when due on demand, there was going to be a crisis. Oh, no, these are equity interests. They're not debt interests, so we don't care. So 1999, this goes away. Then what you see immediately, it was already building before then, but between 1999 and 2007, there's almost an exact replica of the Roaring '20s, where these new universal banks that can control everything, including securities operations and insurance operations, package up trillions of dollars of very risky debt, most especially very risky home mortgage loans, subprime mortgage loans, into very risky mortgage-backed securities, and then sell those around the world to investors saying, hey, this is Citigroup, this is JP Morgan Chase, this is Bank of America, this is what was then known as Wachovia, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, take your pick, Lehman Brothers. We wouldn't steer you wrong. We're leading institutions. You know, our stamp of approval is on these securities. And when they couldn't sell all of them, they created a second set of securities called collateralized debt obligations to package up the ones they couldn't sell, and they essentially resold CDOs, and then they created guarantees called credit default swaps, which essentially were insurance, and backed up the most risky securities with credit default swaps or the equivalent. So you had, again, this incredible infernal machine creating very risky loans, packaging them up into very risky securities, backing them up with even more risky guarantees, and funneling the whole thing out into the global community. So you had enormous credit booms, obviously, in this country, but also, again, in all over Europe and the United Kingdom. So when, of course, what was predictable was eventually there was going to be a problem, because if housing prices didn't keep rising, people couldn't roll over these subprime loans, which had very short maturities before their rates went up. They couldn't roll them over. They couldn't refinance them. They couldn't sell their homes because nobody wanted their homes at the prices that they were then offering. So then people began defaulting. Again, defaults occurred on a millions of these loans defaulted, which of course created a cascading series of defaults among the subprime mortgage-backed bonds, the collateralized debt obligations, the credit default swaps. Everybody who had taken a position on risky debt during the 2000s, of course, came unstuck. So you have AIG, which had issued all these credit default swaps, coming unstuck. Lehman Brothers, of course, Bear Stearns, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs had issued all these repos and other obligations backed by these instruments. Of course, Citigroup is essentially insolvent. Bank of America is next thing to insolvent. So you have the whole financial system crashing. Same thing in Europe. All of the major universal banks in the United Kingdom and Europe were in very severe shape and had to be bailed out in different ways in Europe and the United Kingdom, just as we bailed out our big banks and securities firms here. When we let one fail, when we let Lehman fail, of course, we discovered that the whole house of cards would come down if we didn't rescue everybody else. So if you read the memoirs of Tim Geithner and Ben Bernanke, they basically say, hey, no more Lehmans, right? We can't let anybody fail. After we let Lehman fail, that was a huge mistake. We can't let anybody else fail. We got to bail them all out. And so you have this massive series of bailouts, even on a scale greater than what you saw in the 1930s.
And if I may interject,
we can get to the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission next, but you may have a follow-up question first.
Right. I just to kind of set that up, again, to kind of reset, everybody who's been watching this and following along with what we've been doing so far throughout this whole process is to reveal to you what the underwriting standards became.
Yes, which were nothing, right?
Right.
If they can fog a mirror, give them a loan, right?
Vis-a-vis what we've learned from our mentor who put us together, Mr. William K. Black, who taught us about control fraud and the lessons of the S&L crisis. But as you move forward, just to kind of recap and then to set the tone for what you're about to discuss next, is again, we learned the lessons after the Great Depression.
Right.
Only to allow.
We forgot all of them, right?
Only to allow the influence of what appeared to be what they called modernization at the time.
Yes.
And ultimately created a scenario that once you understand all of the pieces of the puzzle, particularly as what a lot of people are trying to get their heads around now in 2022, which is what exactly has the Federal Reserve been doing by way of quantitative easing. I don't want to touch that at the moment. But the long and the short of it is we get to this point after deregulation that basically clawed back Glass-Steagall, replaced it with the likes of the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, which of course led to the Commodity Futures Modernization Act.
Right, which basically allowed credit default swaps without restriction, essentially.
Right, just added on top of what was built on, like you've said, a house of cards. So when we look back at the effectiveness of Ferdinand Pecora and what led to Glass-Steagall, suddenly in 2008, after 16 million filed foreclosures impacted at least 50 million Americans directly and tens of millions more around the world, that led to trillions upon trillions of dollars that had to stabilize the system, while the guys you just mentioned, Paulson, Bernanke, and Geithner, had also talked, of course, in a very desperate way to Congress about troubled assets relief program. But in the aftermath, what you are involved with is the Federal Crisis Inquiry Commission. How come it didn't achieve exactly what Ferdinand Pecora had been able to achieve?
Yeah, so I think I'll give the plus side first. I think the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission produced a record of what happened that is almost as good as the record of the Pecora Commission. If you read the majority report of the FCIC, it's a devastating indictment, and it points the fingers at financial executives, financial institutions, federal regulators, members of Congress, presidents, who all have their fingerprints on what happened and why it happened. And so I think the report, the majority report, is a very good testament and a very good recording of what went on. And there's a lot of good staff papers and transcripts underlying that. The majority report is somewhat similar to the Senate Banking Committee's 1934. Essentially, you could call it a Pecora report, but it's essentially a summary of all the hearings that they did that came out. It's called the Stock Exchange Practices Report of 1934. And in many ways, the majority report of the FCIC is, I think, similar to that accomplishment. Now, why didn't the FCIC process result in the same dramatic legislation that Pecora did? I think there were two major problems with the FCIC as it was set up and as it operated. One was they didn't appoint a chief investigator, prosecutor, cross-examiner similar to Pecora. Instead, the FCIC operated in the same way that most congressional committees operate, that each member, there were 7 members, four Democrats and 3 Republicans, each member separately questioned the witnesses. So you have essentially 7 people questioning all of the major witnesses. That's not an effective way to build a record, because nobody has enough time to pursue a line of inquiry with a witness, to pin him down or her down, to cross-examine them, to expose their attempts to evade or cover up, what they've done or not done. Instead, you get, fairly brief questions and answers, not worthless certainly, but not nearly as effective as what Pecora did, because he was pursuing people over long periods of time. So that was the first problem, and I don't know why that didn't happen, but I suspect that they were unable to develop a consensus where they would agree on a single investigator. That would be my guess. I don't know for sure. The other problem was that the three Republicans on the FCIC were determined from the outset, in my opinion, in my view, from what I saw and what I read, to undermine and weaken what the FCI did. And they were determined to protect the big financial institutions and the regulators who had carried out this deregulation and the members of Congress who had supported it as much as they could. And so if you read the minority report, it's essentially an attempt to say, oh, no, the majority is wrong. It's everything else but what the majority said. They among other things, they tried to blame Fannie and Freddie. Fannie and Freddie, bear some responsibility, but they were followers, not leaders of this reckless lending. They followed Wall Street into this reckless lending behavior. They didn't lead it.
If I may offer this just briefly, the media, unfortunately, didn't have the capacity or the interest to lay out in an ongoing investigation similar to what we saw in Watergate. They simply, as I recall watching at the time, which is what led to this journey to reveal the con in our work, was that they didn't have the bandwidth or the capacity to lay out the details of what we have in the con, but that lead to ultimately this grand revelation that we're in 2022, Mr. Wilmar. You've written for a new Glass-Steagall Act.
Right.
We're at a moment, once again, given the last 13 years of what took place in 2009 as a result of what appears from my unfortunate realities, given all of the information we've aggregated, is when you look at Mr. Paulson, Mr. Bernanke, Mr. Geithner, that the initial push, of course, was for TARP in Congress. And the American people thought that $700 billion was going to be the lender of last resort capacity to reboot the global economy. Meanwhile, there was a maneuver, if you will, that led to initially a $29 trillion infusion that provided lender of last resort liquidity in 2009. And then in 2010, of course, we saw that beginning in November 3rd of 2010, the beginning of quantitative easing. And it has been going on. Now markets are shaky as a result. So two questions, Mr. Wilmarth. The first is, when I look at the Federal Reserve Act and I try to understand the thickness of the economic sort of granular details of what allows for exigent lending circumstances, nowhere did I see that shadow banks that were bankrupted by their own illegal behavior based on this massive fraud that we reveal in the con would be, shall we say, allowed for all of the emergency measures that took place, while meanwhile the Department of Justice never brought criminal indictments against those that seemingly benefited from this entire situation. Why, and what does it mean?
So again, I mentioned that Carter Glass was one of the godfathers of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, and Glass was, very consistent during his career. He was not hostile to the securities business, but he absolutely thought that the last thing that the federal government should be doing would be to support speculation on Wall Street. He felt, okay, we need securities markets. People take risks. They should bear those risks. If the risks go wrong, okay, the card, let the cards, fall where they may. In other words, that the federal government should not rush in and protect speculators. So Glass, from the very beginning, was firmly opposed to any involvement of banks in the securities business. Of course, Louis Brandeis, who had many of the same views as Carter Glass, was absolutely the same view. Keep the banks out of securities and keep the federal government out of the securities markets in terms of propping it up. So the original Federal Reserve Act of 1913 was very adamant, and Glass-Steagall was very adamant in saying the Fed shall not use its credit resources, its discount window, or as you say, the exigent lending authority under Section 13.3 in any way to prop up the securities markets. The discount window is to be used only for banks and the exigent lending authority is to be used only for commercial business enterprises that can't otherwise get credit under extremely, emergency situations. In 1991, Goldman Sachs and the rest of Wall Street engineered a critical and fateful amendment to Section 13.3. As you may remember, Drexel Burnham, which was the junk bond firm, the junk bond king, Michael Milken's firm, had gone bankrupt in 1990 and was allowed to fail. That shocked Wall Street. They couldn't believe that the Fed refused to bail out Drexel Burnham. So Goldman Sachs and the rest of Wall Street got together and convinced Congress. Unfortunately, Senator Dodd was a key person in this effort to amend Section 13.3 in a way that basically allowed the Fed then to make exigent loans to firms backed by their securities, essentially to the securities firms. And so that's exactly what happened then in 2008 and after, that the Fed exercised its 13.3 authority to make emergency loans to people like obviously Bear Stearns, and then obviously to people like Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, and the securities broker dealers owned by all the big banks. And they also use that 13.3 authority to bail out the money market funds, the repo market, and the commercial paper market. So they essentially provided the equivalent of deposit insurance to all of these shadow deposits, even though, everybody said they weren't deposits. And everybody said they don't need to have deposit insurance behind them. But we essentially.
My question, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but my question remains the same then. That is news to me, although I kind of loosely understood that. But right. Does it say anywhere in the statutes that exigent capacity would be enabled under those circumstances if those institutions had been engaged in fraudulent criminal behavior based on control fraud that was provable?
Right.
Would that ever be in the statutes to where Congress?
Unfortunately, there was no requirement that the firms that were being assisted essentially were not at fault for their failing status, or as you say, had not engaged in misconduct. That's not in the statute. It wasn't. The statute wasn't changed when Dodd-Frank was passed. So the thing to understand about Dodd-Frank is Dodd-Frank came in and basically included a laundry list of highly technical regulatory improvements, one might say. Now, some of those improvements are certainly valuable. Capital requirements were increased, not enough, but they were increased. Liquidity requirements were put on the banks. Again, arguably not enough, but they're helpful. The derivatives markets were regulated for the first time. Of course, it depends on how strong the CFTC is as to how well that will work. There were some improvements to securities regulation. We pretended that we solved the too big to fail problem by creating what's called the Orderly Liquidation Authority. But the way it's been implemented, in my mind, enshrines too big to fail rather than ends it. But what Dodd-Frank did not do and would not do, because there were people who were trying to change it. Senator Dorgan was one, Senator Brown was another, and the senator who followed Biden from Delaware, Senator Kaufman.
Yes.
So those three, particularly Senator Kaufman, Senator Brown, Senator Dorgan, tried very hard to put in provisions that would break up the biggest banks, make them much smaller than they were. And Senator Dorgan essentially would have brought in a prohibition against naked credit default swaps, which essentially are, you're betting on somebody else's instruments that you don't own. It's like, owning fire insurance on a house that you don't own, which insurance won't permit. And there was some talk of bringing back a form of Glass-Steagall. The Volcker rule is an extremely weak version of it and very incomplete. But the Obama administration, and again, Geithner by this time was the Treasury Secretary. Bernanke was still the chairman of the Federal Reserve. They were determined that the structure would not be changed. We would not bring in a new Glass-Steagall. We would not separate banks from the securities markets. We would not end shadow banking by prohibiting non-banks from issuing short-term debt instruments. So we left the whole structure in place, and we pretended that, oh, if we just put tweaks on it, if we just improve the control valves, it wouldn't matter if the basic boiler or the nuclear reactor is unstable and likely to blow up. We would pretend that, no, it won't blow up next time, we'll just improve the control valves. Now, what also happened, of course, is over time, even the regulatory improvements were weakened. So, capital requirements were let off or loosened after 2016. The Volcker rule was gutted, essentially. Derivatives regulations were weakened. So even what was accomplished, let's say up until the end of 2016, much of it has been weakened since then. But we still have the same structure that brought us the global financial crisis. It hasn't changed. So when I wrote my book, and I finished it in January 2020, just before the pandemic, I said the same structure that brought us the global financial crisis is in place. It hasn't really been changed. And we're going to have the same problem again of massive bailouts. And the question will be, can we do the bailouts again without creating essentially massive economic and financial problems that we won't be able to control?
I have one last question.
And of course, that's where the pandemic crisis comes in.
Well, I have one last question to bring this to a close. Not many people, I think, percentage-wise, are aware of the extraordinary circumstances that took place in 2019,
right.
That were a different variation of what happened in derivatives market with extraordinary lending from the Federal Reserve. And then, of course,
the repo market, right? One of those shadow deposit markets we've been talking about. The repo market blew up.
Right. And that certainly wasn't headline news on the New York Times, as I recall. I had to get it from other sources. And then, of course, everything in lieu of March 2020, given COVID shutdown and the extraordinary circumstances, once again, by the Central Bank of the United States and, of course, central banks around the world.
Yes.
For your closing argument, Mr. Wilmarth, let's just pretend that suddenly we have the attention of the entire country, just like Ferdinand Pecora did in 1933. Sir, how would you make the case for why a new Glass-Steagall is absolutely necessary for the functioning of the United States the way we think it actually exists?
So if you look at the Fed's balance sheet, it went from essentially 900 billion to about 4.5 trillion between 2007 and 2019. And much of that was done to prop up the big banks and the big securities firms, which of course now we have a group of big universal banks that control much of the securities business. And then, as you say, there was this crisis in the repo market in the fall of 2019. Now, this was the first test of the Dodd-Frank, regime. If the big banks were so strong and so well capitalized and so liquid, one would have expected that they could step in and handle it. What happened was a lot of hedge funds and other non-bank players had taken big risks financed by these very short-term repos, borrowing short and lending long, which is a recipe for disaster. These were highly leveraged bets. And suddenly in the fall of 2019, all of these hedge funds and other borrowers were desperate to roll over very risky repos, and the big banks didn't want to do it. And they basically, from my perspective, the big banks more or less went on strike and said, we're not going to roll over these repos. We don't like the risks that now have been revealed. And they stepped back, and essentially the Fed was forced to step in and create an emergency repo line, which they later made a permanent repo line. So now the Fed is now the repo lender of last resort in this country, something that never existed before. And everybody said, oh, great, we got past this crisis. But essentially the Fed now had simply increased its backstop for the financial markets. Then when March 2020 came, when the pandemic shutdown started, and everybody, of course, understandably started to panic, all these businesses were losing their business and some of them were being shut down. Again, you might have expected the big banks, if they're so powerful and so strong and so well capitalized, they would step in. They didn't, or in a very limited way. And they said, we can't finance this. We can't backstop it. And again, all these markets came to a crash. Even the U.S. Treasury market came to a stop. All of the repo, the money market funds, the commercial paper, that those funds all froze up. The corporate bond market. So this time, the Fed and the Treasury together with Congress essentially backstopped everything they had backed up during the global financial crisis, including all these short-term shadow deposit markets. They also completely backstopped the corporate bond market, including junk-rated bonds, to bail out the private equity industry. The Fed's balance sheet in just a year and a half increased from $4.5 trillion to $9 trillion. So they doubled the bets that they already had made. The government's fiscal response was far greater than it was during the global financial crisis, north of $5 trillion. So again, there's this multiple layering on of bailouts upon bailouts upon bailouts, and the same system that failed in 2008 and 9, in my opinion, failed again in March 2020. It could not survive without a massive government bailout. So what would a new Glass-Steagall Act do? A new Glass-Steagall Act would say, banks, you're going to leave the securities business. You're going to get out of the securities business. That's too risky, too speculative. You can't be exposed to that. We're tired of bailing out the entire financial system to save you guys. So you're going to go back to traditional lending, traditional deposit taking, wealth advice, fiduciary services, payment services, but you're going to go back to a much less risky business that doesn't tie you to the fate of the securities markets. Securities firms, you're going to stop issuing short-term debt instruments that look exactly like deposits. No more short-term commercial paper, no more short-term repos, no more money market funds. That's all going to be in the banking system where we can see it, we can see how big it is, we can see who's exposed to it. But the securities firms are no longer going to be able to borrow short and lend long. And oh, by the way, since you're now separated from the banking system and you're not taking any kind of debt that people think are deposits, we could allow you to fail. We don't step in and bail you out every time you get into trouble. The reason that we have these big financial conglomerates is they know that they're too big to fail and that they will be bailed out, and therefore they are exempt from market discipline, and they have a lot of political power, so they can manipulate the regulators and politicians to do what they want. If we separated the system into banks that did banking, securities that did securities and could be allowed to fail, and insurance, again, the three systems would be separated. You wouldn't have automatic contagion, automatic spillovers of risk. One sector could help another, but we wouldn't have to bail out the whole financial system to preserve our banking system, our deposit system, and our payment system. People could be allowed to fail if they make bad judgments. I think they would have less power. The three sectors would check and balance each other the way they did before Glass-Steagall was broken down. The financial industry did not control the political system before 1990 the way they do now. As I like to say, it used to be called the financial services industry. They served Main Street. They served consumers. They served the public. They weren't the masters. Now they like to think that they're masters of the universe. They're our masters. Well, it's time that stopped. If we separate the financial industry into these three sectors, we make clear that banks will be protected, but securities firms, no, and insurance firms, no. I mean, they stand on their own strength and their own risks. And oh, by the way, the primary mission is to serve the public, not to dominate the public. If we want to have sensible, sane financial policies and if we want to end too big to fail bailouts, and we want to make the financial system more responsive to the needs of the public and the needs of consumers and Main Street businesses, we need to reinstate Glass-Steagall. We need to go back to the wisdom of 1933 that served us very well up until the 1980s, when we forgot what we should have remembered.
And Mr. Wilmarth, just to remind me and our audience, as I recall, you've been a Republican for
Yes,
entire career.
I can still consider myself a Republican. I mean, and it's interesting that, as I say, Pecora had a Republican background, a progressive Republican background. I think ultimately he became a Democrat, but that not originally. And there were key Republicans. I should have mentioned this with the FCIC. Peter Norbeck, who was the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee up until 1933, was a huge supporter of Pecora. James Cousins, who was a progressive Republican from Michigan, was a huge supporter of Pecora. So Pecora had support from key Republicans who backed him up, all through his investigation. That's the kind of support that was not there, obviously, for the FCIC. The minority was constantly trying to undercut the majority. And obviously you didn't see much Republican support for Dodd-Frank, a handful, but not much. Whereas for Glass-Steagall, there was a significant element of Republican support because they understood what had happened and that it shouldn't ever happen again. So I believe this is not a partisan issue. This is an issue that should be a bipartisan, what is right for our financial system, what is right for our public. How do we stop this infernal cycle of boom and bust and bailout? I mean, we've been through 2 or 3 cycles of that now. And who thinks we could do another bailout like we did in 2008 and 2020 again? What happens when the next crisis comes? What ammunition would there be to deal with it?
Well, given the geopolitical sort of fractured nature of what we're looking down the barrel of, and given history, it's quite overwhelmingly scary. Hence the whole purpose of us trying to get your truth, your understanding, your expertise, and everybody that has joined us to understand that, my friends, if we do not, as a people, rise to the moment as an informed citizenry to create a critical mass of understanding, of knowledge, then we're in a place that does not resemble the United States that I grew up in. What Professor Wilmarth has just engaged us with, being a Republican, once again, is the common sense that the professionals, we know the lessons, and that ultimately, that if we want a vibrant democracy where the integrity of law and free markets reign so that there is upward mobility and fairness, the only way to do that is to rein the system that thinks that it has complete mastery over a government of, by, for the people. Last word, Mr. Wilmarth.
No, I completely agree with that. And I think that, that the wisdom of the founders, in my view, was to build a system based on checks and balances where no one group would have too much power and other groups could step in and push against that group and prevent it from having dominant control. We have lost that in the financial system. These enormous universal banks, the so-called GSIBs, the global systemically important banks, which are really enormous financial conglomerates, have complete control over the system as it now exists. They basically hold the system hostage. And why would we allow that to happen? Louis Brandeis said, we must break the money trust or the money trust will break us. That's what he said in 1914. It took until 1933 before his advice was followed. But that advice, we must break the money trust or the money trust will break us, that advice is just as true now as it was in 1914 and 1933.
Mr. Wilmarth, we thank you. Our country thanks you. And I hope that this incredible information will pierce the disinformation and the noise to finally stabilize the American mindset that we've got an important responsibility to overcome all that has overwhelmed us. We must, like you said, with Mr. Pecora, overwhelm the lies with the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being with you, Patrick. Thanks a lot.
Well, it's been a long day. A lot of information, but you might be asking yourself, there's got to be ways to rein in crime. We see it all the time. We've got prisons, we've got scenarios and detectives and infrastructure and law enforcement, so that if someone is actually involved with organized crime, that we have really the cops on the beat to actually arrest whatever those particular threats are. And indeed we do. So as I was traveling around the country after years and years and years of effort to try to understand all of these different things, and I was approaching this always from the top down, but it really turned out to be from the bottom up, which led us to Addie Polk, thanks to my partner, Eric Vaughn, who discovered her tragic story, who, as we were investigating, she opened the door to a revelation that really changed everything in terms of the perspective of what we delivered in the con. Take a look.
When I was sworn in, I gave a speech about how if somebody was going around with a gun to people's homes and stealing the equity in their homes, stealing the money out of people's houses that constituted their life savings, that we would have a massive dragnet, and we would shut down all the highways and we'd go capture those guys with the gun. But just because people were doing this with a calculator and a securitization plan didn't make it any better. We brought in experts not just from law enforcement, but we brought in folks from the state auditor's office, and we took advantage of the expertise that other folks in government had in this type of regulation and oversight, and brought them onto a team together to try to piece together some prosecutions of these predators.
A task force was assembled in Akron, Ohio, investigating the same epidemic of foreclosures that had plagued both Addie and Becky. Attorney General Dan sent one of his top investigators, Tom Murphy, to lead the team.
The Akron police chief, we had a sit down with him because he had a couple of people on the task force. He wanted to know what his people were doing. Were they out here just having lunch or what? We said, no, we hit this one street and we got $1 million in loans off of that street.
Huh.
That street's not worth $100,000.
Right. Here's the evidence.
Yeah, here's the pictures.
Here's the
yeah. This house sold for $100,000. That's not possible.
Right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is.
Huh.
And he was just flabbergasted.
Wow.
I got it. Enough.
It had been 9 years since the days of the task force, but the team was more than happy to meet up to share what they remembered from this investigation.
It took a whole lot of learning and a whole lot of fighting. Sitting in that. I mean, it got frustrating at times because you did have a bunch of people who absolutely knew nothing about mortgages.
You have a bunch of guys just want to go out and slap cuffs on people and throw them off to jail, and we just weren't. We had to go through all the records and check all the crap, put it all together, put all the evidence together, which took years, months, before we could go slap cuffs on somebody.
Once we really got into this and saw the money flow, how much was flowing and where it was going, I have not seen anything like this during my career in law enforcement.
The first question the task force set out to answer was how so many houses all over the city were selling at prices much higher than they were really worth.
The appraisal was not only, just a little beneath or a little above, it was thousands, tens of thousands above. Then the government appraisers would go out with us and they would appraise some and say, there's just no way. This is total falsification here. The first appraiser to actually come clean, we had been looking for payoffs and we could not find any payoffs. And he explained to us that it was actually repeat business.
The RICO statute is the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act. It's the statute that Congress passed in 1970, and it was designed to deal primarily with organized crime syndicates, with the mafia in particular, but not just that. Any type of corrupt organization that engages in a systemic or a pattern or practice, an enterprise of one of a long list of crimes that are unacceptable.
How did Willen's case fit into the RICO definition? It's an enhancement on the criminal charge. So it meant that he was going to spend more time in jail if we were successful in prosecuting that particular part of the indictment. It fit in here because he worked with others in a systematic way to commit a series of crimes, just like the mob. I think there's no question that that when it comes to the grander and bigger national conspiracies to sell people loans that they shouldn't have been sold, and then to package those loans into securities, that it could have been proven by hard work and a commitment to see the investigation through, to take this on the same way that we did in Akron. Unfortunately, all the federal investigations that I'm aware of stopped at the level of the mortgage broker, or maybe they threw in an appraiser who provided a false appraisal of the property, but they never used the opportunity to move up the chain to get to the folks that were actually the masterminds of this conspiracy.
Frankly, what should have happened in 2010 is some CEOs should have gone off to jail. And RICO is a statement. It's basically saying this is a criminal enterprise. And we're going after this for what it really is. It's a criminal enterprise. It isn't a lone actor. It isn't one or two bad apples in the barrel. This is a whole barrel of bad apples. Co-conspirators working together to inflict damage on our society. So I think RICO makes a very, very dramatic statement. I mean, you have to have a visible deterrent for bad behavior. There has to be some price to pay for criminal behavior. Otherwise, we're in total chaos. And it's not just, you can't just apply that to violent crimes and, that type of crime genre. You got to apply it. The most sophisticated criminals in the world are white-collar criminals. And they're deterrable, in my view, because they don't like to go to jail. You take a violent career criminal, and they live in jail. They thrive in jail, some of them. White-collar criminals don't want to go to jail. So deterrence do have its effect in the world of financial crimes and white-collar crime.
Well, we've laid out a lot of information for you. Many of you might be scratching your head and asking yourself, well, maybe the largest Ponzi scheme that I've heard of that was broadcast by the mainstream media was none other than Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff was arrested in 2008 as a result of being his clients swept up in what we've just exposed to you today. The total of Bernie Madoff's scheme was $64 billion. As we've demonstrated to you before throughout this broadcast, by the time we got to 2007, the derivatives markets on this fraud, which was all predicated on a Ponzi scheme, had reached a global value of over $600 trillion of notional value. We're currently up to 1.4 quadrillion in notional value for derivatives in 2022. The entire apparatus of the federal government's law enforcement agencies that include the FBI, the DOJ, the SEC, and AGs across the country are total about $70 billion a year. My crew and I did not have a $70 billion budget or have tens of thousands of people working with us to reveal what the entirety of our media and our government covered up. We did it because we had the commitment, and we had the courage, and we had the discipline, and we did have resources made possible by our executive producer, Adam Bronfman, who went out on a ledge to be able to provide us the opportunity to go do what the entirety of the power matrix of our country failed to deliver to you. And because of his commitment and because of his confidence, we were able to do it. Unfortunately, I've got 300 hours sitting on the shelf of much of what I've revealed to you today, but there's always a lot more. I need to contextualize what the damage of this was. Over 150 million people directly impacted that used deceptive acts and practices, incredible illegal behavior that were under the statutes of unfair deceptive acts and practices that were protected by civil rights. You cannot lie to a consumer and get paid without having those things clawed back, especially if you're involved with documentation fraud. But as we've demonstrated to you, that didn't matter in this particular case. We have shown you that not only was documentation fraud used over and over and over in the case of literally millions of cases, we introduced to you today that we had access to over 100,000 pieces of documentation fraud in the robo-signing madness that courts around this country refuse to allow based on what all of us should get in a court of law, based on discovery. That doesn't occur anymore. What happened is that the corporate legal structure with the financial structure has literally strangled justice, in addition to betraying free markets and the principles of the integrity of law. For what purpose? Ultimately, to save the global financial system on a troubled assets relief program that Congress miraculously found a way to cooperate because Bernanke and Paulson and Geithner went out a limb and had to sleep in their offices for a month to get that passed for $700 billion. Well, how many billion are in a trillion? There's 1,000 billion in a trillion. And we provided, as you have seen tonight, $29 trillion of emergency liquidity, which is known as lender of last resort, based on the full faith and credit of the United States, to a bankrupt shadow sector that, through its own statutes, could only provide if they were solvent. They were bankrupt based on their own fraud. They were choking on their own criminal behavior. But as we demonstrated at the very beginning of this, that was the whole point of control fraud, that the CEOs of this country didn't care because the entire nature of the control fraud pattern was to generate as much product as possible based on destroying the underwriting that got rid of the buffer of the banks so that they could get bonuses through modern executive compensation for the short term, and they didn't care what happened to the bank because what they were guaranteed was they would show short-term profits that would lead to giant bonuses that would destroy the banks that they helmed. Are you kidding me? And media determined not to tell this story to the tens of millions of victims, including the most vulnerable amongst us. I think of, women that have gotten to the top of HBO, for example, and you would think would champion a story like Addie Polk, a 91-year-old African-American woman who finally achieved her American dream, only to have it stolen from her when she had to commit suicide rather than face eviction into the streets at the age of 91, when she had her house stolen from her. Yes, that happened to tens of millions of people. I've spent the better part of 10 hours today bringing this truth to you because I had to. I've spent the better part of the last 13 years first having been destroyed by this, but then ultimately finding the miracle to put it together and working with the right people to go out throughout the country to find redemption. There were people at every step of the way that had done the right thing. Unlike what Alan Greenspan, former chair of the Federal Reserve, demonstrated us to this evening when he lied to the people saying nobody could have seen this coming, what we demonstrated in the con is that there were thousands of people warning and screaming and yelling at the top of their lungs that the entire system was going to blow up. But the people in control refused to listen. The people at the apex of these institutions decided to purge the truth. And as such, and as we approach the midterms, we live in an industrialized post-truth society. I'm a film guy. I came out of the 90s. The two films that really inspired me, that led me on this journey, was what I got taught back in those days when I saw The Usual Suspects, when Kevin Spacey's character revealed the greatest trick the devil ever played was to convince the world it didn't exist. I transmitted my inner Ezekiel Rollins, played by Denzel Washington, when I decided to go pull the threads because they were pissing on my head, telling me it was rain, because they must have thought I was some kind of new fool. I'm not their bitch. Why are you? As we fade out of this, I have to thank everybody who participated. We started at the very beginning, realizing that former presidential candidate Bernie Sanders declared to the world that Wall Street's business model is fraud, but he never demonstrated it. Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren told the world that, wait, the banks had basically broken the law, so why aren't we actually finding ways to investigate and prosecute? But she was the senator. She could have brought the bully pulpit to tell you these truths that I had to reveal to you, but never did. Former Chairman of the Federal Reserve, Timothy Geithner, proclaimed to the world that the American people were foam on the runway for the crashing financial system. Translation, that we're expendable for corruption. But today, many, many heroic women and people showed up at the Federal Reserve to protest and redress grievances on behalf of an American citizenry that has found out and the jig is up, and we need tens of millions of you to do the same. I'm reminded of one of my teenagehood heroes, Mr. Roger Waters, when he proclaims, "Is there anybody out there?" The difference between whether or not a tree falls in the woods and if no one's there to hear it, did it fall, and whether or not this could be the singularity of the Big Bang that resurrects us for truth and liberty and justice for all depends upon you and the information that we have revealed to you. And I hope you take to the everybody that you can tell that the emperor wears no clothes, that the financial system is in control of our government and corruption births fascism. I want to thank everybody who are our expert testimonies today, starting with Byron Dorgan, who delivered a speech in 1999 that tried to prevent us from deregulation that would destroy the world. And then, of course, none other than William K. Black, my mentor, who I found miraculously on that day, on Bill Moyers, who said to the world that the only way you can fix a problem is to demonstrate the facts. From that moment forward, I went on a mission with Bill Black under his tutelage to put this entirety of this story together on behalf of we the people. Today, we heard from none other than minorities that were targeted, Beth Jacobson in the system of Wells Fargo, who demonstrated to us that CEOs had a plan to put African Americans in predatory loans and how they did it. Meanwhile, at that time, the first African American and only African American president in the history of the United States told the world that what Wall Street was engaged in was shenanigans and they couldn't prove intent. One of the most ridiculous statements in the history of the world. We went on to hear from Pastor Harrison that gave a beautiful, thoughtful evocation of none other than Maddie Polk and the value of her life. Then we went forward to all of the people who showed up at the Federal Reserve, who I want to thank. It's Paris and Ashmeen, and of course, Ann Chin, and our friends Harrison and Ben, and so many others that I can't mention. And then, of course, the testimonies of Lori Noble, who gave us insight as to how appraisal fraud was incentivized by the lenders. Lynn Sismoniak, who revealed to us the enormity of robo-signing that led to the national mortgage settlement of $25 billion, but that never ended. Doug Boggs, of course, who taught us that the Mortgage Banking Association pulled an end round on the law in California to find a way to illegally bulldoze tens of millions of people, well, millions at least in the state of California, the largest populated state in the country. And of course, John O'Brien and Jeff Thigpen, two absolute American heroes who brought the love of sacrifice and service of the United States and the integrity of their office to prove in the Registry of Deeds, documentation fabrication in the scope of literally tens of thousands. And they tried to tell the world, the Boston Globe, the New York Times, Matt Taibbi, Rachel Maddow, but nobody heard them, but we did. And then, of course, Bruce Jacobs, a defense attorney out of Miami, Florida, who has tirelessly served the most vulnerable for over a decade, who finds himself in the crosshairs of losing his law license by telling the truth. I hope that we can rally tens of thousands of people to support Bruce Jacobs and his endeavor and his quest that will help redeem us all if we can prove that the courts have allowed tens of millions of pieces of documentation fraud to illegally foreclose on millions of people. We call immediately on the end of fraud closures, and we hope that anybody who gets this understanding and message goes immediately to your senator, your congressman, everybody in your state to make everybody aware that we have the truth and where you can find it, because this endless de-evolution of the law must end. It's an abomination. And lastly, as we move forward, some of the great guests, I mean, it was David Enrich from the New York Times to grace us with his credibility from inside our nation's paper of record to illuminate how big law has circumnavigated actually the justice it presumably serves to corrupt justice. And then, of course, to Pam Martins and Russ Martins of Wall Street on Parade, who published the interview with none other than Roger Cohen from Sullivan and Cromwell, who revealed that there was no legal precedent ever to use Federal Reserve Act 13.3 to do what it did to backstop bankrupt institutions. That, of course, Randall Wray and the Levy Institute proved to the world that the emergency stimulus was not $700 billion. It was $29 trillion. We've demonstrated the corruption of the revolving door of Washington. We've demonstrated that there was no consequences for the insane criminal behavior of the apex of the financial institutions that buried millions of people. We demonstrated how the law was circumnavigated by deregulation that ultimately ended the lessons learned from the Great Depression, from the Glass-Steagall Act, that ultimately through the late 90s, after deregulation started in Reagan and Carter, and then ultimately through Bush, and then of course through Clinton, through all of the major deregulatory activity that took place in the late 90s, that led to the destruction of common sense, integrity, dignity, and liberty and justice for all. I have spent more blood, sweat, and tears to bring this truth to you than I could ever convey. It only was made possible by so many of you out there who joined me, who worked tirelessly, including none other than the producer of this podcast this evening and this afternoon, who got more than he banged for. And I have to say thank you to the Canadian from up north in Toronto, Mr. Andy Kennedy, who has sat with me here for 10 hours to bring this existential truth to the American people and to the world so that we have a fighting chance to get our democracy back. It's up to us. It's up to you. We can bow to corruption. We can pretend like destroying lives is okay as long as you have access to power and you're part of a secret cabal that has access to the Federal Reserve, which we all know is ridiculous. I can guarantee you that Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and all the rest of the founding fathers did not create the revolution and separation of powers so that 246 years later, we could give it right back to the tyrants who care nothing for liberty and justice for all and only for their own power. This must end. On behalf of truth, liberty, and justice for all, my name is Patrick Lovell. Onwards.